morning and welcome back to Dumfries in Scotland as we zoom down here on the map on the southwest coast of Scotland for the latest day's action at the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championship, and we have more paracycling time trials for you through the streets and out into the countryside around Dumfries. Some of these images we'll be seeing closer up tomorrow when we get to the road races that start around that beautiful church up on the university campus just outside Dumfries. But these time trials start and finish right in the town centre, and we've had a very warm welcome here from the locals who lined the streets in their numbers yesterday, and I'm sure it will be the same again today. And this is us. Here we are on the banks of the River Nith. And the start-finish straight just central in your picture there with all the vans and tents, and there are so many people involved with the staging of this event, not just looking after the cyclists and the bikes, but obviously all of the media and catering and all sorts of people here. So it's a fantastic occasion, and just like yesterday, Barney Story is alongside me, former pilot in paracycling, and these images are familiar to you. Barney preparing for a big race for some of these men and women today. This will be the biggest race of their career, for example. And what kind of thoughts go through your mind at this kind of time of the day where maybe your race is anywhere between 10 minutes away and a couple of hours?
Yeah, it's a crucial time for warm-up and your mental preparation for how you're going to ride the race. I think each rider will have a strategy for how you ride the time trial, you know, how much power you're going to put out towards the start of the time trial, towards the finish. And then it's just a case of, you know, all these riders will have ridden at major events, so this kind of warm-up and process is fairly familiar to them all. And these are the kind of final moments where all the work and training is done, and now it's about getting out there on the racetrack and going as fast as they can.
You can see it's reasonably cloudy again today in Dumfries, but we didn't have any rain yesterday, and we hope for similar today. And it's a packed old schedule. We enjoyed the tricycles and hand cycles yesterday. Today is all about the bikes and the tandems, two-wheel bikes, and then those men's and women's B individual time trials are for the vision impaired riders, where we'll see many of the heroes and the cyclists who've been winning medals left, right and centre in the velodrome up the road in Glasgow. They'll be taking to the road, some of them later on. But all of the C races are for athletes who ride standard two-wheel bicycles, and this is the just under 17-kilometre route they'll be following, Barney.
Yeah, that's right. They head out from the town centre into, as you can see from the map, more of an agricultural area before the left turn, and then another left again through Terrigal's back into Dumfries itself.
So we have two intermediate time checks for you, so that will give us an idea of where the races are in terms of the leaderboard. They will go off one at a time, separated by a minute each rider. Do our best to keep across all of the different races that are out on course at any one time, but we will be starting with the men's C3 individual time trial, and as you can see there, athletes in this class have a limb deficiency or moderate impairments affecting two or more of their limbs or their coordination. So I think, Barney, actually one of the things we should discuss before the races get underway is today you will be seeing athletes of all different body shapes and sizes and different impairments, and they won't necessarily be riding against people who have the same impairment, will they?
No, that's right. You generally see in C3 a range of different disabilities, whether that's amputees, whether that is, you know, CP, kind of brain injury type athletes. And yeah, it's a wide variety. So it's down to the job of the classifiers and the world governing body to come up with the riders' classification and ensure they're in the correct classification for racing here at these World Championships.
And I know that's a complicated process, but on a basic level, how is that done? Are the athletes assessed on their bike, off their bike? How does it work?
It's kind of both. So they'll sit in front of a panel, stand in front of a panel before this competition. So all the competitors here have got a confirmed classification. And then as the competition goes on, there's still observers that are out on the course and see the athletes to make sure they've made the right decision in the classification room. But yeah, they sit in front of a panel, and then they're also observed whilst they're racing as well to make sure the classification is correct. So yeah, it can be can be confusing sometimes, from a viewing point of view. So generally, kind of C2, for example, is a leg just below hip amputee. So in that class you'll see a lot of those, but also some other disabilities as well. So it's a case of the classifiers making difficult decisions about which class an athlete would go in. Not necessarily represented on how fast they can go, it's what their disability is. If they're an absolutely amazing athlete and really fast, that's the right category for them.
So this is the start list for the men's C3 race, which is going to get us underway in a few minutes' time. And one notable thing about this men's C3 race this morning is there could be a clean sweep of the medals for Great Britain, which hasn't been done before, but Britain are very strongly represented in this race by Ben Watson, Jaco van Gaas, and also Finn Graham, the Paralympic champion. So those three will be obviously working as individuals. They'll be out on the road by themselves, but I think as soon as they cross the line, they'll want to know first, of course, where they finished, but also where their two mates have finished as well. But just seeing some of these shots in the background just emphasises the point we were making, where we'll be seeing some riders perhaps missing a leg, missing an arm today. They'll be riding potentially against people with cerebral palsy or some kind of paralysis down one side perhaps. So you will see quite literally a mix of limbs in a particular race, and you might think, well, actually, why is that fair, or how is that fair that a rider with, say, one leg is riding against a rider with two legs? But through that classification process you were talking about, it is all is an attempt to make that incredibly fair, and hopefully the impairment, whatever it is, will affect each rider in the same way.
Correct. That's the absolute ideal. So yeah, that's what the classifiers will be working towards, to make sure, we are absolutely on it.
And there will be athletes whose classification changes from championship to championship, or maybe perhaps, one classification in 1 year and then a couple of years later different, because their impairment and the way it affects how they ride changes over time as well.
Yeah, that's right. We have seen a few riders this championships whose classification has changed from what we see as a regular classification, and it's changed because their medical condition has worsened. So it's important to kind of to see that, and obviously it's a challenge for anyone watching as well, because all these classifications they're surrounded by medical confidentiality. So unless the athlete reveals themselves what's happening with them, it's very much a confidential process, which the classifiers deal with, and we have to respect the outcome of those classification decisions.
So we have 6 time trials for you this morning, another 6 this afternoon, and we'll obviously talk about this much more later on, but one other thing to look out for this afternoon is that Barney's wife, Dame Sarah Story, races just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I'll be looking after Barney and making sure he's not too nervous. No need to be nervous. She normally turns up and does very well at these occasions, so let's see. But this is the man who will be starting us off this morning in the men's C3 time trial. He is a Frenchman, as you can see, 38-year-old Thomas Peyroton Date. And it's an interesting challenge being first out. He will almost certainly set the time that they all have to aim for. It is possible that riders behind him could overtake him, but we shall see how he gets on. There'll be a minute between each of the athletes, so it'll be quick fire action once they get going. And Date is a rider who has actually been reclassified, I believe, coming into this championship, being moved into the C3 category. So these final few moments, you can see there the visor down, completely focused on the track ahead. And just quiet last moments to compose himself as we approach 10 seconds away there. The buzzer tells you we have 10 seconds to go until this great day of time trial action can begin. Allez, 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 off he goes, does Date, the Frenchman. Good crowd already on the streets of Dumfries. So if you were with us yesterday, this route might be quite familiar to you by now, but if you're joining us today, they set off down this start straight road up past some of the shops and bars of Dumfries, and there is a sharp left-hand turn which takes them over this bridge that we're seeing brilliantly, beautifully from the drone hovering above, and we cross the River Nith and take a right-hand turn. So The first couple of kilometres of this 17-kilometre route do go through urban and suburban areas, and then they get out into the countryside. And as we saw yesterday, there are some tricky little sharp hills to negotiate.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see the first morning session cover the 16.9 kilometre course, which will see the riders go up that rather steep climb that we saw yesterday in the hand cycling. Just see the Colombian off the start line now.
Yep, so they go off at minute intervals, and this is Munoz Marin from Colombia. Usually performs better in the road races than the time trials, and the road race is coming up in the next couple of days. Still in Dumfries, we do move to a slightly different location up towards the university, just outside the town centre for those road races. And one or two of the other names to look out for in this men's C3 time trial later will be Devon Briggs, who's still a teenager from New Zealand. He tore up the track at the podium, the velodrome in Glasgow. And on the track, it's usually Finn Graham, Jaco van Haas and Devon Briggs who take the podium positions. But this is Edgar Ridderstap, and actually a word for this man. I think he actually wandered into the coffee shop I was in before we came on air earlier, just in his full uniform with his bike. So he is well refreshed, and he is from the Caribbean island of Aruba, just off the northern coast of Venezuela. So he has travelled a long, long way to be here. And as you can see, cycling with one arm, which must be a great challenge in itself from a balance point of view, Barney.
Yes, indeed. He's cycling with one arm, but also have another limb deficiency as well to be in this class of C3. So looking at he had two different types of shoe on, so I'd suspect it's something to do with his leg as well for our viewers.
Diederik Schelfu of Belgium. His backstory is fascinating. He actually crashed his motorbike and slid into a car, which then their petrol tanks both exploded, so he sustained severe burns. Spent almost 3 months in a coma after that accident. But here he is, the Belgian, 37 years old, at the Cycling World Championships, and off he goes. So there is a slight uphill incline to begin with, and then it flattens out once you get over the bridge and out into the country.
So picking up on who we might see as main contenders, I think last year in the World Championships, Asensio Santos was actually, he won the event, but less than a second behind was Finn Graham. And I know Finn was devastated last year after being beaten by less than a second, to the point I think the team were actually checking on some of the electronic timings. You know, can it be that close? So yeah, he'll be keen to try and overturn that result from last year. And I know the Spaniard is, desperately keen to defend his world title as well.
So Schelfu into his rhythm after the first minute of riding. Yeah, the multiple injuries and the burns he suffered in that motorbike accident have created, if you like, the impairments necessary to be in this C3 category. And he's in that familiar time trial position, trying to keep as low and aerodynamic as possible.
So this is the big roundabout on the course where they actually go the other side of the road on this to come back into Dumfries. So he's just heading out into a few more kind of housing areas before he's out into the countryside.
This is Henry Esteban Arab Mendez of Costa Rica. Truly global event, this, both in the non-disabled and the paracycling events here in Scotland. Cautiously off he goes down the start ramp. And in a 17-kilometre time trial like this, Barney, would riders be going full pelt the whole way, or will there be an element of pacing involved?
There will be an element of pacing, but it's still a relatively short time trial for a lot of these riders, so there'll be Yeah, they'll be going fairly hard from the off. I think the challenge for some of the track riders who are coming in now is just tempering their effort back a little bit. Having ridden the pursuit, which is 3 kilometres, the power's a little bit less for this time trial, so they're going to need to be careful they don't start too fast and then blow up.
We rejoin the Belgian, Shelfoot. And he is still in these, as you can see, still in these suburban areas with the houses either side, the pavements as well. There are lots of things to distract the eye, but fully focused on the road ahead of him, and it won't be long before he's out into the country. I think you can probably tell from the colours that this man is wearing that he is representing Ireland. This is William Clifford from Galway Bay Cycling Club in Ireland. See them flying off the start down the far side as we looking on this near side of that same barrier. That is the finish straight. So this time trial route and the loop of it comes back round into the town centre of Dumfries and then back over this bridge the opposite way. And it's funny how quickly you become familiar with the landmarks and things on the route to spot, to judge how far away from the finish they are. That will come a little bit later on as we head back to the start. Pereira Arango of Colombia. As you can see there, a couple of bronze medals to his name at World Championships. The Pan Am champion in 2022. That's no mean feat. A huge area that Pan Am Championship covers.
Going back to your point about the course, it's actually a very difficult course to memorise, this one, because once you get out in the countryside, there are very few areas that are consistent power that you're trying to pedal at. There's a lot of different change in surface type, elevation change, directional change as well. So there's very few roads that are actually dead straight where you can apply power. So it's very much kind of an on and off power course in terms of time trials. And you see that from the very start. But even when they get out in what you think is a country road that looks relatively straight, it's nowhere near as simple as that.
Michael Samet's here, 27 years old from Canada. Won a bronze medal at the Rio Paralympics. That was his Paralympic debut. And he won the world title in 2017, defended it in 2018. So a pretty good pedigree. And he's part of a strong Canadian lineup in these paracycling events. But just a reminder that the British trio, much talked about, Finn Graham, Jaco van Gas and Ben Watson, are all to come later on. And Finn Graham has won the World Cup events in this C3 time trial. All 3 of them this season have gone to Finn Graham. But it was Ben Watson who won the Paralympic time trial in Tokyo over a slightly longer course, 24 kilometres. But they won't have it all their own way, the 3 Brits today, I'm sure. But the British riders are looking for what would be a historic 1, 2, 3, if they possibly can now. This man here is, I think, Amizayahan of Malaysia. That's interesting. This is the Malaysian rider. So I wonder what's happened to Noah Middlestedt of the USA. I was expecting to be next, but perhaps Middlestedt has a problem. We'll figure that out in a few moments' time. So this is definitely Amizayahan. We can see the Malaysian flag on his jersey.
Very quickly picking up on some of the other riders we might see figure in this time trial as well. I know David Nicholas from Australia was particularly disappointed with his ride in the track, so he'll be looking to try and improve his performances there and hopefully get in the hunt for the medals.
Well, this is Diederik Shelfoot on the right, overtaking Edgar Ridderstap, so he's already made up that minute interval between them. And Shelfoot, that must be pretty demoralising for Ridderstap, seeing Shelfoot not just overtake him, but ride off into the distance ahead of him. Confirmation that this is Amizayahan of Malaysia, wearing 220. And after him, the next starter will be from Japan, Masaki Fujita. And all of these riders, Barney, will have surely either at least ridden the course or seen the course from a motor vehicle in the days preceding this championship.
Yeah, it's been a challenge for the riders who are riding the track and the road. There's been a very kind of short turnaround, literally a day between the track and the road. And obviously, if you then add into logistics of getting riders from one place to another, there's not a huge amount of time. So a lot of the riders who have ridden the track, unless they've seen the course beforehand, months in advance, which some of the riders, from abroad may not have done, the British riders have, then it's a real challenge to get this course into your memory, because that's what you try and do with a time trial. You literally try and create a map of the course in your brain, and then you put your power and profile on that course in your brain.
So you don't need me to tell you that Shelfu is out into the countryside now, so no other distractions. He's out there by himself. It can be a pretty lonely sport when you're out there. They will be, some of them having communication in an earpiece, some of them will have a timing screen perhaps somewhere on the bike, but I guess with these traditional two-wheel bicycles, there's not really much room for many devices, so it'll be more likely an earpiece, Barney.
Yeah, probably, maybe a combination of the two. You can see his tri-bar extensions that his elbows, forearms and hands rest on. Somewhere between his hands, in a very, very tiny space, there'll be a little computer where he can read his speed and power and cadence, and it's more difficult with a time trial, trying to put it in a place you can actually see it. On a road bike it's a lot easier because it's literally right in front of you on the handlebars, but on a time trial you don't want it hitting the wind and not being very aerodynamic, so it's very often hidden, and you can just have a sneaky peek if you look down with your eyes and see it.
So 14 riders are out there of the 23, so we're getting towards the big names starting in the next 10 minutes or so. And then it won't be long before the first finisher comes in. We would expect the first finisher to be with us before 10:30. But there is no let-up, because once the final starter of this classification race has gone out, then the first rider in the next classification will begin. So we will end up with cyclists from multiple different races out there at any one time, but we'll do our best to guide you through it all, if we're managing to follow it ourselves, of course, but that's a different story. Valentin Sicot of France, 21 years old. So he's an example of a rider where you can see he has two arms and two legs, but he has something called hemiplegia on the right side of his body, so he's lost a lot of strength down the right-hand side. His leg and his arm affected, so he is in the C3 category. Frenchman heads off. A word about the Dutch yesterday, by the way, Barney. The Dutch were brilliant yesterday. We're going to be seeing Matthijs Drent go out for the Netherlands in a few moments, but they had quite a day yesterday, didn't they?
They did indeed. It was just an absolutely brilliant day for the Dutch yesterday, and seeing and also you can, some of them actually post their power files to the likes of Strava and all the rest of it. Seeing some of Mitch Valise's power files were just absolutely mind-boggling. It's no wonder he went as fast as he did. He's over 300 watts with his hands. Most people struggle to do that with their legs, who are really fit people. So it's amazing to see how good the Dutch are and their dominance yesterday.
So right on cue, another Dutchman leaves the start gate, and it's Drent who heads out. He was actually scouted by the Dutch Paralympic team in his own gym in his hometown of Arnhem. They spotted him working out in the gym and suggested that he might like to come and have a go at paracycling, and here he is at the World Championships, and he has a good pedigree as well. He's been Dutch champion a couple of times. So Matthijs Drent is as a prime example of one of the riders in this race who could spring a surprise.
I think based on yesterday's performance by the Dutch, I think we need to look out for the Dutch. They've almost been not a sleeping giant within paracycling, but the improvement they've made in the last 5-10 years has been very significant.
We are getting into the big guns now. This is Stefan Varias of Germany, silver time trial medalist in the Tokyo Paralympics. Also a world silver in there as well, European silver. And he's not too bad at road race either. So the 38-year-old heads out, and he is very much a medal contender this morning. It's amazing how quickly they accelerate particularly given there's a slight uphill incline to this. It's amazing how quickly they get up to a decent speed. And then when we see them later on out in the countryside, they will be flying along. We will see graphics occasionally showing us just how quickly they're going later on. We'll be following Finn Graham. Once Finn Graham starts, we'll be following him through pretty much the entirety of the time trial. Alexandra Hayward of Canada. He actually only burst onto, as you can see from the dates there, he only burst onto the scene last year in 2022. And you'll see the riders wearing subtly different designs of helmet, some wearing visors, some wearing more kind of goggle type glasses. It's personal preference, and perhaps whatever each nation's team prefers.
It's usually down to aerodynamics. It's one of those things. I think a lot of the time you think, you know, does it look right? Does it look as though it's aerodynamic? That goes a little way, but ultimately, being in a wind tunnel, and been in one quite a few times now, it doesn't always ring true of what looks right actually makes you faster. So yeah, the British riders will have had access to wind tunnels, as the Dutch will have done as well. So it's an interesting race within a race now, with the kind of aerodynamics that we're looking at.
So we're into the final 6 riders in this men's C3 time trial, and here is one of the big guns, Jaco van Haas of Great Britain. Born in South Africa, came to Britain when he was 20 years old and joined the British Army. He was injured in Afghanistan while serving in the army, and you can see his the lower part of his left arm was lost, and he has that device attached to the handlebars for his stump to fit into. And cycling was a big part of his rehabilitation. He's heavily involved in the Invictus Games. He was part of a team of wounded soldiers who trekked to the North Pole with Prince Harry. So Jaco van Haas has the profile, he has the pedigree, he has the CV as well. He won 2 golds and 2 silvers in the velodrome a few days ago, so he's coming here full of confidence and definitely a gold medal contender today, as is this man, David Nicholas of Australia, who Barney was mentioning. He won the C3 time trial on the road at London 2012, and you can see there a 3-time world champion as well. Former athlete on the track. He began as a T38 athlete in middle distance running, long distance as well. And actually the funny thing was, his dad apparently was a club level cyclist in non-disabled cycling, and David wasn't particularly bothered about cycling, and then he actually went out on a bike a few times as part of rehab for a knee injury that he'd sustained doing athletics, and he said, well, actually, this is not too bad. This is quite enjoyable.
Well, that just got out of hand from there, I think, didn't it?
So final preparations for David Nicholas. And there are only a few riders left to start. There is one of the little digital devices that Shelfoot is using to keep track of where he is in terms of timings, and this is one of those pesky little hills that they have to navigate. It doesn't look quite as painful as it did with some of the hand cyclists yesterday, who were really having to grind up that hill. And off goes David Nicholas, 31 years old, from Australia. And only 4 riders left to go out now. So again, the weather very similar to yesterday. Actually, it's kind of bright, but at the same time, lots of grey clouds around, but no rain. We're due quite a lot of rain on Saturday, I believe, when we'll be in the middle of some of the road races, so that could get interesting. Now, what's happened here? Shelfoot had noticeably slowed there. I don't know whether he was something had happened to him there for a brief moment, or whether he just got to the brow of the hill and was just having a very, very quick relax. Yeah, did you sense that he'd slowed there noticeably?
Yeah, I think what would have happened is he would have gone from his so 2 chain rings on the front of the bike. He would have gone from his little chain ring to his big chain ring on that change. And I think very often I think it's worth taking just an extra second so you know you're going to make that positive change on the transmission rather than put too much pressure on it. So he just took his time with that and then up to speed on the descent again. Around this tricky right-hander now.
He's just having to take it a bit gingerly here. It will be interesting to compare, even just visually really, not necessarily even using the clock, but just visually compare how some of the later riders navigate these bends.
Yeah, he was fairly cautious around those bends, and I think the tricky thing at this part of the day, in between the trees and underneath the trees, you don't know if it's still a little bit damp. There's a little bit of damp there just on the left, so going around some of these corners, if it is a little bit wet, then you're open to falling off if you go too fast.
The second of the British trio, Benjamin Watson, Paralympic champion in Tokyo, over a slightly longer distance. That was a 24-kilometre route. This is only 17. Also won the Paralympic road race in this classification as well. Ben Watson from Derbyshire will get plenty of support, even from the Scottish crowd, just as a British athlete going out there trying to win a world title.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Ben was not surprised, I think, the British riders, but surprised the rest of the world when he dominated the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. So he's had it's always difficult, I think, when you've dominated a race like he has, to then come back and then win a world title. So he's very much in the fight for that today, and his form is building. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes today against the likes of Finn Graham and Asensio Santos as well from Spain.
So we've already seen Shelford overtake the rider in front of him about 10 minutes ago, and he's not in that top 5 on the first intermediate time check. We have two points around the course where we can get the running time of the cyclists as they come by, and that's very useful for us to try and predict the result as they cross the finish line after the 17 kilometres. But you can see there it's the Frenchman Peyroton Darté who leads at both intermediate time checks. He was the first rider out though. So we come back here to the Canadian, I think. It's Alexander Hayward. So Hayward, a good few riders behind Shelfu. And he's only been out there for 6 minutes 40, so he hasn't passed the first time check yet. And there's some rough old bits of road out there. Of course, these are ordinary roads. They're not retarmacked for the championships or anything like that. As we come back to the start, we have 3 riders to go, and this is Florian Bouziani of France, bronze medalist at the World Championships last year in Canada. The World Champs in paracycling come thick and fast. There's one next year as well in Zurich in September, I believe, after the Paralympics. So Shelfu now on a pretty fast section of the course. Nice wide road, no pavements, or not many road signs or anything like that to clutter up his view. And I suspect this is our first finisher. It is indeed. It's the man who started this C3 time trial off. So it's Peyroton Darté of France, who crosses the line in 23:41. So that's an interesting bar that's been set.
Good time for that, for this category. So I think that will feature almost certainly in the top 10.
Now then, I think we might have the loudest support of the week so far out here in Dumfries now for Finn Graham, who's from near Inverness in Scotland, a tiny place called Strathpeffer. And he won 4 medals at the Velodrome in Glasgow over the last few days. He comes here in great form. He's won all 3 World Cup time trials this year. And he got silver at the World Championships last year, wants to go one better. And if you look closely at Finn Graham's legs in particular, the calf muscles, Graham was born with club feet, and that left him with no calf muscle and not a great deal of movement in his ankles. So again, one of those riders that you might look at and go, well, he's got 2 arms, 2 legs, what's he doing out there? But it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, you can see the function with Finn's hands as well. They're not identical by any means. So it's just when we put his hand on his head, then it's pretty straightforward, really.
So Finn Graham heads out, and we are going to follow him for most of this time trial. He's the penultimate rider to get out there, and he'll be getting lots of home support from the Scottish fans. He's become a very well-known name with his achievements at World Championships and Paralympics. And he had a superb time in the velodrome. 1 gold, 2 silvers and a bronze at the Cyclists velodrome.
It's interesting, in the finish of his pursuit, he had no idea he was as close to the world record as he was. So when he sat up and celebrated, that was his world record set to be saved for another day, perhaps.
He turns 24 at the end of September. He really enjoyed mountain biking when he was a teenager, and then he caught the attention of British Cycling's paracycling programme back in 2016, and the rest is history, as they say. And when you're cycling in your own country, I imagine there's an air of contentment and relaxation almost to be in somewhere that feels very familiar to you. Obviously, it comes with a bit of home pressure as well.
Yeah, I think it brings a few different kind of thoughts, really. You're in your home country, so you're more relaxed than perhaps you normally are. But it's a case of making sure you're completely switched on and ready for the champs in hand.
So this is our second finisher, Munoz Marin of Colombia, and as you can see, he's nearly 2 minutes behind Darte of France. So Darte's time of 23:41 remains the best of those two so far, and this now is the main challenger, I would say, to the British riders this morning. Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain, the world champion in this event in Canada last year, again over a slightly longer route. That was nearly 19 kilometres in Canada, whereas today's 17. Does that make any difference at all, that slight discrepancy?
I think it's a harder, I think thinking back to Canada, I think it's a slightly harder course in terms of the road surface and how hard the elevation is here. So I would say it's going to be very, very close between these two, and perhaps a couple of others as well. I think looking at the leaderboard at the moment with Perrotin, who's currently leading from France, he's been reclassified from C4 to C3, so that's why we've seen such a fast time come through. He's relatively unknown within the C3 athletes. Be very interested to see how his time fares towards the end of this competition.
So here is Shelfu out on the road. He's not far away from the finish. Just going back to that reclassification then. So without wanting to confuse anyone, being reclassified from C4 to C3 is actually being taken from a less impaired category to a slightly more impaired category on
Correct.
paper.
Yeah.
So actually, that should actually almost feel like a bit of a punishment to him, would it? It would feel like, actually, I'm going to suddenly now be... Or is it the opposite? It's the opposite, that he's actually now going to be up against people with a more severe degree of impairment than he had in the C4 category.
No, I think with classification it's quite important for athletes to remember and to recognise it's not their choice what they do. And I think with classification, it's down to this classification panel who, you know, have to come up with a decision of what they do with athletes. So there's no athlete choice in this at all. So I mean, if he didn't like the classification, he'd have to go and find another sport or go and do something differently. But he can't choose to remain in a classification of his choice. So,
but it doesn't mean he's going to be happy with it necessarily.
I've no idea, to be honest. It's a really tricky one to answer. He also had another accident last year, as far as I understand, as well, that's also had an impact on his impairment. So perhaps that additional accident would have changed his expectations with his class as well. So it's a very complex situation, classification, and how it's interpreted and how it's used. And so I hope we're putting across that in the
I mean, I think
way.
it's a hot topic across all Paralympic sports, isn't it? That you have to group people according to their impairment. But of course, there'll be some people who feel a bit aggrieved with the impairment classification they're in, and there'll be others who will perhaps feel very comfortable with it. As we watch Shelfu coming across, and you can see he's 3 minutes down on Darte's time. So that 23:41 of Darte looking pretty good so far. Long way to go, of course. And the Belgian, who we followed for much of that time trial route, comes across in third out of the 3 riders that have been out there. But this is Finn Graham, and he is going for gold, no doubt about that. But the finishers are going to start coming thick and fast now as well, and this is where the action really takes off, because this is Devon Briggs, a teenager.
He's obviously had a bike change. He's on a road bike there rather than a time trial bike, so this time difference he's down is clearly down to a bike change and a mechanical he would have had on the course.
William Clifford, the Irishman, has just gone through our picture as well in 24.23, so that's 40 seconds down on Pierrot Darte. But that was a good spot from Barney about Devon Briggs, and Briggs well down on the timings in this road time trial. He was brilliant in the velodrome, not quite so good today. It shows you that they're two very, very different disciplines. But the Kiwi teenager will be a big factor in the Paralympics on the track next year, no doubt about that. And the other thing we should mention about Darte, the Frenchman, of course, with the Paralympics in Paris next year, the French team are looking to kind of come together and really become a force in paracycling before those home Paralympics. This is Finn Graham, though, we're with again, just over 6 minutes out there. And you can see he wears the sock on the left-hand side and then something a bit different on the right, as we have two more finishers coming in here. This must be Sametz of Canada. And Sametz of Canada is going to set the fastest time here of the morning so far. 23.25.
Great time.
Goes into the lead, does the 27-year-old. And he has won at World Championships before, so he is not to be taken too lightly as we head back out to Finn Graham. And Graham can't be too far away from the first intermediate time check, which comes around sort of the 11-12 minute mark.
So looking at the intermediate 2 check at the moment, Schindler has come through the fastest time, 23 seconds ahead of Sametz. So we're expecting a very fast time from him when he comes through the finish shortly.
Yes, Matthias Schindler was the bronze medalist at the Paralympics in Tokyo, and he was runner-up behind this man, Finn Graham, in 2 of the 3 World Cup time trials this season. And the graphics there backing up what Barney's saying. Schindler fastest through both of those intermediate checks, 23 seconds ahead of Sametz at the same point, and we've just seen Sametz cross the finish line as the quickest rider, so that is looking good for Schindler.
Going back to Jaco van Gas, he's gone through the first intermediate time check in 8th, 38 seconds down, so I think that's his medal hopes gone for this time trial event, although he'll be looking to come back a lot stronger for the road race.
And perhaps the chances of a British 1-2-3 as well, which was always going to be a tall order. So at the finish line, Sametz is the current leader, but Schindler, the German, looking very good out there on the road at the moment as Finn Graham passes some of the houses out in the countryside here around Dumfries, known as Queen of the South, this town, and that is why the football club goes by that name as well. On some of the drone shots we've seen at the near the start line, we've seen the football ground in the distance, which we'll come back to in a moment, because here is our man from Aruba, and I'm sure he's been getting a lot of applause out there. He comes across the line in a time of 31.24, but to be honest, the time is a bit academic for Edgar Ridderstadt. He will be thrilled to have just taken part in a World Championship time trial, and it's all good experience for him, and I'm sure we will see him again in the future. Down at almost road level here with Finn Graham, and you get an idea of the undulating terrain and the speed that Graham is going at. But the legs are pumping, and he looks like he's got a good rhythm here, Barney.
He does indeed. It's here we go. There's just a couple of little bumps in the road there. That's why the riders go to the right on this section. And Finn's struggling to keep his head in the same place throughout this time trial. Normally he has his head dipped and kind of looks through his hands when he's going forward. But because of the undulations in the road, it's changing his aerodynamic position. So he's fighting as much as he possibly can to stay in that aerodynamic position on these roads.
So Schindler, the German, can't be far away from the finish line now. I can see his time ticking away on the scoreboard at the finish line, and he's just gone through 22.30, so he can only be a few bends away, and we'll pick the German up as he comes into the finish straight, because it feels like Schindler's going to set the fastest time. Here he is. Here is the German, who could spoil the party for Finn Graham. And Schindler comes across in a time of 22.50. He beats Sametz, the Canadian, by 35 seconds. So that is a statement from the German, Matthias Schindler, the 41-year-old, who has finished runner-up to Finn Graham at 2 of the 3 World Cup events so far this season. Impressive stuff from Schindler.
Masaki Fujita just came through the line there. A little bit further down, and he'll be back for the road races for sure.
So 22.50 feels like a pretty competitive time.
It's a very good time.
35 seconds ahead of Samets, 50 seconds ahead of Perrault and Darte, the Frenchman. Here is Schindler. The end of that time trial where he's given it his absolute all. Look at that.
You can hear the breathing now, can't you?
That is an image of somebody who is completely worn out. 22.50 for 17 kilometres. Try that on your exercise bikes at home. So I'm sure Schindler's time will have been communicated to Finn Graham in one way or another, or perhaps later on in the route. Finn Graham must be approaching the first intermediate time check, so we'll get our first real sense of where the Scotsman is in terms of the rankings. As Barney says, there's quite a lot of head movement from Graham, but he's keeping his pace up nicely.
So Florian Bouziani has already been through intermediate checkpoint 1, the Frenchman, 18 seconds behind Matthias Schindler. So this is looking like a really strong ride by Matthias Schindler.
So Schindler's time at this first checkpoint was 12.05. So let's see where Finn Graham is in relation to that as his clock ticks towards 12 minutes. I get the impression here that Finn Graham might be behind Schindler.
He doesn't look his usual comfortable self on this time trial bike, and it's a really hard time trial to look comfortable in this one as well, to be fair. So it's a really tough challenge for him.
Ami Zazahan of Malaysia coming across over 20 minutes, and he's 11th place as he comes across the line. But as we see Ami Zazahan come across the finish line and just slow down. We'll just mention Drenthe as well, the Dutchman, who won't be winning today. We thought he might be a bit of a dark horse, but he comes across in 23.34, which is good enough for third at the moment for Drenthe. This is the other Frenchman, Sicot, who is well down, only comes across in 8th. So we had a bunch of finishes there, one after the other. Sicot just winding down. Maybe a bit of a disappointment for Drenthe actually to only be in third. It'll be difficult for him to hang on to that spot on the podium, but just one consistent feature of the finishes is that they have left nothing out there on the road. Look at that. We will watch Varias of Germany come across the line as well, and then we'll return to Finn Graham out on the road as he goes through the first intermediate time check. But Varias is not far away from Schindler, and he goes into third as things stand. So two Germans on the podium as things stand right now, and Varias just asked to slow down as he goes into the worn down area. So riders finishing and having a well-earned breather. But as we head back to Finn Graham, Barney, he has gone through the first intermediate time check.
Yeah, he has indeed. He's currently 9 seconds down on Matthias Schindler, which it might all be part of a pacing strategy for Graham. You know, starting steadier and then building on that pace towards the end of the race. But he'll be really kind of stepping on this now. 9 seconds, that can be brought back, but it's going to be a tough one for him.
Alexander Hayward, the Canadian, comes across just across the line, but he's actually in fourth, not by much. He's 43.93 seconds down on our current leader, Schindler. Jacco van Gaas will be the next rider to cross the finish line, but we have a race on here out on the road with Matthias Schindler, the fastest through both intermediate time checks and then at the finish line as well, and Finn Graham 9 seconds behind Schindler at the first time check. So Finn Graham needs to step on it now. 9 seconds to make up is fine. It's not a scary margin to make up, but perhaps he's going to have to take a few risks on these downhill sections of the course and round some of these tight bends.
Yeah, he's all in now. This is the final left-hander on the road back in towards Dumfries now. So Finn can really step on this now. It's a really fast road. He needs to be as aerodynamic as possible to try and pull this back.
So just to remind you, Schindler has finished, the German, 22.50. Then we have Sametz of Canada, 35 seconds behind that, and Varias of Germany, 41 seconds off Schindler's time. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
Surprisingly, Asensio Santos, the defending world champion, is 27 seconds down at the first intermediate time check.
Here's Jacco van Gast, and you can see the prosthetic there on his left arm attached to just above the T-bar there, and Jacco van Gast crosses the line in 24.07, only good enough for 8th. But as Barney says, this man will be very much back in the road race. He's had a superb track championship here in Scotland. Might be a bit disappointed with that time trial performance, because I think when it all comes out in the wash later on, he'll be outside the top 10. We're waiting for David Nicholas, the Australian, to be the next finisher, but we'll go back out to Finn Graham and see his progress. The second time check shouldn't be far away now here, because Schindler went through in 16.46. And look at that, Finn Graham, wow. 16.43. He's made up time on the German in that second section of the course. So Finn Graham is the leader out there on the road and is now 3 seconds ahead of Schindler, who has finished, remember. Schindler, if you like to use a golfing term, the clubhouse leader at the moment, sat behind the finish line watching, and this is Jacco van Gast, and look how much that has taken out of the Briton. The former army soldier absolutely wiped out by that time trial, and perhaps that's a cumulative thing with all of his efforts on the track as well. But Finn Graham in the lead as things stand out on the road. He needs to keep this going, because the margin he's got is not massive by any means. No, it isn't, and it could still go either way. I think there's still some little rises, as you can see, kind of going up and down now in the last 4 kilometres that will be a real challenge for him. And there's a few kind of twists and turns to come around as well. So it's a case of him going around fast enough around these corners, but not overcooking it. So coming to David Nicholas coming into the finish now as well. And the Australian won't be troubling the podium either. David Nicholas is grimacing as he crosses the line, only good enough for 8th. The other man who actually we've not seen on the top page of any of the timing charts is the Paralympic champion, Ben Watson. He's not been on the top page of any of them. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with this ride today. I know he would have been hoping for a slightly faster ride today, but yeah, quite a bit down on the intermediate checks, just behind Jacco van Gast. So it does feel very much like this is a shootout between Finn Graham and Matthias Schindler. Schindler, who's finished, Finn Graham still with a number of kilometres to go. 22.50 the winning time at the moment from Schindler. And Finn Graham needs to just keep on plugging away here. He can't let his pace go down at all. He'll know, won't he? He'll know that he was 3 seconds up at that previous time check. He will indeed. And I think this is the part when you swap from track to road and the time trial that it's very easy. 3 kilometres to go for Finn Graham now. It's very easy to kind of over rev after being on the track, which is a faster cadence. On the road you have to kind of measure your cadence a little bit more, which he's doing really well. So he's not over revving and he's applying power and then just getting his head down into that tuck position and looking through his hands. And you've got no visual markers to compare yourself to. You can't obviously see Schindler. You know, Schindler's finished a long time ago. You can't see where he is in comparison to Schindler, other than just the bare facts of the times that are coming through to him on his little screen. He'll know that he was 3.79 seconds ahead of the German at the second time check. And we will zoom forward to the finish line to Ben Watson, the Paralympic champion, who's digging deep here, but the clock is ticking away from him, and he's not going to be on the podium here. Ben Watson would have come here expecting to be challenging for the world title, and in the end he crosses the line in 7th place. Head down from Ben Watson. I mean, they have all given it their all. You can see that from their reactions as they come over the line, but for whatever reason, perhaps this time trial route not suiting them all. Jaco van Gast is still there suffering. At least he's a little smiling away this time, but he is still suffering down there. Look at that. So 2 of the 3 British riders, it's not been their morning, but it could very much be the morning of the other one. Finn Graham still out on course, and we're back with him now. He's not far away from the finish line. 22:50 the time he has to be. So he's back into the town of Dumfries here, and he will turn past the superstore and the petrol station on the left-hand side, and a sharp bend coming up as he goes past Palmerston Park, the football ground for Queen of the South. You can see the floodlights on the skyline there. So a sharp left-hand bend, and that will take him up to a bend round towards the right, and he's really not far from the finish line now. He's not far from a world title. He won the silver medal at the World Championships last year in Canada. He's won all 3 World Cup time trials this year. He was very much the form man coming into this race, and he is backing it up. He's doing what he needs to do, Finn Graham. As we go ahead to Florian Buziani, the Frenchman, the bronze medalist at the World Championships last year. And he needs to get over the line within 41 seconds of Schindler to take the bronze medal again. He's not going to do it. Into 4th. So it's still Schindler who leads. And it's still Darte, isn't it? The Frenchman in 2nd, and then Samets, the Canadian, in 2nd, and then Varias, the German, in 3rd. They have been the top 3 for some time now. And there is only Finn Graham and Eduardo Santas still out there on the road. But Santas down on the intermediate, so we don't need to worry about him. This is all about Finn Graham. He needs to cross the finish line within the next 45 seconds to take gold.
This is going to be close.
This is going to be really close. We can tell from just the shops we're passing here and the point at which he is on the road how far he's got left. The bend ahead of him is the left-hand bend that'll take him onto the bridge over the river. My goodness me, this is going to be close. He needs to take this bend as quickly but as safely as he possibly can. That's a good line for him to take. He's going to turn right here. Once he's over the bridge, you can see that green clock counting down. He's only got 13 seconds to go. He needs to cross the line within 10 seconds now to take this world title. This is going to be super close. The crowd are cheering him on here in Dumfries. The Scottish crowd, they want to see their man win. But it's not going to happen. Finn Graham is beaten into 2nd place by the German Matthias Schindler by just under 2 seconds. 2 seconds over 17 kilometres. Extraordinary stuff. And look at Finn Graham. He will be devastated. He was ahead by nearly 4 seconds at the 2nd intermediate time check. So Matthias Schindler must have had a brilliant finish to his time trial. But it is Schindler, the German, who wins, and this man, Finn Graham, has to settle for silver again in the World Championship time trial. And Samets of Canada takes the bronze. But my word, what a shootout that was, Barney.
It was indeed, yeah. You can see he's put absolutely everything into that time trial. He just got beaten last year by 0.6 or 0.7 of a second, and this year by just under 2 seconds, 1.98 seconds. Must be devastating for Finn.
Well, we don't really need to say a great deal here. The picture tells its own story. Well, it's another World Championship medal for Finn Graham's collection, but it's not the one he wanted. There is still one more rider to come through, but he's not going to trouble the podium. Confirmation there that Matthias Schindler of Germany, 22:50. We thought that was a really strong time, and it proved to be. Finn Graham just 1.98 seconds outside the German, and Michael Samets of Canada taking the bronze medal. And there's the American at the bottom, Noah Middlestadt, who didn't start for some reason. We'll try and get to the bottom of that, but we're waiting for the Spaniard Santas to come into the finish area, but he is not going to be in that top 3, so the medals are decided. That was the best race we've seen so far in Dumfries in terms of how close it was, and there was jeopardy all the way through. As soon as we saw that Schindler was ahead in the first time check, slightly behind in the second, we knew it was going to be close.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really difficult to, and also to know, you know, these riders aren't machines. You know, we don't know, you know, how they're feeling and how they're getting on in terms of their form and condition. So yeah, Finn was obviously feeling the effects of that race as well.
And just to tidy up this men's C3 time trial, here is the final finisher. And actually, he's had a storming last section of the track, but it is only going to be good enough for 8th for the Spaniard, which is a surprise. The world champion last time out only finishes 8th a year later. So the race is over, and I think some of the cheers you can hear. Yeah. That's they were sporting enough and wise enough to wait for the very final rider to cross the line, because you never know what's going to happen. But the cheers in the background are the Germans celebrating somewhere. So down at 8th there, Eduardo Santos Asensio slots in. 47 seconds off the winner, Matthias Schindler. Ben Watson a minute down for Great Britain, and Jaco van Kast sending up at 13th in the end. And this, as I'm sure you can tell from the big grin on his face, is our victor. Well, it's a sensational effort from him, bronze medalist at the Paralympics in Tokyo. And just in terms of his personal duel with Finn Graham, he's finished runner-up to Graham in 2 of the 3 World Cup events this season. So to get the better of Graham, the Scot, on his own home turf, must be incredibly satisfying for this man.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, all that would have gone through Matthias Schindler's mind this morning is to win this time trial. He won't have been at all bothered the fact that he was beating a home nation rider in Finn. He would have just been trying to go as fast as he possibly could. And you see the average speed for his ride, 44.6 kilometres an hour, and you've seen all the kind of ups and downs on the course and how fast and great that time is.
And good to see the sportsmanship there and the camaraderie between the cyclist. Jaco van Kast congratulating Matthias Schindler.
Single chain ring there for all the cycling experts out there. Choice of some time trialists now to increase aerodynamics and to ultimately make him go a lot faster going uphill, because he doesn't have any other choice.
Well, the perfect marriage of man and machine there for Matthias Schindler, as we move on to the C2 men's time trial. So in theory, these riders have a slightly more severe degree of impairment, or slightly different impairment to the men in the C3 category. Often an amputation, but not always the case. And a lot of these riders have already started. They will have been going off at minute intervals again whilst we watch the end of that C3 race, but nobody in this classification has finished yet. And the big trio at the end there, Loiter, Hicks and Romont, the 3 favourites in this race. And I'd say the 3 favourites by some distance, Barney, as well.
Yes, indeed, yeah. I think it's impossible to kind of see beyond those kind of favourites. Very strong athletes here. You see Darren Hicks, and we can see he's a champion, twice over, and it'd be interesting to see how he goes. He's obviously been on the track as well, so it'd be interesting to see how he switches from the track onto the road, which is something all these athletes will experience at the games next year in Paris.
And visually, for people watching, this will be fascinating watching Darren Hicks. You can see that he had his right leg amputated. That was because of a road accident in 2014, and so you can see his, in fact, this young man, the Swiss athlete, very similar situation. So we can see him pedalling with just that left leg, and his right leg, the stump, is in that socket, if you like, on the side of the bike. And I think the balance is the amazing thing, isn't it, with the one-legged riders, just watching them, not just the momentum, but the balance as well is incredible.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you'll see, particularly on the steeper inclines we see on the races, riders who are pedaling with one leg, not only how fast are they going, but what skill it is to actually, really engage their core and use that one leg to kind of propel themselves as fast as they can.
So this is Roger Bolliger that we were watching there of Switzerland, but we will scoot ahead to the finish. This is the first finisher in this classification, and it's the Briton Matthew Robertson, crossing the line in 23.55. That feels like a good time if you consider that the impairments are going to be less moderate, if you like, in this classification, and you think that Schindler won in 22.50, then actually 23.55 looks a pretty good time for this C2 classification.
Definitely a top 10 time. And it's also interesting, I think, for a lot of the riders who are focusing specifically on the road, as we just see the Polish rider come in now.
Yes, and he's down on Robertson's time, Maciejewski. 25.36, average speed of just a shade under 40 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, so going back to the kind of track road kind of switch over, we'll see in the previous category, we've just seen the winner of Schindler. He's a road specialist, so his total focus on this was the road. Whereas obviously Finn Graham has had to concentrate on the track as well. So you can see the benefit, and it's paid off for Schindler. You know, he's the world champion, albeit by just 2 seconds, but he's still the world champion.
Absolutely. And this man could be very impressive to watch this morning. Evu Vromot of Belgium, world champion in this classification. Canada last year, silver medal at the Tokyo Paralympics, and he also won a World Cup event this season in Magnago in Italy. He briefly tried out to be a swimmer, decided that was, in his own words, a bit too technical at his age, and then came to cycling, which feels like you might have got that the wrong way round, to be honest. Cycling feels pretty technical to me, but at 39 he decided to go on the bike rather than in the pool, and again he has had an amputation there on that right leg. That was down to a tumour in his right leg back in 2012. So Vromot and Hicks, very similar disabilities, and again, as Barney was talking you through, having to really use their upper body. See a great deal of up and down movement there, their upper body and their core, to keep the balance where it needs to be, and also the forward momentum.
Indeed it is, yeah, it's a tricky one. And obviously on the kind of, you know, more gradual climbs and rises, you don't see a huge amount of movement. I'm sure when we get to that steeper rise in the middle point of the course, you're going to see some real kind of difficulty for the guys with one leg.
And we're following here the third of the trio that we think are going to win this race, or sorry, potentially going to win this race. We'll come back to the Frenchman in a moment, as we see at the finish line Diego Castillo of Spain coming across again, and just under a minute away from Matthew Robertson's time that was set by the Briton a few minutes ago.
And you'll see nations with a lot of riders competing in the time trial. This will be to their benefit when we come to the road races, because having teams and being able to rely on teamwork, as a Great Britain team just have showed many times, it's a real advantage. And Spain will have numbers in the time trials, in the road races as well.
It's been a common feature of the races we've seen, not just today but yesterday as well, that cyclists are so tired at the end of the race. They've given it everything. Now this is Alexandre Loiter of France. He won 3 gold medals and a bronze at the Velodrome in Glasgow. He's won 2 of the 3 World Cup time trials this season, and he feels like he could be one of the poster boys of the Paris Paralympics next year, an up-and-coming superstar. He won every single race that he finished last year. There was at least one, I believe, where he didn't finish, but every race he finished, he won. And he got into cycling because of his dad. His father took part in cycling races, and it gave Alexandra the bug, if you like. We're going to come forward here to Ivo Koblasa from Czechia, who's a little bit further down the road. And again, now that all of the riders are out on the course, we'll be able to check their progress as they go through 2 time checks out on the road. One at around about the 12-minute mark, and the second one somewhere around 17 minutes. And we would expect the winners to be finishing in something like 22, 23 minutes, you would have thought.
Definitely.
So Koblasa here came through the first time check running 4. and he's not far away from the second one. As we come up to the finish here, the rider from Peru, in fact there's two riders from Peru, finishing one after the other. I can't quite tell which one's overtaken the other at first glance, but this would be nice if they could cross the line together. Pichiwa and Hilario, in fact, who was the second of the Peruvian riders there to cross the line, goes into third. But it's still Matt Robertson of Great Britain who leads the way at the moment, 23.55. It's almost like they planned that, the two guys from Peru.
Excellent finish by them. If you see the riders in this category, you wonder why in paracycling we have riders with different number colours. The number or the colours correspond with the rider category as well. So when we get onto the road racing, that will also correspond to the helmet colour as well. So black being C2 men category, and you'll see them with black helmets. Not mandatory in time trials, just for the road races with the helmet colour.
Tarek Dahab of Canada crosses in 27.07, only good enough for fifth. And Matt Robertson's time is still there being shot at, but nobody has got ahead of Robertson yet. The riders are going to start coming thick and fast now. We have a Frenchman to come fairly shortly as well, Florian Chapeau, who won the scratch race on the track, and our Peruvian friend very much enjoying himself here in Dumfries.
So we just go back to our first intermediate checkpoint with men's C2 category. We just had Maurice Eckhart from Spain go through 6 seconds faster than Matthew Robertson, so he's on a good ride today.
Chapeau, the scratch race champion in the velodrome, crosses the line here in Dumfries in second in the C2 time trial. He's quite as exhausted as some we've seen coming over the line. It looks like he could carry on for a bit longer if he wanted to. Now as he stops, the old heavy breathing starts. It's amazing, isn't it? As soon as, I imagine, like, we're probably all like that, aren't we? As we're doing the exercise, we're okay, and then as soon as we stop, it's like, glad that's over. Not you, Barney, of course. You would be able to just keep on going.
Not anymore.
So we're back to Loiter, as you can see, 10 kilometres to go for the Frenchman. And it does feel like the winner is going to come from the final three riders out on the course, Loiter, Hicks and Vremont.
Maurice Eckhart, the Spaniard, is a former world champion as well, so I'd be interested to see if he's not always consistent when it comes to the time trial, but for the road event he's always in there and very much there for taking the victory. So it'd be interesting to see how he's going on the course today.
We're back with Eko Blasa, who we're following from Czechia, who came through the second checkpoint in fourth, so he'd moved himself up the leaderboard at that point. But in terms of the racers who have finished across the finish line, it's still Matt Robertson leading the way, a minute up on Chapeau and Arcega Castillo, Spain. So we rejoin Loiter, who will be coming towards the first time check within the next 90 seconds or so, we would imagine. You can see the guide motorbike well out in front, and our camera motorbike just in behind him. So he can just fully focus on the stretch of road immediately in front of him. And we were talking yesterday about how this section of the track out in the countryside must feel quite freeing, actually, just being out there, and you've got open road ahead of you. There are no, what would be the word, sort of road furniture to worry about in the more suburban areas.
Absolutely, yeah, nothing to really worry about other than the kind of slight, you can see the continual elevation changes, and he's just obviously coming up to the the challenging climb in the midsection of the race. He'll make a left turn shortly, and then he'll be onto that climb. So that's where we see kind of the main time difference, who's getting over these climbs the best between intermediate checkpoint 1 and 2. So you'll see who's the best climber by how much they gain between intermediate check 1 and 2, and then about hanging on till the very end of the race.
Well, as you say that, Barney, I'm just looking here that Eckhart Tio, as you mentioned, was 6 seconds up on Matt Robertson at the first time check and is now
4 seconds
just
down.
over 4.5 down on Robertson at the second. So that absolutely backs up your point. And talking of the checkpoints, Loiter should be going through one very shortly. We'll go to Kablasa briefly in that aerodynamic time trial position. And I can tell you that Loiter, Alexandre Loiter, the Frenchman, has gone through the first time check, 31 seconds up on Eckhart Tio. Well, that is a very healthy lead at that first time check, but as we've seen, things can change because of the different terrain, as Barney was saying. Wow, look at this. It's like a team time trial, this. 3 finishers all at once.
I think they're all desperately trying to not be on each other's wheel at the moment.
Well, this is great for the crowd to see 3 riders finishing all together. I don't think any of them have troubled the podium. Of course, one of those riders has caught up the other 2, possibly overtaken 1 or 2 riders further back down on the road as well. They all do start at minute intervals, so it's pretty unusual to see 3 riders coming across the line together like that. I guess some people watching Barney might have seen a lot of these riders. Actually, I can't put a number on it off the top of my head, but a lot of the riders in this race do seem to be single leg amputees.
Yeah.
And wondering why there isn't a specific classification for that disability. I guess there's a couple of reasons for that, one of which being that it's kind of healthier to have larger fields, isn't it? You wouldn't necessarily have lots and lots of riders if you said, okay, this classification is just going to be for single leg amputees.
Yeah, that's right. It's the classification system went through a kind of almost a reset after the games in Beijing. So we started in, I think it was, I'm trying to remember the dates now, 2009, I think we saw the classification change into the C categories. And that's when we tried to, or, you know, the governing body tried to kind of uniform the categories a little bit more. So that's been kind of the idea behind it. And again, that kind of emphasises your point. It's trying to make sure the categories are big enough to then be used at the Paralympic Games as well, because you can't have, you know, odd numbers in small categories at the Games. So there's a lot of kind of complex issues around the numbers and different classification types, and it's down to the classification team to make sure the right riders are in the correct classification.
And also, as the Portuguese rider was showing us there, it's not just as simple as saying all single leg amputees are the same, of course, because they will have different length legs. Even the legs that have been amputated could be below the knee, above the knee, all sorts of different shapes and sizes, so you would still have variation. This is Kablasa out on the road, who is as you can see, he is going to be overtaking, or almost overtaking, the rider up ahead of him, who we will identify in a few moments' time. But Kablasa coming towards the penultimate bend. And that is the number 132. Thank you to the camera operator on the bike for zooming in for me. It's Thibaut Thoman of Belgium that is going to be overtaken. Here's another example of the cyclist here with the right leg, clearly shorter than the left, but up on that higher pedal, and that is some technique, isn't it, from Mirtsyarov of Uzbekistan. Good enough for 9th place as we rejoin Kablasa, who may well overtake Thoman right on the finish line here. It's Kablasa at the back, whose time we're watching. He's a minute outside Robertson, and Kablasa not on the podium. Matt Robertson still in the lead here, and there aren't lots of riders still to come, but we haven't seen the likes of Loiter yet come through intermediate 2. Robertson was the 4th fastest at the first time check, so Robertson in with a shout here of a medal, no doubt about that. Thoman, who was overtaken on the finish line, just struggling a bit there at the end, just really trying to catch his breath. This is tough old stuff out here on the roads of Dumfries. Taking some deep breaths, that's for sure. This is Roger Bolliger of Switzerland, who we are about to see cross the line with that left leg powering away. Into ninth goes the Swiss rider. We're approaching the last half dozen finishers now. So the medals will be decided over the next 10 minutes or so. So we'll take a look at the standings right now. Now these are the times, remember, of the riders who have finished. So Robertson, 23.55. Chapeau, just under a minute down on him, and Archega Castillo just into third. And some pretty big margins behind that top three. But the big hitters still out on the road. And this man in particular looking very strong, the 22-year-old Frenchman, Alexandre Loiter.
And he's just gone through the intermediate checkpoint 2, 47 seconds ahead of Matthew Robertson from Great Britain.
Well, there we go, that is a really healthy lead. And there are two riders behind Loiter, and when I say behind, I mean actually behind on the road, Hicks and Romont.
And they were both down at the first checkpoint on Loiter. Darren Hicks 16 seconds down, and Romont 24 seconds behind him as well. So he's in a clear lead at the moment.
So Loiter, Hicks, Romont feeling like the top three, as we probably could have predicted. Meanwhile, the men's C1 time trial underway as well. Of course, there's an overlapping of the races. We'll concentrate on the C1 race later on. We'll take this C2 race to its conclusion first of all. This is the second of 6 time trials for you this morning, and then another 6 this afternoon. And Barney's wife, Sarah Story, going for world title number 42 this afternoon. She'll be off just after 4 o'clock. But Loiter, with only 3 kilometres to go of this men's C2 race, he has completed 14 of the 17 kilometres. This guy is an absolute superstar. Now this will be interesting, because here's Eckhart Tio of Spain goes into second place, 12 seconds down on Robertson. So Eckhart Tio was one of the dangers to the top 3, I would say. And he's gone into second, so Robertson can feel very pleased with his morning's work, can't he? Keeping Eckhart Tio 12 seconds behind him as things stand. Kawamatsumoto is a couple of minutes down, but the Japanese rider coming across the line now in 26.35. 7th place for the Japanese. And Loiter, as you can see, just beginning to come back into the more suburban areas of Dumfries. He's been out on that countryside loop, and now back into town. So Loiter rapidly approaching the finish. The clock is on 20:25. So Loiter flying along. You can get a real feel for the speed as those fences and house walls go past. Ryan Taylor, the other British rider in this race today, is going to cross the line in 5th place, 24.58. I tell you what, Robertson is going to start getting pretty interested in these finishes now. He is still sitting pretty at the top. We know that the likes of Loiter and Hicks are ahead of him on the time checks.
I think we're just waiting for Vermont from Belgium to come through that intermediate 2 check. So yeah, Robertson, he's just come through now as I say that. So yeah, Robertson is 15 seconds behind Vermont in 3rd. So I think that looks like our top 3. You know, the French, Australian and Belgian rider are podium potentials at the moment.
So you will know by now, having been with us since 10 o'clock hopefully, that Loiter, this is the closing stages of this time trial route as we turn right back into the centre of Dumfries. And 23:55 is the time to beat. It's the Briton Matthew Robertson in the lead at 23:55. Loiter coming over the brow of this little hill, and then he will know that the finish line is not much more than a kilometre away as we just zoom ahead to the finish line. And Papangelis, the Greek athlete here, could well put himself on the podium. He's grimacing, needs a big fast finish here with that right leg pounding the pedals, and it's enough for a place on the podium currently. Papangelis, Nikolaos Papangelis, lots of potential, this young man. He's on the podium as things stand. Giving our camera operator a bit of a scare there, Papangelis. But let's go back to Loiter, coming over the bridge, over the River Nith. He's got a minute in hand to beat Matthew Robertson's time, but he's going to keep his foot on the gas here. He needs to try and finish as quickly as possible and set the best time he possibly can, with Hicks and Vromont further down the road. But this is looking very good for Alexandre Loiter of France. 3 golds and a bronze on the track, and he goes into first place in the road time trial, 23:10. That will take some beating.
Super ride by Loiter. Constantly ahead through intermediate checks 1 and 2. So it'll be interesting to see what how the battle turns out for the silver and bronze on the podium.
Well, this now makes the C2 time trial very clear-cut indeed. Darren Hicks and Evu Vromont are both still out on the track. They were both behind Loiter at the second time check. Hicks was 19, or virtually 20 seconds behind. Vromont 32 seconds behind. But it is perfectly possible for one or both of those riders to have a lightning finish. We'll set this out for you in the graphic. They will know that Loiter has finished in 23:10. That is the time they need to beat. So Robertson just knocked off the top spot for the time being. He's going to have a nervous wait over the next few minutes to see if he can take a medal away from these World Championships. Darren Hicks, the Australian, is going to be the next man to finish. Then it will be Evu Vromont. And I tell you what, the last race was good with Finn Graham and Matthias Schindler. This one is set up for a big finish as well. Darren Hicks not yet across the bridge and into the final straight, so I'm not sure Hicks is going to do this. It feels like Loiter is certainly going to finish ahead of the Australian. Some interesting times as we scroll down that timing leaderboard. There are some athletes in there who perhaps this is their first World Championship, and they will be back in the future. The likes of Arshad Sheikh there of India, for example, and Darren Hicks here is into the finish straight, but the clock is against him, I'm afraid to say, from an Australian point of view. Not by much though, and he should take a medal here. He's going to finish inside Robertson for second place, but 6 seconds down.
Strong finish by Hicks there. An amazing ride to come back from 19 seconds down at that second checkpoint to only 6 seconds at the finish. Proves how fast he is on the flat and the quicker roads.
And Barney, it proves that it can be done, can't it? Overturning a deficit at the end of the race, which brings us nicely onto Evu Vromont, who's out there on the course. I can tell you Vromont's clock is ticking at 21:42 at the moment, so Vromont would need to finish inside the next 90 seconds to win gold. And again, another rider completely exhausted at the end of the race. A bit of cramp there, I think, as well, the way he's gasping for air and stretching that left leg out. It tells you everything you need to know about just how tough this sport is. Look at that from Darren Hicks, the Paralympic champion in this event. He was the world champion back in 2019. He so nearly overturned a big deficit to beat Loiter. So 6 seconds down, Hicks on Loiter. And we've not yet seen Vromont turn into the finish straight. But if we were to get Vromont coming into the finish straight any time now, it would be very, very close indeed. The Belgian, the last man out there on the track. But I think this is Alexander Loiter's world title. We wait for Vromon. He's still out on the road somewhere. He's not turning into the finish straight, and in fact he's about to tick past Loiter's time. So Alexander Loiter, the Frenchman, has done enough, more than enough, with a time of 23:10 to win this C2 time trial ahead of this man, Darren Hicks from Australia. And Vromon has got a fight on his hands to take the bronze medal off Robertson.
I think he'll do it.
Here comes the Belgian. You can see the red clock there. That's how much away he is from Loiter. But I think he is definitely going to beat Robertson for the bronze medal. So it's joy, in some way at least, for Evu Vromon taking a medal at the World Championships, but agony for Matt Robertson, who was the first man out in this time trial, the first finisher. And he set what we said at the time straight away, we said was a very healthy time, Robertson, but sadly for the British athlete, it's only good enough for fourth. And it is the top three we were probably expecting at the start of this race. Loiter, Hicks, Vromon. There you can see the graphic bottom right. Vromon ending up 25 seconds off the Frenchman. That was another good race. We've been treated so far this morning, Barney.
We have indeed. It's been really good to see those kind of differences between the intermediate checkpoints and how we're then ending up with such a close finish at the end. You're seeing differences in how riders are riding the courses, how their legs are faring, whether that's intentional to how they want to ride the course or whether that's their legs telling them they can't. That's what we're seeing. So some really exciting battles we're seeing so far this morning with the time trials.
So let's wrap that all up for you. The C2 time trial, Alexandre Loiter of France, 23:10, superb time. Darren Hicks, an amazing finish from Hicks, but he could only get within 6 seconds of the winner. And then Vromon of Belgium, 25 seconds off Loiter in the end. And as you can see, a truly international field. But as you know, the action doesn't stop. We roll straight on to the men's C1 time trial. And this is the most impaired class of these riders on bicycles, two-wheel bicycles, and some of the adaptations you'll see to the bikes will be pretty impressive, I can tell you that. This is the start list, and again, several of these riders already out on the road. Sam Ruddock, the British rider, I'm sure many of you will have seen his huge celebrations at winning 2 world titles on the track in Glasgow. Weikong Liang of China was also somebody who did very well in the velodrome.
Picking up with Michael Teuber now from Germany.
Yeah, Teuber's quite sensational, isn't he, Barney? He's a superb sportsman.
He is indeed, yeah. I mean, he's been around the sport a long time now. 5 Paralympic gold medals to his name, numerous World Championship medals in the time trial in 2014, 2015, and last year in Canada. So our current defending world champion.
So as you can see, he's only just under 4.5 minutes into this time trial. So early days for the German, but he is the last man out in this race. Other people to look out for here: Ricardo Ten Arguelles, who's just one of those athletes that when you read his CV and what he's achieved and what he's done in sport, you just shake your head in disbelief. We'll see him later on. This is the Uzbekistani rider, 20 minutes 40 into his time trial. He was the 4th man out, so he's not far from the finish line, the Uzbekistani. Kayat Makamadov, these are the first intermediate times that we are getting through. So not all of the riders through that first intermediate yet, so don't read too much into that, but it's Liang from Ruddock and Vieira, the 1, 2, 3 currently. We will see Arguelles later, the Spaniard, but he was a Paralympic champion in swimming in Sydney 2000. So Uzbekistani Kayat Makamadov going along, and you can see there actually, I mean, he's actually a very interesting one in terms of technique and position on the bike, because you can see there his left hip really, or the base of his buttock really on the saddle, rather than in a kind of socket like we've seen some of the riders have earlier.
Yes, indeed. It's down to kind of personal preference and what works with the rider, and particularly with C1 category, it will depend on his category for what type of socket he can use. And he might not have a big enough stump, as you can probably see on his skinsy, to actually go into a socket next to the saddle. So it's all different types of disabilities. I'm sure you're seeing on the screen with all the different types of rider.
So this is Kayak Makamadov. As I said, he was the 4th rider out. The 3rd rider out was Cormac O'Callaghan of Ireland, who I'm afraid to say did actually come off the bike. He had an accident. He was up ahead of the Uzbek, but I'm pleased to say he's getting medical treatment, so we'll update you on him later on. Cormac O'Callaghan. So we switch back to Toiba. Toiba's been the German Disability Sports Person of the Year twice. He's also a Laureus World Sport Awards winner as well. And most relevantly to this morning, he is the world champion, the reigning world champion in this event. So this is one of these sharp bends that we're used to seeing now over the last couple of days. The road races will be on a different course. We head 5 or 10 minutes up the road, and the road race sets out on a completely different loop. They will be on Friday and Saturday over longer distances.
Yeah, so the right-hander you saw Michael take then, it's more than a 90 turn, so you almost come back on yourself. And that was the course where we would have gone left for our 11-kilometre course. So we're out onto on the middle course for this category, 16.9 kilometres.
And you can get a real feel for the speed that Toiba is achieving here as we zoom alongside him. It's very peaceful out there, isn't it? Does it feel, when you're zipping along like this, I mean, I'm sure you can hear, for example, the motorbike behind you, or are you just so in the zone that actually you're just in this kind of slightly strange sort of quiet zone?
You will certainly hear the TV moto. It's quite close there, providing us some amazing shots of the riders and how well they're pedalling. But also with the aero helmets on over the ears, you don't hear as much as you probably think. So it's relatively quiet, and what you can hear is your own breathing, which is almost disconcerting sometimes, because it's the last thing you want to hear is how hard you're breathing yourself. I used to hate it. So yeah, it's interesting kind of what you hear, and you're almost better sometimes hearing a radio, someone talking in your ear, than you are hearing your own breathing.
Now this is that sharp downhill left-hander which the hand cyclist and the tricyclist yesterday were really having to work hard to get round. And
that was using all the road, I think that's called.
Judged to perfection, I'm sure he would tell us.
Yeah. And you can see, because when he came around that corner, there's a slight rise after that left-hander, and you can see he took so much speed into it, he barely slowed down when he went over this little rise, and then he's on another little kind of false flat before it drops away again. So this is what it's all about when you're learning the courses and you're trying to remember every little aspect of the course. It's gaining as much free speed, as we call it, as you can, so you're not having to apply quite as much power, and you can even your power line out. There's a couple of little bumps here as he goes around this left-hander, so yeah, there you go, he's going to the right-hand side.
Yeah, he has done his research and knows exactly where he needs to be. The mental picture of the route in his mind, I'm sure. I can tell you that Aaron Keith, the American rider, has gone through the first time check in 13:40. So that's the quickest time so far, ahead of Liang of China and Sam Ruddock of Great Britain. Feels like we have a finisher coming in here. This is Berthaud, Cyril Berthaud of Belgium, and he is going to set the first time here. So again, a bit like Robertson in the previous race, this will be the time we gauge all the others against for the time being. 28:29, as you would expect, slower than several of the C2 riders, but not too bad. 28:29. I don't think Berthaud will be troubling the podium with that, but a good effort nonetheless. And Zirkle, the Austrian behind him, will be finishing soon. He's well over a minute down on Berthaud, so looks like a bit of cramp as well. This course is really taking it out of everybody. There's no doubt about that.
So we can see our intermediate checkpoint 1, Ricardo Tan, the Spanish rider, has gone through fastest so far, 36 seconds ahead of Aaron Keith. So we're just waiting for Michael Teuber from Germany to go through that first checkpoint to see how close it's going to be between those two riders.
And it's not cold up here. It's actually still pretty muggy out there, isn't it? It's cloudy. There's not much blue sky about, but it's dry. But again, some athletes with certain impairments will struggle more if it was colder, wouldn't they? And so actually these muggy conditions are probably reasonably popular, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed. I'd say this was, well, I think for most athletes, these are good conditions to race in. It's roughly, we'll probably hit a peak of 23 degrees today in terms of temperature. So it's kind of ideal conditions, but you don't have that kind of, you know, sun blazing on top of you, causing you to overheat.
Here is Zirkle, the Austrian, who I mentioned a few moments ago, and you can see the cup, if you like, or the socket that his stump is in on that, well, right-hand side as we look, his left leg.
And you see a lot of riders with headbands on with aero helmets as well now, so they're trying to stop the sweat pouring into their eyes. With the aero helmets, there are no vents in the helmets, so you don't get any kind of wind onto your head. So that this type of sport is not comfortable. It's a hard thing to do and hot to be as aerodynamic as possible.
And we should say really that these cyclists with one leg generally, whether this is reasonable or not, they generally tend to be the cyclists that capture the public's imagination, don't they? You know, you can imagine people at the side of the road or people watching this coverage being amazed that somebody can ride a bike with one leg, let alone competitively in a race like this. Uzbek friend is about to be overtaken by Weikong Liang of China, which is no surprise because look at that time that Liang is about to set. 2 minutes quicker than the previous best. So Liang from China goes across in 26.26. I'm sure that will be a very competitive time. Coming here from Glasgow, where he won 3 medals on the track. Shaharuddin of Malaysia is down on that, but beating Berthaud into second as things stand. So it's no surprise about Liang here doing well. I suspect he won't be top of the tree once everyone has come in, but that is a very competitive time to set, and you can see he's pretty delighted with that through the grimace.
Absolutely, yeah. Liang will be almost certainly in the hunt for medals, if not not quite on the top step of the podium, but certainly in a good fight for bronze with Aaron Keith.
He looks pretty composed at the end, doesn't he? He's not one of those who has had to lay flat out on the ground at the end of the time trial. He's happily walking away.
Indeed, yeah, he's just looking over to his pit area where the Chinese team are based. So just probably waiting for a drink or something to help him feel a little bit better after that time trial.
Here's the hill, which I feel as though we need to give a name to, but this is the little hill that just comes about halfway through the race. And I'm sure it just fills the muscles with lactic acid as they have to get up and over this section. And Teuber, as he went through the first time check, is 14 seconds down on Ten Arquiles of Spain.
Wow. That's a big gap, and I know that Ricardo Tan is a very good climber, so it'd be interesting to see that checkpoint into intermediate 2 after, what can we call it, tractor hill. There's a sign saying tractors up the hill, isn't there? So I think we should call it tractor hill.
Tractor hill, fine, done. I'll get in touch with Dumfries Town Council and get that named. The Argentinian delighted to get over the line. Enjoying his, well, maybe not enjoying, is perhaps not the right word just yet, but he is he's very happy to be here and taking part in this well, thoroughly successful Cycling World Championship so far, it has to be said. I think the integration of the para events has worked tremendously well, both at the velodrome, and now it's great to see them being given a high profile here in Dumfries. So Toiber has a bit of work to do. He is 14 seconds down on Ten Achilles at the first time check, as you can see at the top of that list of graphics. So Toiber not through the second time check yet, or in fact Ten Achilles either.
And of course the other important factor to bear in mind with some of these intermediate checks is the difference in how the riders will be able to approach this downhill. So the difference between Toiber and Ricardo Tan in terms of their disability, and how one might be faster on the downhill because they have better access to brakes. So there's a load of different other aspects to kind of compare when you're dealing with different disabilities on a course like this as well.
And we have seen riders in previous races just having a much quicker finishing section than their start. Is a very popular figure, Sam Ruddock. You will have seen those images of his celebrations in the velodrome, I'm sure. Used to be a shot putter in athletics and goes into second place as things stand. There will not be many athletes around the world who are a record holder in shot put and a kilometre time trial at the same time.
Pretty impressive record, really. I think you're absolutely right, Andy. I don't think there'll be anyone in the world that feature on those record books.
And he is done. He's quite literally having to be held up on the bike. Oh, look at that. Absolute exhaustion from Sam Ruddock. He's got a team member there to look after him. He'll be all right, I'm sure, in a few moments' time. He's taken some deep breaths and been able to stretch out those muscles. So 42 seconds down on Liang. There's the British rider.
I think this is a really good example with elite athletes within parasport. It's very often kind of we see the winner, celebrating and so very happy. But this is kind of day in, day out in elite sport, what you're seeing on the screen at the moment. And this is what all these athletes will have been in or been doing for the last 12 months to prepare for this event. And ultimately, that's what makes them the best athletes they are, is to be able to commit to what they do and go as hard and as deep as they do, as we just pick up with Michael Toiber. Hopefully coming through this intermediate 2 checkpoint. He just has. So he's 10 seconds behind Ricardo Tan from Spain. So it's going to be a really interesting battle, that final few kilometres coming into Dumfries now.
So Toiber has closed the gap slightly, hasn't he, between the 2 time checks, but still lots of work to do. Haitham El Amroui of Morocco comes across in 7th, and there's another finisher close up behind him, who will be Pierre Senska.
More of a road race specialist is Pierre Senska. You can guarantee if it's coming into a sprint finish with quite a few of these riders in the C1 category, Pierre Senska is the one rider they all want to be sat on for the finish.
I think the next finisher we're going to see is Aaron Keith of America, 52 years old, and he is putting together a very good time. We are heading towards the final 3 finishers who should fight it out between themselves for the medals here, but as things stand, it's still Liang of China who leads the way. 26:26 the time to beat to win this world title. Worth saying as well, we've still got 3 women's time trials to come for you this morning. But here's where we are in the men's C1 time trial. Liang, followed by Sam Ruddock, then Pierre Senska went into 3rd just now. But the 3 big hitters still to come. Cormac O'Callaghan down there didn't finish. We'll go back to Toiber, who needs to have a rapid finish here if he wants to win this World Championship title. 10 seconds down on Ricardo Ten, the Spaniard, at the 2nd time check. But not far to go now. Feels like the winning time is going to be somewhere in the high 25 minutes, perhaps low 26s. Aaron Keith, the American, hasn't been seen yet in the finish straight, but I'm sure Keith is going to go into the lead as and when he gets to us. Just beginning to come back into the town of Dumfries now, Toiber, and we've seen this group of supporters over the last day or two. It's great to be out in their driveway or maybe their back garden and cheering on the riders. That's great to see, and lots of children there as well, being impressed and inspired by these paracyclists. So Toiber fully in his rhythm now, and maybe knows that he needs to pick up the pace. Here is Aaron Keith wearing the red, white and blue of America, and Keith is sure to go into the lead here. This could guarantee him a medal, maybe even better than just a medal. He actually slowed up just a fraction before the finish line there, which who knows, that could cost him. You never know, but 37 seconds better than Wei Kong Liang. So Aaron Keith, who was the silver medalist at both the World Championships last year and the Paralympics in Tokyo, won his home time trial in Huntsville, Alabama in May. Why would he have slowed down there at the end?
I'm not entirely sure. Putting my coach's hat on,
yes, please do.
I'm seeing a lot of riders stop pedalling before they go over the line. So if I was their coach, I would be saying to them, whatever you do, you pedal through the line. You must not stop before the line. Just hear the Brazilian rider come through now, Gomez Soares, in 8th position, 2 minutes 47 seconds behind.
So I think I'm right in saying that we now do only have Riccardo Ten and Michael Toiber out on the track. Might be one or two slower riders in between them to finish, but I think this is our Spaniard. This is Riccardo Ten, so this is pretty crucial. He is going to be our new leader, Riccardo Ten Arguelles of Spain, and he smashes the time of Aaron Keith, nearly 46 seconds ahead of Keith. And you can see Riccardo Ten here. He's a well-known figure in paracycling, and that's him. That's him crying out. Goodness me.
Brings a whole new meaning of pain, this end of race situation Riccardo Ten is in, doesn't it?
He is a Paralympic champion in swimming at Sydney 2000, in Beijing in 2008 and London 2012. He only took up cycling in 2017, and his disability was acquired in an awful manner. He touched power lines when he was 8 years old, and you can see there it resulted in his arms and his left leg being amputated, and he is completely out there, isn't he? Will feel a bit better in a few moments if he goes on to win this world title. 25:04 is a superb time for 17 kilometres, and here is the only man who can beat him, rejoining Michael Toiber, the German, coming into the closing stages of the time trial himself. And Riccardo Ten has been ahead at all of the time checks. Will he be ahead at the finish as well? This is going to be very, very close. Really close as Toiber comes over the bridge.
Yeah, I think Riccardo Ten's going to do this, but like you say, it's going to be very close within a few seconds at the end.
Into the right-hand bend, there's only about 150 metres to go here as he passes the bus stops on his right-hand side. I think you're right, Barney. This is the Spaniard's world title. The time has ticked away from Toiber. He's giving it everything. He'll keep going and he'll take the silver medal, but he's 6 seconds slower than Riccardo Ten.
Wow, close.
And I wonder if Riccardo Ten is still on the floor, because he will know now, maybe, or in a few moments' time, that he's done enough to win the world title. Yes, you can see the Spanish team up ahead clapping. So Riccardo Ten will know he has won the race, and this man Toiber in second, 6 seconds behind the Spaniard. Wow. I mean, the writing was on the wall for Toiber at the intermediate checks, wasn't it? Ricardo 10 was ahead at each of them, but we did wonder if Toiber would find a fantastic finish.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, I think with Michael Toiber, you can see the differences in the disability as well, where Michael Toiber was able to get out of the saddle on a few of the different kind of turns and corners, which had given him a little bit more time. But Ricardo 10, he's got a huge amount of power and an amazing ride.
Well, that's brilliant to see, isn't it? First of all, that Ricardo 10 is back up on his bike. He still looks exhausted, but he's not in as bad a way as he was a few moments ago. Winning helps, of course, doesn't it?
It does.
But it's nice to see Toiber going to congratulate him and meeting with the rest of his Spanish teammates. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Team manager there, Felix. We're very, very proud of him.
47 years old. So Ricardo 10.
He's still in a lot of pain, isn't he?
I mean, they're fantastic images, though, aren't they, really? He was, I say only, but only bronze medalist at the World Championships last year. And Ricardo 10 wins by 6 seconds from Michael Toiber, and Aaron Keith of America takes the bronze. So we are straight into the women's time trials now this morning for you, starting with the C3. Only a field of 10 athletes in this, and this is a classification that is dominated really by 3 riders. Clara Brown of America, Anna Beck of Sweden. You can see there the 2 last round riders to go out, and then the third one is Jamie Whitmore of America. Between the 3 of them, they've been dominant at the World Cup events this season.
I was just picking up on this. Clara Brown's actually she's a DNS, so she's not starting the time trial today. So that's a surprise. You know, based on a level of success in the past. Why? You know, we'll try and find out why she's not starting the time trial today.
Well, the other thing about that is interesting is that if I click on the right page, Noah Middelstedt, the American rider, was also a DNS, didn't start the men's C3 time trial this morning, and those 2 are a couple. They live together back in the States, and in fact, I'm pretty sure Middelstedt is Clara Brown's coach as well, so partner and coach, and both of them have not started their races today. So that is a little bit mysterious.
Which might explain, I saw the American team manager wanted to talk to the Commissar president here this morning, so that might explain why he wanted to have a chat with him to explain about the perhaps illness that they both have and why they're not able to start today.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at that in a moment. This is the Japanese rider, Keiko Sugiura, Paralympic champion in her home country of Japan, and Anna Beck, who now I guess has to be favourite for this event with no Clara Brown involved. Beck was the silver medalist in Tokyo and has won all of the time trials at the World Cups this season in this classification. I'm going to do a bit of detective work here to try and find out what's happened to our 2 American riders, but for the time being, Sugiura is coming through the line. And the Japanese rider should have a decent chance at a medal herself.
Just coming into the finish now is Sugiura. And looking strong, you can see the effort she's made into the finish here. She's giving it absolutely everything. Crosses the line in 26 minutes and 59 seconds for our leading time at the moment.
That feels like it's going to be a good time, doesn't it? In women's C3 riding, an average of nearly 38 kilometres an hour. I have to say, it will give the other riders in this classification a boost to know that one of the main medal contenders is not starting. So we're down to, what are we, nine riders in this classification now, and Sugiura is the first to finish. One or 2 of the other contenders here: Rachel Timothy of Ireland, Paige Greco of Australia, won the bronze at both the Worlds and the Paralympics. But we are back to Anna Beck of Sweden, 43 years old. And this is track to hill, isn't it?
It
She's
is.
going up track to hill. If you're coming to Dumfries, don't be putting track to hill into your map to try and find where it is. Jamie Whitmore of America is a couple of riders in front of Anna Beck, a former triathlete. Whitmore has twin boys as well, does Jamie Whitmore, the American. Now the only American in this race. And Beck just making her way up to the brow of the hill.
Strong climb up this hill for Beck. You can see she stayed in what looks like a big chain ring. And yeah, she's really motoring now, getting into right back up to speed on the descent here as well.
Coming into the finish shortly will be Amanda de Paiva of Brazil. We'll have Mel Pemble of Canada finishing shortly as well. And actually we do have a Chinese racer in this contest as well. Wang, who is the only rider to have broken the dominance of Beck and Brown and Whitmore at the World Cups this season. Wang took a bronze in the Italian event back in April. As Beck navigates a couple of these sharpish turns out in the countryside. This was a replay of Sugiura coming across the finish line. 26:59 was the time she set, so that's the time that they all have to be. And I think actually the Chinese rider Wang is going to be joining us shortly near the finish. I can see her in the distance, and Wang has overtaken at least two riders here, I think, and this could be close. Xiaomei Wang of China takes the lead by just under 8 seconds, 26:51. So it's China 1, Japan 2. They're the only two finishers so far. So Antunes of Brazil and Mel Pemble of Canada have been overtaken by the Chinese rider.
So Wang has had an excellent climb up our aptly named track to hill because she was actually down on Sugiura first intermediate checkpoint, but then brought it back towards the finish. So an amazing, consistent and strong ride by Wang from China.
And not the first cyclist who has been out of breath, to put it mildly, at the end of these time trials. 17 kilometres flat out. No other cyclists in view at the finish line yet, so they are a long way down the track, Antunes de Paiva and Mel Pemble. So we'll rejoin Anna Beck.
Glasgow and across Scotland. How wonderful to have the paracycling event taking place here in Dumfries and Galloway. Just over an hour's time until our first medal ceremony.
And Anna Beck coming back into town. You can see 19 minutes her clock, and the interesting thing here is, Barney, is that Anna Beck wasn't on the top page at the first time check.
No, I think we're missing some times off that time check. I looking at the speed and the way she's going, I fully expect her to be here. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
3 minutes inside intermediate two. Yeah,
3 seconds. 3 seconds inside, I think that was.
3 seconds, yeah, that's right. Yeah, our screen is just frozen here, but Beck the quickest out there on the road, as we would have expected, so that's a little mystery solved. We've got two riders in quick succession finishing here, which isn't a surprise given that Mel Pemble here has been overtaken by Wang. She herself has overtaken Greco Page. So Pemble comes across in third. Page then beats her, of course, sorry, yes, Page overtaking Pemble nearly at the finish line, the other way round. So it's Wang, Sugiura, and then Greco, 1, 2, 3. And it is all setting up nicely here for Anna Beck, the Swede, you would think.
So just find out a little bit more information why Brown was a non-starter in the time trial today. Evidently, there's a bit of illness going around the US team at the moment. So there are 3 riders currently out today who were supposed to start today. So that's the reason we're not seeing her start in the time trial today. So fingers crossed, there all 3 of those riders are back for the road race in the next couple of days.
Well, that's a real shame, isn't it, for the American riders? The reason I'm smiling, Barney, is as you were telling me that and our viewers that, I was sending a WhatsApp to you saying, do we know what's happened to? So you were answering me as I pressed send. So thank you for that. This is the Brazilian coming across way down on the timings in 5th place, 31.55. So we are getting into the last couple of riders now. We'll be seeing Rachel Timothy of Ireland shortly, I imagine, and then Jamie Whitmore of the USA. Aniek van den Asten of the Netherlands as well, who's still out there on the track, but it does feel as though this is all being set up for Anna Beck to take this women's C3 time trial.
I think we're certainly going to have another very close race at the end of this, aren't we?
Yes, because currently there's not much in it between Beck and Sugiura. And Sugiura ended up 7 seconds, nearly 8 seconds behind Wang at the finish line. So this could be one of those races where one of the earlier riders does take the title, which Barney will be hoping history repeats itself later when his wife Sarah Story races later on at 4 o'clock, looking for world title number 42. Still got 2 more time trials to come for you this morning, or before the end of lunchtime, shall I say, as Beck here is catching up with, I think that must be Van den Asten of the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken. That's the right. Dutch outfit, and wearing 737. So, I mean, that's a sign of how quickly Beck is going, that she is overtaking the rider who was a minute up the road from her at the start. And this could be a victory for the 43-year-old Swede, but she needs to keep going at full pelt here, with the Chinese and Japanese athletes setting good times at the finish. So past the Dutch rider goes Beck. And we will see Whitmore here, the American, mother of twin boys, former triathlete. Whitmore is not going to take the gold today, but she should slot herself in to 3rd place. And another finisher behind Whitmore in quick fashion must be Rachel Timothy of Ireland. And Rachel Timothy comes across in 5th place, 29.34. So it is only Van den Asten and Beck who are still out on the road, and we've seen Beck overtake Van den Asten, so we know that the Dutch lady not in contention, but Beck very much in contention. So Anna Beck will be the next rider that we see cross the finish line, and she can't be that far away. And we rejoin the Swede. And there we can see the floodlights of the football stadium, and they tell you that we are back into the town centre here, 26.51.
So she's got about 2.5 minutes now to get back to the finish and cross the finish line. On a very close race, we know it is, with Wang and Sugiura from Japan.
And I suspect that she has the time that she needs here, Beck, to get through this last suburban road and back into the town centre. And then she'll see the river and the bridge that she needs to cross to get back into the finish line area. 24.50, so she needs to finish in the next 2 minutes, and I think she's going to do so. Not lots of time to play with, but I think 2 minutes is enough to get back to the finish line from where she is now, as she turns right at the roundabout and into this stretch of road, which will take her down to the left-hand bend and over the River Nith towards the finish line. It's an intriguing one, this, isn't it?
It
feels like she's got enough time, but she needs to keep going at full speed here. The Swede does Anna Beck, 43 years old, silver medalist in Tokyo.
Lovely shot of a highly waxed chain there. We'll go into that later. A lot more detail with that one.
Can't wait for that, Barney, I'll be honest. So she has just over a minute now to get to the finish line. I think Anna Beck's going to be okay. And she will know, I'm sure, the time she needs to beat. And this is where the practice runs will come in handy. She's going to come over the river here. 26 minutes, she's got 50 seconds to play with, and I think she's going to be fine here. The Swede turns into the finish straight. She'll be able to see the finish line ahead of her. Head down, and she will know. We can see her out of the commentary box window now. She will know that she has this. The world title will be Anna Beck's of Sweden. She comes across with nearly 30 seconds to spare in the finish. 26.22. An average speed of 38.7 kilometres an hour. And does she know yet that she has won? I'm sure she does. Again, another rider who looks exhausted at the finish. But she was the form rider anyway. Okay, Clara Brown has not been able to start today because of illness, but Beck has beaten Brown in all 3 World Cup events this season anyway. It may not have made much difference, but Anna Beck is the world champion in the C3 time trial.
An amazing race. You could call that dominant ride, I think, with the 30-second advantage over Wang and Sugiura from Japan as well.
Yeah, that was a brilliant performance by Anna Beck, who is just beginning to take it all in now, I think. And this is the last rider. We saw Beck overtake Van den Assen out on the road. So the Dutch rider finishes. And at just after 12 o'clock noon local time, Anna Beck is the new world champion by nearly 30 seconds in the end, and then Sugiura of Japan 37 seconds behind Beck. So Beck, Wang, Sugiura, your top 3. Confirmation of the Swedes' victory. So as I mentioned, Clara Brown, who was one of the pre-race favourites, didn't start, but that was a formidable performance by Beck anyway. Clara Brown would have found it difficult to beat 26.22, I would imagine. Xiaomei Wang in second. Keiko Sugiura of Japan takes the bronze. And I wonder if is that a moment where she's discovered that she's won? Yep. Or is it just where it sort of sinks in that she's won and she has stopped breathing so heavily?
I think in those situations you breathe in so hard and it's very difficult to process anything anyone is saying to you. So someone might have just said to her, you've just won. But she's still breathing so hard she doesn't actually realise she has. But I can tell you now, she definitely knows she's won now.
There's definitely an element of surprise in that reaction, isn't there? So I think that was her being told. She's just, as you say, getting the kind of physical recovery out of the way first and then working out where she is in the pecking order. And I guess she would have also thought that there's still a rider to finish as well. But again, good sportsmanship between riders of different nationalities. And that will feel really good to her, having won all of the World Cup events this season, to sort of follow that through right to the end in the big one at the World Championships. Will be so satisfying, Barney.
Absolutely, yeah. I think having the victories she's had in the World Cup and then now at the World Championships, it's amazing.
So no time to take a breath, because we're into the women's C2 time trial now. 15 riders in this one. And again, the 3 overwhelming favourites are the final 3 riders to go out. So you can see the 1 to 10 there. But actually it's Schrager who doesn't start for Great Britain, but then Wriggling and Houseburger are the 2 favourites really from Switzerland and Germany respectively, and I'm sure this is going to be a shootout between Wriggling and Houseburger.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think after the crash that Schrager had in the track event, that will certainly have played a part in her ability to be able to start these road events. So she won't start in the time trial today, but we've got our fingers crossed for her. She can start in the road race.
It's a shame for the British crowd that Schrager can't race today. She's won all 3 of the World Cup time trials this season. 2 podiums at the Velodrome earlier in the week. But as Barney says, hopefully we'll see Daphne Schrager from a British point of view in the road race. But this is Florina Wriggling, who won 2 gold medals in the Velodrome and silver in this event at the World Championships in Canada last year. And we've spoken about some of the French athletes looking forward to Paris 2024 in the Paralympics. Well, Wriggling, of course, will be looking forward to that, but also then next year's Cycling World Championships in Zurich in Switzerland in September.
Yes, indeed. Just coming up to this left-hander here, quite a fast approach to this downhill, so she'll be getting around this as quick as she possibly can to keep her speed going as well. You see with Wriggling now, her feet on the pedals, and they're not in what we call a normal pedal position. So it's interesting to see that how she's pedaling and you know the adaptations made to her bike for that purpose.
So Wriggling flying along, and here's her big rival. We can go and join Houseburger on the road as well. 28 years old, gold and a silver on the track, but actually Houseburger's strengths lie here on the road. She was a former track and field athlete, switched to cycling in 2017 because there were a few niggling injury problems that were troubling her athletics career. She is the reigning world champion in both the time trial and the road race in this classification. Some of the earlier riders have gone through time checks. Millie Cass, or Amelia Cass, to give her full name, is currently leading after the first time check, and she's the first woman through the second time check. But that will all change as these big players reach those distance markers. One or two other athletes to mention who have got a real chance at the podium at least today, especially with Daphne Schrager not in the equation. Alison Jones of America. Munavar Flores of Colombia is another who will fancy her chances of a medal. And actually, Alison Jones has been 3rd in all of the World Cup time trials this season. It's funny enough, in this classification, all 3 World Cup time trials have been Schrager, Wriggling, Jones. 1, 2, 3.
And Jones also a Winter Paralympian as well. She's been around a long time. I hope she doesn't mind me saying that. And achieved multiple success in summer and winter sports.
It is remarkable, Barney, isn't it, how many of these paracyclists do also do cross-country skiing, biathlon, and some of those winter sports. I think we saw it a lot with a hand cyclist yesterday, didn't we, because of the upper body strength, and I suppose ultimately doing something like cross-country skiing in a sit ski is not that far removed from being in a hand cycle.
No, indeed, there is a lot of crossover, and I think also, you know, depending on where some of these athletes live, it's, you know, perhaps used as a form of cross-training that gets completely out of control and then turns into their summer sport. So, yeah, it's interesting to see, and, yeah, here we go with Millie Cass coming into the finish.
Yeah, Amelia or Millie Cass coming across in a time of what looks to be something around 28:20, maybe 28:25.
Especially, of course.
So over she comes, 28:24 in the end. So she sets the bar, the psychology graduate from Great Britain. I think I'm right in saying, Barney, she's been reclassified as well from C3 to C2.
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
So Millie Cass can have a couple of minutes at least enjoying seeing her name up on the scoreboard, and we'll see where that puts her as everything plays out. And I'm sure that Daphne Schrager would have been willing Cass on to do as well as she possibly could for Great Britain today in Schrager's absence.
Yes, indeed. It's I think when you get to championships like this, it's always interesting for the and you know, and encouraging, you know, the same nation, you want your colleagues to do well as well. And it's all about, well, it can as well be about the points qualification for the Paralympic Games as well, which this World Championship does carry points for that qualification. Let's rejoin Wriggling again.
Yeah, Wriggling, not doing too much wriggling. She looks pretty stationary and stable on the bike. She is going to be approaching the first time check shortly. The fastest so far through the first time check was Millie Cass, the Great Britain, in 14:52. So you'd expect Wriggling to pass that now, which she does. It looked to be something around a minute quicker. 59 seconds quicker for Wriggling than Cass, so that just shows you how dominant Wriggling and probably Houseburger to follow her could be in this race. 26-year-old Swiss rider.
This is the final left-hander now, back onto the, after she's, we're just coming up now. Yeah, and you can see her just start to climb again now.
A reminder that we also have the women's C1 time trial to come after this. That C1 race is underway. The riders are out on track for that one. There are only 5 riders in that, so we will get to that at the end of this C2 event. Here's Houseburger, and I think it will be fascinating when Houseburger goes through that first time check, which can't be far away for her either. Wriggling's time, the first time check's 13:53. Houseburger currently running at 13 dead, so she can't be far away from the time check, and this will give us a sense of who's likely to be winning gold and who's likely to be winning silver, I think, because I suspect that it will be between these two. It's funny, isn't it, Barney? The weather has been exactly the same, I would say, across both days. It's been, you wouldn't say it's gloomy at all, it's actually reasonably bright, but it's been cloudy skies. We've not had much blue sky, but the crucial thing is we've not had any rain so far.
No, I think consistency is the key with it, particularly with the time trial, because there are so many kind of factors and variations you get with road racing that with the time trial everyone has the same conditions. There's a slight change of wind even from this morning to this afternoon. So you see a bit more of a crosswind coming back into Dumfries for this afternoon on that final approach road. And again, on the flip side of that, a bit more of a crosswind on the way out as well.
The first time check is coming up here on the left-hand side, and Houseburger is down on Wriggling. Well, she's about to be down. We'll see the time come up on the screen, I'm sure. But Wriggling went through in 13:51. And Houseburger is 22 seconds off the Swiss rider. So it's Wriggling in first, Houseburger second, and Cass, the Briton, in third as things stand at that first time check. A long way to go, of course, for everyone.
So Wriggling have just gone over the top of our hill, tractor hill, and just making her way on the descent now. So this tricky descent before she then gets onto the left-hander back on the road, back into Dumfries.
So it feels like it is going to be between these two. Cass would be delighted to get a bronze medal.
Indeed.
And just a reminder that Daphne Schrager not starting this race because of the accident problem she had in the velodrome at the end of the track cycling. But as Barney says, we hope that Schrager will be back for the road race in a couple of days' time. It's a huge blow to Schrager, just personally having won all of the World Cup time trials. This will be a bitter pill to swallow, not being here now today.
Indeed it will. I think when you're looking at kind of season goals for riders, you want to be at the best races of the year, and this is the biggest race of the year for the paracyclists. So she'll be wanting to compete at this. She'll be devastated she won't be taking the start today. Nice bit of
safe line, safe line there, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice bit of descending from Wriggling. I'm sure she'll have communication from her team car behind to just give her the time checks. And I think in those situations where you have a clear lead, you don't have to take huge amounts of risk to gain a second on a corner when you can carry on gaining time on the other parts of the course. So it's a very kind of logical process that these riders will be going through, and I'm sure she'll have one of my old tandem pilots I used to race against, Torsten Goliath, probably in her ear telling her how she's getting on as well.
Somebody started a party here on the finish line. I feel like we're in a nightclub all of a sudden. Houseburger just going up this tough hill. You can see just the legs having to pump extra hard. And she's already down on the time, so she can't hang about here on this hill. Needs to get to the brow as soon as she can. As you said yesterday, Barney, actually it's not just a case of getting to the brow and then going, oh, okay, that's over. You need to just get the momentum going again, don't you?
Yeah, so you can just see that just quick change into the big chainring again, and then she's back up to speed. Oh, puncture.
Now puncture is this for
Wriggling. Oh no, puncture for Wriggling.
Goodness me, well this makes things interesting. Wriggling's advantage at the first time check was only 22 seconds.
This is a really slow change. So because she's got disc brakes on the back, it's a 6mm Allen key to undo this axle really quickly, take the whole axle out, take the wheel out, change the wheel and put it back in again. Not quite as quick as the standard brakes and the quick release, but it's quite a slow change. They need to be quicker than this to keep her in chance of winning this event.
Oh no, and it's a different type of wheel that's gone on as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear, this is a nightmare for Wriggling, who was just going along so smoothly. We don't think she's come off the road at all. We think that is just an unlucky
puncture, yeah.
And it's going to take her a while to get back up to speed as well. So that could change everything. I'm sure it will change everything, because she's coming up to the second time checkpoint. Millie Cass went through the second checkpoint in 2042.
That's probably around about a minute lost on that puncture there for Wriggling from Switzerland.
That's Hernandez of Mexico. Sorry, Ramirez of Colombia. Sorry, finishing down the order. And I wonder if somebody's told Houseburger what's happened to Wriggling up ahead and how that might change her approach. I guess she might be trying to work it out in her head as to whether this means that Houseburger can take things a little bit safer. This is Hernandez of Mexico coming across the line. And things are interesting for Amelia Cass here, all of a sudden.
Yeah, so Wriggling has just gone through that second intermediate time check, and she still has 18 seconds in hand on Amelia Cass. So it'd be interesting to see, because she's managed to, Cass was 59 seconds behind her at intermediate 1, so she lost 45 seconds roughly on that change. So it's going to be very close, I think, by the time we get to the finish, with our German rider out on the course, Houseburger.
Two finishers coming across the line in quick succession, Marcinka of Austria, and then the other Mexican rider also coming across the line. That is, in fact, that's Ramirez, the other Mexican rider, who I think was overtaken by Hernandez. These riders all well out of contention for the title. Christelle Ribaud of France on the left-hand side, and Sarah Ellington of New Zealand on the right in the all-black outfit, and New Zealand the quicker of these two, about to overtake Ribaud, and that's enough for Sarah Ellington to go into second place, so still behind Millie Cass. And I'm just looking, there's 1, 2, I think we've only got about 4 riders to go here, and none of them are featuring until you get to Wriggling and Houseburger in the race for the overall title. So Millie Cass sitting pretty here at the top of the leaderboard as we get the time check from Houseburger.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's turned the race on its head. That puncture for Wriggling, so Houseburger now has 21 seconds advantage over Wriggling. So it's now down to Wriggling to see what she can get back on this final run into 21 seconds. She's worse off against Houseburger now from Germany.
So that's turned around completely, hasn't it, because of the puncture? Because Houseburger, I think, was about 20 seconds behind Wriggling, wasn't she, at the first time check? Now 20 seconds ahead, so you can see the puncture has cost Wriggling a good 40, maybe 45 seconds or more. So she's got the replacement wheel on, and she's got to go like absolute lightning now. From a neutral point of view, this sets up the race fantastically well.
It does, and on the fastest part of the course, she's not got a disc wheel on the back of the bike now, so that'll be a disadvantage to her as well.
Munivar Flores of Colombia comes across the line in second. So the finishers are getting thinner and thinner. Alison Jones of America will be next, and then it's only Wriggling and Houseburger to go. So Millie Cass is on the verge here of a World Championship medal, having gone out first and set the time of 28:24. We've got Custodia of Brazil to still come in as well, but she's a long way down on the timings. But let's get back to Wriggling. I mean, she was going to be going at full pelt anyway, but because of that puncture, she somehow needs to find something extra on top of that. Can you kind of take it into an extra gear? You know, if you're already going at full speed, there's not a great deal you can do, is there?
No, there isn't. I think she will gain time on Houseburger at the finish, but it's how much time is she going to gain? It's going to be incredibly close. I think we could come down to a few seconds, the difference between the two at the end, which is exciting for us to watch, but will be devastating for Wriggling if she's on the wrong side of that.
We have had some great races this morning. There's still the women's C1 to come before we finish this session. As Custodia de Silva, with the prosthetic leg on the left as we look there, comes towards the finish line, getting a rousing reception from the crowd. She crosses in 33.30 for 6th place. So we do now only have Alison Jones of America, Florina Wriggling and Maike Houseburger of Germany to finish. Alison Jones a little bit closer to Cass's time, but she's not going to beat it either. So Jones crosses the line, good enough for second at the moment. It means that Millie Cass of Great Britain will win a medal here, because there are only 2 riders to finish. Jones has given herself a squeak of a chance of getting silver or bronze, but you would think that both Wriggling and Houseburger will beat her. But will they beat Millie Cass? Wriggling again coming into this familiar section with the left-hand bend. And I guess this is where like the mental side of the sport comes into play. She'll be so frustrated with that puncture, and she'll know that there was nothing that she could have done about it. We don't think she went off the road at all.
No.
You have to put it out of your mind though, Barney, don't you? And just get on with things.
You certainly do, and I think sometimes, I mean, in these situations, it's obviously sometimes easier to change bikes, but I think with the lower classes, it's not always as straightforward as changing bikes. That wouldn't necessarily be the quickest thing to do. So I'm sure as a team, they'll look at that again after the race is finished and think, well, what could we have done differently? Could we have just changed bikes? Could we have done something differently? So it's a real shame when you have that kind of luck that takes away the real kind of racing aspect of the race.
Just take a look at the intermediate times on the right hand side. Intermediate 2 is the one to look at because that was the most recent time check. So Houseburger at that point led Wriggling by just over 21 seconds, and then Cass another 19 seconds behind Wriggling. So that was after the puncture, so the puncture had happened by that point. So you would think that Wriggling will have enough in the tank to beat Cass, but it will then all come down to Houseburger at the finish. Wriggling speeding along, trying to finish as fast as she possibly can, because she knows that every second is going to be vital here as she tries for this C2 time trial victory that she so desperately wants. It'll be agonising. I'm just reminding myself that Wriggling has finished in 2nd place at all 3 World Cup events this season, 2nd place at the last World Championships. She might be heading for 2nd place again here. She did win 2 gold medals in the velodrome, which is some consolation. It does feel like Wriggling is going to beat Amelia Cass's time at the finish line. You can see there she's got a minute in hand, so there's going to be no problem with Wriggling beating Cass. But it will all come down to the German behind her on the road. Wriggling, head down, legs pumping. She crosses the line in 27.38.58, a 45-second advantage over Cass. So Wriggling currently leading, Cass in 2nd. And it will all come down to Houseburger. And if Houseburger wins, but wins by anything between, I don't know, 20 and 50 seconds, it will show you that Wriggling's puncture was the determining factor.
I don't think it's going to be enough that she's been able to pull out in those final few kilometres, Wriggling, that she'll have enough time over the German Houseburger.
Wriggling looks over her shoulder. She knows that Houseburger is due to finish at any moment. Well, now this is interesting. So 27:38 was Wriggling's winning time.
This is going to be really close.
I think this will be. We're trying to kind of judge it on previous races, and as we pass certain landmarks along this street, you're trying to work out how much time she needs to get to the finish line. So 27:38 is the time she needs to beat. This is Maike Houseburger, the 28-year-old from Germany. There's the comparison. I think she's going to be okay. Coming round this left-hand bend. Needs to stay upright, of course. Over the bridge. It's still a little bit up for grabs, you know. She's got about 250 metres to go at this point, but I think she is going to win it. Comes round the right-hand bend, the final bend into the finish straight, and she can see the finish line ahead of her. And Maike Houseburger is going to become the world champion here. She's got 20 seconds in her pocket here on Wriggling. And Houseburger goes for the finish line and wins by 15 seconds in the end, 27:23. And I'm taking nothing away from Maike Houseburger, but the puncture from Wriggling was crucial. I wonder if Houseburger knows that Wriggling had a puncture, but it doesn't matter. I mean, either way, Houseburger has won. And that is sport, the German winning. Oh, and Wriggling. Oh, Wriggling's so upset. And look at that from Houseburger. That's so nice. Houseburger has just crossed the line and become world champion, but the first thing she does is console the runner-up.
Moments in sport like this you never expect and you never want to see, but it just goes to show how amazing these competitors are and how well-wishing they are of their opponents as well.
Well, it's such good sportsmanship from Houseburger when really she could be forgiven for celebrating her own win at this point, but her first thought was for her opponent. And Wriggling, well, it's maybe a bit sort of easy for me to say, but Wriggling will be back in her own country next year at the World Championships in Zurich. And I think it's important for Houseburger to have a moment here to herself to enjoy that victory, isn't it? She has won regardless of the circumstances. Her biggest rival having a puncture out there, that's not her fault, and she did what she had to do.
Yes, indeed, you can only race against who's there and what's happened, and I think for Houseburger, she should be very proud of her ride today. She's the world champion.
So now she has a few moments to enjoy the fact that she has won a gold and a silver in the Glasgow Velodrome, but we know that her real strength lies here in these road events. And she has followed up her win at the World Championship last year by defending her title. 15 seconds ahead of Wriggling in the end, and Amelia Cass of Great Britain held on for bronze, which is very impressive considering she was the first rider out. And our final time trial of this morning session as we look across Dumfries and the football stadium there in the middle of your picture. It's the women's C1 time trial. Only 5 riders in this one. And the rider that I think probably everybody expects to take this title is Frances Brown of Great Britain. She is totally dominant in time trialling and road races in this classification. She's the reigning world champion. She's won all of the World Cup events this season. She's won 2 titles on the track already this week, and the lady from Cornwall here wearing 664, the hot favourite to win again today, Barney.
Yes, indeed, yeah. She showed absolute dominance throughout the year in this event, and it looks like the time check she's showing continued dominance with intermediate first checkpoint and second checkpoint way ahead of the Chinese rider Qian, and with currently Katie Toff from Great Britain in third as well.
Tell us a bit about Katie, because I know that you work very closely with her.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I coach Katie, so it's great for me to see, her hard work being repaid at the moment with some excellent riding. And she was just the wrong side of the medals on the track events, but now kind of probably on her more favoured road events, she's currently in the medals. So it's a great ride by her.
We will look out for Katie Toft coming across the finish line. Frances Brown not too far away either. You can see already 24:30 on the clock. This is the C1 classification, so it is the most severe impairment group, so you would expect the times of this race to be slower than the one before, but not by much. And we are waiting for Yafan Yang, I think should be the first finisher. But actually, given that we are watching Frances Brown, I assume she has overtaken one or two, because she's very close to the finish, and I'm pretty sure she was the last rider to start. Frances Brown here, or Fran, was a world champion in paraclimbing, and just to show off as well, world champion in paratriathlete as well. So very versatile athlete. You can see the kind of calipers around her legs, just helping keep her legs there and in the right place.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's definitely different kind of adaptations for a lot of different riders. But yeah, you can see with Fran these kind of caliper straps on her legs, helping her to keep her legs straight and attached to the pedals as well.
Yeah, so Brown way ahead of her rivals here at both time checks. She was 1:45 up on Wang Wei Qian of China at the second intermediate time check, and then the rest were more than 3 minutes down. So actually Frances Brown, although she was the last rider to start, she is going to be the first to finish.
Indeed, yeah, dominant ride by Brown, and it will be an excellent fight for silver and bronze once she's come across the line.
Because we are approaching the closing few bends here for Fran Brown. And looks incredibly smooth on the bike. There's not much head movement at all there, is there? Just very stable on the bike. And what do you say? What do you say to Katie? You know, if Katie watches Fran win this race by a huge margin, what do you say to Katie from a sort of motivational point of view to kind of, keep going, keep trying your best?
Well, it's quite easy, really. She can look at all different factors like the power she produced and all the rest of it to look at doing her personal best, because you can't do any more than your best, and that's the kind of point with it. So it's focusing on those aspects as we just see Frances Brown coming into the finish now.
And there's a bit of sunshine trying to break through the clouds, as well as Frances Brown of Great Britain is going to set an incredible time here in the C1 time trial. She was the last rider to start, the first to finish, an average speed of 37.1 kilometers an hour and a time of 27:28:57. That is not going to be beaten, and Fran Brown's total dominance of this C1 classification is going to continue, because here's Wang Wei Qian of China, who comes across 2 minutes 23 slower than Brown, but that might well be enough for silver for Qian.
Yeah, I think that'll be our silver medalist, Qian from China. So then we'll be looking out for Katie Toft from Great Britain to see if she can secure the bronze medal.
So we will have another Chinese finisher, Yafan Yang, and then Katie Toft, Caitlin Sherman. Could well be that Katie Toft is ahead of Yang. She is, isn't she, at the intermediate time check? But we are watching Fran Brown, and she's going to be given a little snack here to perk her up. Here is Katie Toft. Here is Toft, who Barney coaches. And look at the determination on Katie Toft's face. She's going to set the third best time so far, and will almost certainly finish in that third position as well. We have two more riders to go, but she must have got close to... Well, she must have overtaken Sherman, I would have thought. Otherwise, we would have seen the German already. So as Katie Toft's coach, how do you feel about seeing Toft come over the line in that time?
Very pleased. She's had a quite a tough year, and I think to come away with a medal from the World Championships, I'm incredibly proud of her. The kind of work and effort she's put, behind this kind of performance is fantastic, and there's a lot of challenges to deal with, as you can see from her disability. So it's great to see her achieve the success at these World Championships.
I think somebody just said well done Tofty at the car window there as they went by.
I think she just realised she's won the bronze medal now, or close to anyway. We just need to wait for the other riders to come in just to confirm that.
Yeah, so 2 riders still to come, but it's looking pretty good for the British pair in first and third position at the moment. The British team member there's had a busy morning. She has the first person to look after all of the British riders who come across the line this morning. And obviously that's a tricky job, because you're dealing with some people who are absolutely delighted and some people who are absolutely devastated. So this is nice, isn't it, that Toft and Brown. Nice little fist bump there for the 2 medalists as we wait for Yang of China to come across the line. But as you can see, she's over 7 minutes down, so there's not going to be a medal for Yang. Yang actually won bronze in all of the track events in Glasgow, but is only good enough for 4th today on the road, and that just leaves Caitlin Sherman of Australia to come in. Brilliant pictures for the British duo. Toft on the left there is going to win bronze, and Brown on the right is going to take gold. Ooh, I hope they bring them via the commentary box on their way to the podium. Frances Brown on the right there. Now she's had a little while to recover. Looks as though she could go round again.
I was just about to say that. She's ready to go again, isn't she? Amazing ride.
So this is still provisional only because Caitlin Sherman, the Australian athlete, is still out there. But the fact that Sherman's still out on the road is enough to tell us that she is not going to make it into the top 3. So we can say provisionally that it's Brown, Kian, Toft, the 1, 2, 3.
Go. And some water, friends.
It's a tremendous lunch, isn't it, that they're celebratory lunch that they're having.
I didn't even see Tofty finish. Fran was like, Kate's here. There we go.
But yeah, the domination that Frances Brown has in this classification is quite stunning. Do you think actually that she would... It's a tricky question to ask, because obviously she will enjoy the dominance, but do you think actually she would like it if there were a couple of challenges getting a bit closer to her, or do you think an athlete is just, happy to win?
It's an interesting question, that, and one that I normally get asked about Sarah as well, because of her dominance in the event she rides. I think once you've got that, let's just go back to the Australian finishing this,
we'll
race first.
We'll bring Sherman over the line, but as you can see, 6.5 minutes down. I think it will mean she takes 4th place. There it is, 34.15 for Sherman. So those results are now set in stone. Sorry, Barney, yes, you were saying about kind of athletes who are dominant.
Yeah, indeed. I think it kind of works 2 ways, really. I think for the dominant athletes, it's great because they're winning, but for everyone else, you've got someone to aim at, you've got something to try and get close to, and I think it certainly increases the the standard of the category, as we can see in the results here with the women's C1.
Well, it's a great result for Great Britain, that, and Kian of China in between Brown and Toft. So that is the morning session, if you like, done and dusted. I know it's 12:38 in the afternoon, but we have more time trials to come for you later on this afternoon, and also the medal ceremonies for these morning races as well in between. So we'll just remind you of all of the results that we have had so far today on this Thursday of the World Championships. That was a fantastic race. Schindler, the German, just finishing ahead of Finn Graham of Great Britain and Scotland, the local hero. Devon Briggs and Jaco van Gaas enjoying success in the velodrome, but not so much today in the road time trial. Great to see Edgar Ridderstadt there. Okay, he finished 21st and last, but from Aruba, the tiny island of Aruba, taking part in the World Championships. And it was a cracker of a race. This Finn Graham is beaten. Because it feels like Schindler's going to set the fastest time. Here he is. So Matthias Schindler of Germany doing enough to beat Finn Graham. And the C2 time trial was an equally fun race. Loiter, who is an absolute superstar. I was going to say a superstar in the making, but he's a superstar already. It's just with the Paralympic Games in Paris next year, you feel as though he's going to become even more well-known and a bigger name in the sport. So Loiter winning the T2 time trial. That was Loiter crossing the line. He did enough to beat Vromont of Belgium. And Darren Hicks was the closest challenger to Loiter, but Hicks, the Australian, not quite enough. And then we thought Michael Teuber was going to take this C1 time trial, but Ricardo 10, the absolutely legendary figure in Paralympic sport, he was absolutely exhausted at the end of this race. We saw him gasping for air, but Ricardo 10 adds another world title to his collection, having started his para-sport career back in the year 2000 at the Sydney Paralympics as a swimmer. This was Teuber crossing the line, but it was only good enough for second for the German. Then we got into the women's time trials. We started with a C3 race, and Anna Beck of Sweden had it pretty much her own way. Helped, it has to be said, by Clara Brown there at the bottom, not starting. But Beck rode so well and set such a good time. I'm not necessarily sure Brown's involvement would have changed who won the race, at least. Sugiura of Japan doing enough to take a medal. Wang of China ended up in silver medal position. Clara Brown, by the way, of America, just a bit of illness going around the American camp. That's ruled out a couple of their riders today. Well, this was sort of ecstasy and agony, wasn't it, really, for Houseburger and Wriggling. Wriggling was looking really good until she had a puncture, which cost her about 45 seconds, we reckon, anywhere between 40 and 60 seconds. And that allowed Houseburger to come in and nick that race, really. But Houseburger showed great sportsmanship at the end, hugging her devastated opponent. As we look along the River Nith, and actually that's the university campus in the distance, which we'll be looking at more closely over the next couple of days. This was Wriggling finishing after her puncture, and then Houseburger taking advantage but showing great sportsmanship at the end. And we have just seen Frances Brown take the C1 time trial, 27:28 her time. Qian of China in second, and Katie Toft of Great Britain doing enough to take the bronze medal. So we are building up to the medal ceremonies for those races shortly. Stay with us for those. As I say, in the distance there is where we will be tomorrow for the road races. But more time trials for you this afternoon, including the likes of Sarah Story competing. So don't go anywhere, and medal ceremonies coming up next.
Shop, I might go see my man.
Oh, actually, should we give me a Diet Coke? I'll give you money to buy it.
One or two?
Just one, a can.
One can?
Bottle.
Easier.
Morgan.
Sorry. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, you just don't know.
Okay, yes.
Come to the podium, our ceremony preparation area, please.
Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Men Elite C3 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre le monde homme élite C3.
The medals will be presented by
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
in third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Canada.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant le Canada, Michael Savets.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Great Britain.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Finlay Graham.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing Germany.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant l'Allemagne, Matthias Schindler.
The gifts will be presented by
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
the Tissot watch will be presented by
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de l'Allemagne.
and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Michael Summets, Finley Graham, Matthias Schindler.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Can I get a photo of that? Look at this camera for photo. We're going to use this here. Okay. Yeah, flash it to me that way. Congratulations. Thank you very much. English and then German. Okay. Just a nice short.
Cut. 3, 2, 1, go.
Matthias, an excellent ride in the time trial. Were you aware how close the race was with Great Britain rider Finn Graham?
I didn't know it exactly, but I know how strong he is and that it's not easy to beat him. It's nearly impossible to beat him. So I knew that in the end it will be really close, yes. Ich habe nicht gewusst, wie eng es tatsächlich war im Rennen, aber ja, ich wusste natürlich, dass es sehr, sehr schwer ist, Finlay überhaupt zu schlagen in einem Wettkampf. Und wenn es möglich ist, dass es am Ende nur sehr, sehr knapp wird. Und ich bin froh, dass es gereicht hat.
Many congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Men Elite C2 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre homme élite C2.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Belgium.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant la Belgique, Heywood Vromat.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Australia.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Australie, Darren Hicks.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing France.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant la France, Alexandre Loiter.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de nos nouveaux champions du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Heywood Vromont, Darren Hicks, Alexandre Loiter.
Alexandra, an amazing time trial, and you will go into Paris 2024 next year as the world champion in the games. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy. So I'm trained very hard, so long. I'm very happy to win this. Before Paris, it's a big objective for my career, I think. So I'm very happy to win today. Je suis vraiment très content, c'est beaucoup de travail et pour les Jeux paralympiques de 2024 à Paris en France, qui sera l'objectif de ma carrière certainement, je suis vraiment très content de pouvoir ramener le maillot à la maison.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Men Elite C1 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre homme élite C1.
The medals will be presented by...
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing the USA.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant les États-Unis, Aaron Keith.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Germany.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Allemagne, Michael Tuber.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing Spain.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant l'Espagne, Ricardo Ten Argiles.
The gifts will be presented by...
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by...
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Spain.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de nos champions, nos nouveaux champions du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de l'Espagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Aaron Keith, Michael Tuber, Ricardo Ten Argiles.
Okay.
Congratulations, Ricardo. Were you aware how close race it was with Michael Teuber from Germany?
Enhorabuena, Ricardo. ¿Puedes decirle cómo ha sido de justa la carrera con Michael Teuber?
Sí, bueno, sabíamos que iba a estar muy apretado. Hemos dado todo hasta cruzar la línea blanca y nos hemos dejado todo el esfuerzo hasta el final y al final hemos conseguido esta victoria que bueno, que nos hace muy felices.
Congratulations, well done.
Sabía que iba a estar muy justo todo, pero lo he dado todo hasta el final y estoy muy feliz. Enhorabuena.
¿Has repetido lo mismo?
Sí, que pensaba que me estaba pidiendo eso.
Thank you.
Me he liado.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Women Elite C3 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre femme élite C3.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Japan.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant le Japon, Keiko Tsuchiura.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing China.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant la Chine, Wang Xiaomei.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal representing Sweden.
À la première place, championne du monde UCI et gagnante de la médaille d'or, représentant la Suède, Anna Beck.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Isetti, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Sweden.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Suède.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Keiko Sugiura, Wang Xiaomei, Anna Beck.
So hard to write on it. Like a small children.
And then the photo. Thank you, and then we have a flash interview. You can keep yourself here.
Okay. Shall I take this?
No, you can keep it.
When I do it in Swedish,
Yeah, just answer the English and then.
Okay.
It'd be simple. I'll just wait for the
Where should I look?
And look at me.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Many congratulations on your win in the time trial here today. You dominated the World Cup Series as well, to win the rainbow jersey as well. How does it feel?
It feels lovely. I'm so happy, and it was a hard course, so it felt so good to manage to win. Yeah.
Excellent, and in Swedish as well.
Det känns helt fantastiskt. Det var en fruktansvärt jobbig bana och det känns så skönt att ha kunnat leverera till en vinst. Så det, ja, superduperglad.
Thank you and congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Women Elite C2 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre femme élite C2.
The medals will be presented by...
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Isetti, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Germany.
À la première place, championne du monde UCI et gagnante de la médaille d'or, représentant l'Allemagne, Mikey Houseburger.
The gifts will be presented by...
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by...
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Isetti, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de l'Allemagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Amelia Cass, Florina Wriggling, Mikey Houseburger.
photo? Last interview over there. You can keep yourself.
Yep.
Hi, Mikey. Are you okay if I just ask you a question?
Mikey, many congratulations. An amazing win. You could see the emotion on the podium. Can you explain what it's like to have your national flag go up above you to be world champion?
I'm really grateful for everything I can reach here. Yeah, and I had a world champion title on track and scratch race 2 days before, and I didn't know that I can make the race here. And Florina had a flat tire, so it was pretty close to her, and I was like, I gave everything in the last 8 kilometers because it was so close to her, and I'm so proud that I could take it home. Ja, es ist einfach unglaublich. Ich wurde vor 2 Tagen wurde ich Weltmeisterin im Scratch Race auf der Bahn. Florina hatte einen Platten und ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass ich das noch nach Hause fahren kann. Es war total eng. Auf den letzten 8 Kilometern habe ich einfach alles rausgehauen, was ich hatte, was drin war, und ich bin einfach so unglaublich stolz, dass ich das hier gewinnen konnte.
Thank you, congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Women Elite C1 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre femme élite C1.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain.
À la 3e place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Katie Tuft.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing China.
À la 2e place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant la Chine, Qian Wangwei.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain.
À la première place, championne du monde UCI et gagnante de la médaille d'or, représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Frances Brown. The gifts will be presented by. Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Gail McGregor, leader Dumfries and Galloway Council, chef du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway. The Tissot watch will be presented by. La montre Tissot sera présentée par Madame Daniela Izzetti, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain. Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Katie Tuft, Yang Wangwei, Frances Brown.
Many congratulations, Fran. You defended your World Championship title from last year. Did you feel pressure coming into this event to defend the title?
Yeah, I did. I have felt a lot of pressure considering coming off the back of track as well, and then expectations, and I really wanted to win this one, so I'm so happy.
Excellent, congratulations. Yeah, to add to your track title as well, so 2 world titles so far in this championships.
Yeah, really good, so lots to come.
Many congratulations.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Dumfries, and actually the clouds are beginning to part right above our commentary box. You can see bright sunshine down there on White Sands, the main street between the town centre and the River Nith where we are. So hopefully this will continue and we'll have a sunny afternoon here in Dumfries on the southwest coast of Scotland for the next round of 6 para time trials. We zoom in here to Dumfries, you can see our location with the river cutting right through the centre of the town. Dumfries, known as the Queen of the South, which you football fans will recognise as the name of the football team here. We do see the floodlights and the roof of the stadium as we go round the time trial route. But Dumfries, absolutely delighted to be hosting these para time trial and road race events. The road races will get underway tomorrow morning, but we have been treated to some brilliant time trial action already, particularly this morning. Finn Graham being denied by Matthias Schindler this morning in the men's C3 race earlier on, but it's those ones that are starting at 2 o'clock British Summer Time that we're focusing on this afternoon. We will be starting with the men's B individual time trial. That is for vision impaired riders, so we will be seeing them on a tandem with a pilot or a guide at the front of the tandem, and then the C races that you saw there are ridden on traditional 2-wheel bicycles, so we are in for some brilliant action. Some huge stars of the game are going to be involved this afternoon, and lots of medalists from the track. The velodrome action we've been enjoying over the last few days, several of the medalists from the track are here taking part in the road events. And I should tell you that the time trials this afternoon are the longest races we've seen so far. These time trials taking place over 28.2 kilometres. It is still one lap of a circuit that heads out to the north of Dumfries, out into the countryside, and then we will be seeing parts of the area that we've not seen before. These are the longest races that we have seen, and look at the crowds as the sun has come out. People lining this start straight, the start straight and the finish straight, absolutely adjacent to one another. So if you get a good spot there, like these people, you can watch cyclists coming out of this start gate and then making their way back down the other way towards the finish line. So these are the early starters in the men's B time trial. We've got 32 pairs of athletes going off in this race, and they will go off with a minute gap in between each of them. So Marin and Reynoso are from Colombia, and they are the second duo to start. So round this left-hand bend across the bridge, across the River Nith. And it's so nice to see the sunshine out. So this is that course I was telling you about. So we start down here by the river, and we do the same course as we've seen on the shorter races. Up until about this point, we go through an intermediate checkpoint there, and then this is a big loop that we've not seen before, across the Shorehead, and then all the way back, and we join the shorter circuit at Terrigles and rejoin the finishing section that we've become familiar with over the last day and a half. So 28.2 kilometres in total as the next pair go off, and the next pair are Christian Ackermann and Dominic Butler, his pilot from Switzerland. So cyclists, as I say, will be going off in pairs, a minute apart, and 32 pairs to get through. The favourites in this men's B time trial will come right at the end. Tristan Bangma and Patrick Bos. Bangma and Bos from the Netherlands, who were the world champions in Canada over a very similar distance last year. They won the Pursuit event on the track, and they've won all 3 World Cup time trials this season. Bangma and Bos, double Dutch, are the hot favourites here, and they will go off 32nd and last. We've also got a couple of British pairs in there, Stephen Bate and Chris Latham, Chris McDonald and Adam Duggleby, some familiar names from Paralympics and World Championships gone by. But these are the early starters who will just be eager to get out there, and obviously the opportunity for these early starters to get in and set a time that the others have to try and target. Ahmed Alami Mohammed and his pilot from Malaysia going out now. Dumfries and the Cycling World Championships looking good in the sunshine now this afternoon. It's pretty muggy out there, but decent conditions. I would say some of the riders with certain physical impairments later on this afternoon will be delighted that it's warm. There are certain disabilities and impairments that get worse when it's cooler. Now this is an interesting athlete, Kieran Murphy, behind his pilot Michael Freiberg. So Freiberg, the pilot, at the front of the bike. And Freiberg is the Australian road race champion from 2019. Murphy born with a degenerative eye condition that will one day leave him completely blind, but his vision impaired for the time being. He began his career as a swimmer, and 4 weeks after taking up cycling, he competed at the National Championships back in Australia. That was in 2014. So Murphy and Freiberg are the most highly ranked pair that we've seen go out so far. So they take this right-hand bend, and away they go down the side of the river and through the town centre. So you can see there it's Murphy at the back, the athlete with the vision impairment, and his head tucked in behind Michael Freiberg, his pilot. And it's a fascinating technique to watch, isn't it, when you see the vision impaired cyclists riding on a tandem like this, and the tandems have got slightly longer as years have gone by. The aerodynamics are still all important, particularly in this time trial. And later on I'll be joined by Barney Story alongside me in commentary, who had many successful years as one of the pilots at the front of a tandem like this. So Barney will be able to talk us through the mechanics of it and the relationship between pilot and athlete behind them. You can see here this Argentinian duo, Gomez and Tolosa, have dominated the Pan American Championships, or certainly won several medals at them. The age that you're seeing there on the graphic is the age of the vision impaired rider. So that is Max Gomez at the back, 44 years old. And as you can imagine, the timing and the rhythm all important in tandem riding. So it's nice to hear a good atmosphere out there for the cyclists, and I think it's safe to say that the fully integrated World Championships we've been enjoying here in Scotland over the last week or so have been a great success so far, particularly in that velodrome, integrating the para events alongside the non-disabled events as well. Elie de Carvalho of France, and his pilot at the front, Michael Guichard. So this B classification is an overall category, really, just to denote that all of the disabled riders have some kind of vision impairment, but of course there's going to be lots of disparity within that. Some of the athletes' vision will be better than others, but they will all be assessed and classified and only allowed into these races if their vision meets a certain criteria. You can see the football stadium top left there, Palmerston Park, home of Queen of the South. As you can see, we whip through the runners going off every minute. It doesn't take long for all of the riders to be out on the course, and we will see some intermediate time checks soon for the early riders going out. go the Spanish duo, Venga Balboa and his guy Teruel Rivera, and these two have 5 Paralympic medals between them, stretching all the way back to Sydney 2000. It seems barely believable that an athlete could have been at a Paralympic Games 23 years ago and still competing at the top level now, but it happens very frequently in paracycling. Next it's the turn of the Korean pair, Young Bin Kim and Sun Cho, his pilot. So the pilots, broadly speaking, don't have a disability. The rider at the back obviously does. Kim and Cho set off and reached that first bend in just under 25 seconds, so good acceleration from the Korean pair. And it will be fascinating when we get out into the stretch of the course that we've not seen so far. So Murphy and Freiberg. Murphy at the back, Freiberg at the front. I mentioned that Freiberg is a pretty fearsome cyclist in his own right. He's been national road race champion. They tick over their first 6 minutes of riding. We think this 28-kilometre route is going to take around about 40 minutes to complete, so early days. Murphy and Freiberg in perfect unison there. You can imagine that the rhythm is all important, but it's worth, as we see these early cyclists heading out into this men's B time trial, it's maybe worth seeing that route again. And Barney Story alongside me. Barney, and you've gone round this route a couple of times since you arrived in Scotland, so just talk us through particularly the section we've not seen already this week.
Yes, indeed, yes. It's got the same start as we've seen for the short and middle courses, but then we go out and we take an extended loop out towards Shorehead, which is the highest point of the course before we descend back down towards Terrigals and then into the finish in Dumfries. And
do we see a similar amount of hills and dips as we have done on the shorter races?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it certainly climbs even more up towards the highest point on the course, but then it does descend down again. There's a few kind of ups and downs, and then it's literally rolling all the way to the finish. Then, so it's it's going to be a tough course for everybody.
Quite a sharp descent there at around about the 20-kilometre mark, which we will look out for. And obviously, Barney, you were a pilot yourself, and with great success as well. So we can talk about plenty of elements of tandem riding together over the next 40 minutes or so. My main question, I would say really, or my first question certainly, Barney, is, and I know this will differ depending on the specific pair involved, but how much communication were you doing with your rider behind? Were you talking, or were there physical signals of any kind, or is it just head down and cycle?
Yeah, pretty much. So it's I think the time you get to the kind of talking or even shouting it's too late. So I think all that's being used at the moment, so the link chain between the pilot on the front and the stoker on the back, as we call them, both riders can feel what each rider is doing. So that link chain is absolutely crucial in their communication, because the stoker on the back here, Murphy, can feel when Freiberg's just pushing on the pedals a little bit more, going up the little climbs and rises, so he'll be pushing on as well. So they'll literally be reliant on that kind of feedback as well as feedback from the team car and the radios.
Because it might be an obvious question, but I'm assuming that the rider at the back, let's say Murphy in this case, watching the Australian pair, they have to pedal at exactly the same pace as the pilot. So if the pilot increases the speed, the rider at the back needs to know that that's about to happen, or at least be able to feel it.
Yeah, you can feel it. It's really easy to feel, and you can feel that acceleration in the chain. And if they want to win, they have to pedal in unison, in tandem. That's kind of the key to it. And I think there's no short way of doing this. It's literally practice. That's the only way you can kind of get in tune. Some riders adapt really quickly. I was able to adapt a lot quicker to some of the Stoke riders I raced with. It just becomes real natural. But you do have to work with some others, to kind of really tune that skill.
And let's make no bones about it, the disabled rider at the back is contributing just as much power, perhaps a little bit less so, but they are contributing power as well to the tandem, aren't they? It's not just a case that their pilot is generating all the power and they're just cycling along.
It has to be an equal thing. The level and standard of the tandems now is absolutely high. So it's really important they all show that kind of same commitment.
We'll take a pause as Alexandre Loverat and his pilot Louis Pijolet start off, because these two are Paralympic champions in this event. It was a slightly longer course in Tokyo, 32 kilometres that day. They won bronze at the World Championships last year in Canada, and they have had a pretty successful track campaign here in Scotland as well at the World Championships. So Loverat and Pijolet, even though they are one of the early starters, these two could very much be in the mix later on. And I guess, Barney, when we see all these different pairs going out, there's going to be a heck of a lot of combinations of even personalities, isn't there? That's the thing, I think. And being a pilot, just in the same way as being a guide in para-athletics or some of the other sports where there are duos taking part, the clash of personalities, or let's say hopefully the kind of moulding of personalities is very important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed, and it there are certain pairings, just like anything in life, really. I think you just click with more than others. So it's crucial crucial you don't hate the person you ride with. I think that's probably a kind of an absolute. But you learn to work together, and it's the responsibility of the stoker and the pilot to develop that skill together. The most important thing is making that bike go as fast as possible. You're adding to that with what you are doing. You don't need to be taking away the speed from it.
I suppose you do need to have a similar level of competitiveness, though. It would be pretty hard if one of you is quite a laid-back character and then the other was like, no, we've got to win at all costs. That must happen, but it must be very difficult when it does.
Yeah, no, it is really difficult, and I think that's the nature of competitive sport. Everybody wants to win. It's just some want to win more than others, and I think that's a really tricky one to kind of marry up when you're looking at each other's training and you questioning, are you training as hard as I am? Am I training as hard as you? So it's a real tricky balance in high pressure environments like the World Championships here, as the Canadian team just set up.
Yes, this Canadian duo I want to just keep an eye on. Loiter at the back, Ed Veal, his pilot, and Taylor was discovered by a Canadian Paralympic Committee talent search back in 2015. He's a registered psychologist and counsellor back at home in Canada, 41 years old now, Lowell Taylor. And it's a beautiful scene now in Dumfries. Now we've got a couple of African duos about to set off, and these guys have got a story to tell. This pair from Ghana, the next pair after them from Nigeria, and they both did very well at the African Continental Championships, which were held in Accra in Ghana in February. So this is Danvuro at the back and his pilot Rudolf Mensah, and they are just having to make a very last minute adjustment here.
Yeah, wasn't ready for the start then, was he?
They've lost a couple of seconds right at the start, and he's struggling to get his feet in the pedals as well, but eventually they're underway. The crowd willing them on. So that was a bit of a moment that they'll hope nobody noticed.
He owes his stoker a coffee for later, because he's getting the tandem going by himself at the moment.
Yeah, and their problems aren't over as they head up the start. I think they're going to have to pull over, possibly. No, it seems as though they're away. So that's a sigh of relief from the Ghanaians, and next it's the turn of the Nigerian pair. That would spook the duo behind. You've got to say the Nigerian kit is an absolute winner, isn't it? This championships in Scotland, but they're having similar issues.
Yeah, it takes there's not an awful lot of time to get pilot and stoker on the tandem and ready in that minute they've got. It becomes slightly easier after the race is finished. Into the latter stages, because the last few riders will have a 2-minute gap before they start.
I'm sure there are plenty of Glasgow Celtic supporters who live in Dumfries, and they'll be enjoying the Nigerian kit. As Tijani and Ajibade go off, the Nigerian duo again competed at that African Continental Championships earlier in the year. And we are getting now towards the duos who will be contending for medals. Last 6 or 7 pairs to come. And these two are one of those pairs who will be coming here full of confidence. Vincent Teshure at the back, and Timo Frantzen, his pilot. And as you can see there, silver at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo and at the World Championships in Canada. And they've been runner-up twice this year in World Cup events. So these two very much in the mix. Teshure and Frantzen. Away they go.
This could be quite a loud affair as well. I have seen this tandem pairing with the loud hailer bellowing out their favourite music as they go around the races as well. So it'd be interesting to see if the music is bringing them home today.
Teshure and Frantzen go over the river, and the sun is very much out on the finish line. There are some clouds in the distance, but it's a beautiful warm day in Dumfries. So Damien Verica and Mitchell McLaughlin of Ireland, Irish champions all but in 2022. Damien originally from Kilkenny, now based in Waterford in Ireland. And again a reminder that the pilot's at the front and the stoker, as Barney has been saying, at the back. What's the origins of the term stoker, Barney? Where does that come from to refer to the vision impaired athlete at the back of the bike?
Stoking the fire on the engine, I believe that's the term, and what I've been led to believe anyway. So we'll go with that.
So the stoker at the back, the pilot at the front, but they have to work totally as a pair. Don't forget, we've got plenty of pairs out on the course, but we are watching the duos go off from the start so that we can give you a sense of who the likely medalists are as we follow them round. Now, this is the Australian duo who started a while ago, and that's them overtaking one of the pairs ahead of them. So I think this is going to be Murphy and Freiberg overtaking probably Wahab of Malaysia. I didn't quite catch the... in fact, they're catching all sorts of pairs here, aren't they? So Murphy and Freiberg absolutely flying along and showing their class and their pedigree.
Absolutely, and Freiberg, he's a former Omnium world champion on the track as well, so he has a huge amount of experience in international bike races as well to bring to that tandem.
The first of the British duos is on the start ramp here. Chris McDonald at the back, Adam Duggleby the pilot. And McDonald was hoping to be a footballer, actually a knee injury put paid to that, but his vision deteriorating. He was born actually with a condition called bilateral congenital cataracts, so his peripheral vision really affected by that. 36 years old, McDonald, and Duggleby obviously one of the most experienced pilots around. Barney will know Duggleby well, I'm sure, and the man from Hull was the British national scratch race champion back in 2012 himself, so two brilliant cyclists paired together here.
Yes, indeed, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how this pairing go. It's very close on the pursuit event on the track, and that's where we've seen a lot of these tandem riders excel on the track. So now onto the road time trial. So it'll be very interesting to see how the British pairing do today.
Good noise from the crowd in Dumfries. And this Australian duo
are flying.
Oh, be careful. My goodness me. The team on the left there did not expect the Aussie pair to be coming past them at that point. It's number 26, that was Christian Ackermann, and Dominic Butler of Switzerland, who didn't see the Aussies coming. But the Aussies making this time trial look like a road race.
They are indeed. They're absolutely flying. And I think sometimes, so the Swiss nation, they naturally they drive on or ride the bikes on the other side of the road, so they expected them to pass on the other side. And obviously in Australia, drive on the same side of the road as the UK. So you get this situation where riders and tandems don't know which side necessarily your opponents are going to pass. And because it was a little bit narrow at that point, I think the Swiss were it was just a bit of a shock to see this Australian steam train coming past them.
Good noise from the crowd in Dumfries. And this Australian duo are flying. There's no sort of bell on the bike either, is there? You can't sort of go, bring, I'm coming through.
No.
That being said, I mean, they are flying, but they are only 5th on that first intermediate time check, the Australians, so they are passing weaker teams ahead of them. Now, this is a section of the course, I think we're out into the country here, that we've not seen up to this point, because this is the longer time trial route.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this is fairly typical of this route. You can't see the road that far ahead because it's going up and down, twisting and turning, and that's the really difficult thing when you're trying to, as a pilot on the front of the tandem, you're trying to memorise where the race route goes, and at this point, it's really difficult to memorise unless you've been around the course a lot of times. It's really difficult to memorise every part of this course.
So Murphy and Freiberg continue their progress. So we're not far off from seeing all of the 32 pairs out on the course at any one time. And we think it's going to be around about 15 minutes before we start seeing the first pairs finish. Now look at that road sign here. There's a couple of bends in each direction here.
So much cycling to enjoy here on the streets of
They'll appreciate the shade this afternoon. I must admit it is very warm here in Dumfries, so this shady area probably a nice relief for them. Not that the Aussies will care, of course.
No, yes and no, because you go from that light to shaded area with the darker visors on, so it's a tricky one. I'd always opt for a bit of shade if I was racing, but yeah, it does play tricks with your eyes when you're already at maximum heart rate, and you're going from light to dark all the time.
We don't always see different levels of vision impairment competing against each other in parasport. Sometimes they're split into different classifications. I'm thinking of, say, alpine skiing, for example, B1, 2 and 3. I guess in this cycling, given that it's a tandem, as they go through a difficult left-hand uphill turn there, but in cycling it doesn't really make that much difference, I would imagine. The slight variations in vision, because ultimately they have a pilot in front of them and it's all about their physical strength and speed on the bike.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, it's such a tricky one to pull together. Freiberg and the Australian tandem were just coming up to the top of the course there as well.
So back at the start, this is the third from last duo to start. It's the Italians, Andrioli and Chiesa. Andrioli at the back, Chiesa the pilot at the front. And the familiar all blue of Italy as they head out on the course. So we only have 2 duos left, and they are, well, 2 of the most formidable pairs in this race. It will be Bate and Latham for Great Britain and Bangmer and Boss for the Netherlands to come shortly. And off go the Italians. So back with the Australians, as you're saying, Barney, at the highest point of the course here.
Yeah, they'll drop down a little bit here, and then they'll be on to a faster descent now. And this is where, I mean, the tandems will be picking up real speed on these descents, you know, well over 70 kilometres an hour down some of these downhills.
I was reading an article about Freiberg in his own competitive cycling days. In non-disabled cycling, he could get up to speeds of 70. I think he even hit 80 kilometres an hour once, I was reading in an article earlier.
Yeah, it's very easy to hit those kind of speeds on a bike. It's quite frightening, really, when you look down at the speed and you see how fast you're going. But yeah, they're really motoring on this part of the course now into the kind of rolling section and high speed.
So the people who live out here on the outskirts of Dumfries, this is the first paracycling they've seen come by their door. As we head back to Bate and Latham, the British pair, they've been on the podium in all 3 World Cup time trials this season, never on the top step. And Steve Bate at the back is from Moray in Scotland. So he is going to get a big reception as these 2 set out on this course. Great pedigree between them. You can see they've been world champion on a couple of occasions, Paralympic champion in Rio. Bate and Duggleby used to be a pair, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
So So a big response as predicted from the Dumfries crowd for their man Stephen Bate. He'll be 46 years old on the 24th of August. Has a condition called retinitis pigmentosa. If I get a chance later, I'll tell you about his climbing exploits, because he is an amazing mountain climber in his spare time. So it's only Bangma and Bos from the Netherlands to go out on this time trial course. But you can see the beautiful scenery now as Murphy and Freiberg are about to complete the first 25 minutes of their time trial. And we wait for them to pass the next intermediate timing. Worth just telling you that at the first intermediate timing, it was De Carvalho and Guichard of France leading the way, followed by Venga Balboa of Spain and Lovera of France as well. So the Aussie's not on the first page of this intermediate timing just yet, but that can all change over this longer course as well. There's going to be a little bit more to and fro with the timings, isn't there, Barney? Or there could be.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there will be. I'm sure you'll see different kind of approaches by the tandems on this course. And here we go with our what I think will be our red hot favourites for today.
Well, these two are brilliant. There's a lot of B's involved with them. Bangma, Bos, brilliant. And they are the reigning world champions over a very similar distance in Canada. They also won the road race. They have won all 3 World Cup events this season. Everything is set up for them here. They're in great form. On the track, they won the Pursuit event in Glasgow. Bangma and Bos begin.
You can see the speed at the start there. They're clearly intent on getting up to speed as quickly as possible. The fastest starting tandem I think we've seen in the time trial so far. So they're absolutely hitting out on this one, and they'll be up to speed as quickly as possible.
And does that also come from their track supremacy as well, those fast starts?
Yes, it does indeed. I mean, Patrick Bos, who's the pilot, he was on their sprint tandem in London for the 2012 games. I raced against him. So he switched over to the endurance, and not only switched, but they're dominating this tandem event.
So it's Tristan Bangma at the back of this tandem. He's 25 years old. And then Patrick Bos, the pilot, at the front.
I think it's what you can call poetry in motion. Absolute stillness on the upper bodies, just like several pistons going up and down, and yeah, an amazing efficiency. You can see where the stoker has their hands on the frame to be as aerodynamic as possible here as well.
Yeah, this is a masterclass of technique.
And you can see the little elbow rest he has with that as well. So he's got his hands on the frame and then his forearms on there.
You can see the speedo on the motorbike following the Australian pair. So they are whipping along on this downhill section. We saw the steep descent on the course profile map, and here we are at about the 27-minute mark. And a reminder that we've got 6 time trials this afternoon, so even though this men's B is now fully underway, the starting gate is still busy because the starters in the C5 classification have already started, as the Aussies have got up to 85 kilometres an hour. Incredible speeds. And it's a twisty, turny section here.
That was right on the edge, that one.
And of course, as the vision impaired rider at the back, it's probably your other senses that are telling you that you've maybe overcooked a bend, and there'll be a bit of a sinking feeling.
I think you can feel it, and on the back as well, as I've been told many times, you can feel when there's a tiny bit of tensing up from the pilot on the front, your body language changes, so you then suddenly think, what is going to happen next? So it's you literally, the stokers are putting their total trust in the pilot on this one. And it's difficult on these descents because they were going 85 kilometres an hour braking, and when you go faster for quite a long time, you forget how fast you're going. So you then have to adjust your speed, look at your speedo, and think, oh, I'm going 85 kilometres an hour, I need to go around a left-hander. So you need to scrub off a lot of speed at that point.
So just past the 5 kilometre to go sign. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. You can follow everything on social media as well, and use that hashtag Glasgow Scotland 2023. The speed has slowed somewhat now as they're back on a flatter section, and in fact just going slightly uphill again around this bend.
And this probably feels quite slow to them now. They're going 47 kilometres an hour, which is by no means slow, and instead of doing 85.
And just looking at Bangma's hands again there on the frame, and you were just about to tell us about the elbow rest there.
Yeah, that's right. So just to ease the comfort for the stoker on the back, there's a little elbow rest bar that he's got so where his forearms are, just above the frame. It's the comfiest as you're going to be, and it's not. Bike racing isn't comfy, as we've found out already, and it's the most aerodynamic position for the stoker on the back.
Yeah, so you can see Bangma's forearms resting on that black rest above the bike frame, and look at the way their feet and legs are going up and down at exactly the same time. Perfect rhythm from these two, as we'd expect. They have got a long way to go in this men's B time trial. So just to mark your card after this, it's the men's C5, men's C4. They are both back to traditional two-wheel bikes and one person on it. Then we have the women's B race, so the women's equivalent of this vision impaired race, before the women's C5 and women's C4. So plenty of brilliant cycling action to come for the rest of the afternoon. So stay with us and enjoy not just the cycling but the lovely scenery as well as we head out into the countryside of Dumfries and Galloway.
I think from memory this is the last house on the right hand side we'll see for a while now, and we're into the country lanes, or just second from last house, and then we're really into the country lanes now before they go with that fast descent into the left-hander on the road. We've already seen riders take a lot of risk using every inch of the road.
It's good to see the Saltire out in some people's front gardens, the Scottish flag there. Very proud to be hosting this event. And it's a great postcard, really, isn't it, for the area, to attract people to come and visit Dumfries and Galloway in the future. Particularly when the sun's out, like it is now. It's a lovely afternoon.
It is indeed. They're just approaching this, the first turn where they turn right and come back on themselves. So approaching it with real high speed as well.
So let's see an intake of breath as they go round this first awkward bend, but make it look easy. And you can imagine what the B road race is going to be like when these tandems are out on the road together. That is going to be a thrill on Saturday. That's all to come.
It's kind of like truck racing on a track. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Just take a look at the intermediate two timings for you. De Carvalho and Guichard France are still in the lead, a healthy margin actually back to Venga Balboa. 28 seconds ahead of the Spanish duo they are, and then these two, Murphy and Freiberg, have moved themselves into third position for now, at least at the second checkpoint. There they are, Murphy and Freiberg, number 3 there on the bottom right. But all of that is going to be mixed up and will change around as some of the bigger duos come through. You look at that intermediate one, Teixeira and Fransen of the Netherlands, looking dangerous in behind the French duo after the first time check.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'd expect, being experienced time trialists, they'll be building on their pace as well. They'll start fairly conservatively and then build on that pace as well. But I mean, I'm fully expecting to see the likes of Boss and Bagma come into that intermediate one in first place.
Goodness me, somebody crossing the road with their dogs is not very clever at all as Murphy and Freiberg approach the finish. They are not far away now. Now, they were the 5th pair to start this time trial, but it looks to me like they're going to be the first to finish it, so they've overtaken, I think they have overtaken all 4 pairs ahead of them. They are not far away now as we are back in the town centre of Dumfries. As I say, it was a remarkably quick turnaround for Murphy, who was a swimmer for quite some time, competing at national level, and then took up cycling, and 4 weeks later he found himself at the national championships in Australia. So a pretty meteoric rise for Murphy, and it is going to be this Australian duo to be the first to finish. So they are going to set a very competitive time here, having overtaken the 4 pairs ahead of them. And they come into the final corner holding their speed well, and into the finish straight that we've become so familiar with. And less than 100 metres to go now, and maintaining their dynamic position as they cross the line. 34.36 is a healthy looking time for the first finishers. Nearly 49 kilometres an hour they come across the finish line. And I'm glad that everyone there was reminding them to slow down, because they didn't have much track left.
I think we might need to add some parachutes to some of these later tandems to slow them down. They're coming so fast across the line.
Well, what do they call them? The stingers that the police use, that fling across the road.
34.5.
Maybe not.
48.8.
So they are being told their time. Murphy with the helmet on over there. He's the vision impaired athlete, and Freiberg, the pilot here, closest to us. So back out on the track, it's Bangma and Boss, still in the first 10 minutes of their race.
So both British tandems have gone through that intermediate first checkpoint in 4th and 5th at the moment, still with our last Dutch tandem to come through as well.
Now these two have absolutely flown around these 28 kilometres, the French pair of De Cavallio and Guichard, and look at that, they're going to smash the time of the Australian pair. Well, that could be an incredibly competitive time come the finish of this men's B time trial. 33.06, and they are 90 seconds ahead of the Australian duo, who themselves had overtaken several pairs ahead of them. The French pair were the 8th pair to start, and they are the 2nd to finish. So that shows you how quickly they have gone round that course. That is an epic time, isn't it?
Wow, super time. It's you can just see the average speed at the end, 51 kilometres an hour. It's just an amazing ride, and I think that tandem will be very close to being a top 5 at the end of this competition.
This is the Swiss duo of Ackermann and Butler. They were the ones who nearly got in the way of the Aussie pair overtaking them. So they go into 3rd, but they are only the 3rd pair to finish. Nearly 6 minutes of the French time. It's a real illustration. If you were able to turn that time margin into a visual on the track, you can really, if you really think about it, how much quicker the French duo have gone to this Swiss pair.
No, I'm being a pain, but just 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
The Spanish are on their way to the finish line as well. Beck, Balboa and Teruel Rivera. Rivera, the pilot, at the front. And they managed to get closer to Carvalho and Guichard, but not close enough. 33.39.
So Christian Wenger, the stoker on the back, he's been around for a long, long time now. Former Paralympic champion, world champion. He's basically won everything with his pilot, David Lorado.
He started back in Sydney 2000, didn't he? Winning medals 23 years ago. Quite astonishing.
It is.
So we've had a few finishers. It's De Carvalho and Guichard who lead the way, but it's early days.
We just had the first intermediate checkpoint with Bangma and Boss coming through. Only 7 seconds ahead of the French pair in there, with their fellow Dutch riders 9 seconds behind. So it's very, very close at the moment, which is great.
So it's getting pretty busy down here in the finish line area. Obviously doubled the number of cyclists that we've been used to up until this point. And the French pair here, Carvalho and Guichard, have given themselves a real chance of a World Championship medal, and maybe something even better. As we look down on the River Nith. Just to confirm to you the standings right now, very early days. This is the Colombian duo coming across the line, and we know that they're going to be quite a way behind because they've been overtaken by other teams, but 42.20, an average speed of bang on 40 kilometres an hour. And they seem pretty happy with that, it has to be said.
Turn around that
And obviously all the visual cues are so important to the vision impaired rider at the back. I think that's partly why there are so many people trying to flag them down at the end and make sure that they're hearing the instructions to slow down.
Como te quiero, Colombia!
Well, I said they seem pretty happy with that. They seem absolutely overjoyed now that he is off the bike. Argentinian pet coming in, Gomez and Tolosa. Good enough for fourth, but 5 minutes behind the French. And another duo coming in now. That looks like the Polish uniforms. And it's Kopitz, Karol Kopitz, who comes across in third place. Just a flurry of finishers coming in at the moment. Don't forget, most of the pairs still out on the track, and certainly most of the medal contenders still out on the track. This Kopitz of Poland, still a teenager, so he has got a long career ahead of him. And the Kenyan pair, these two were actually the first starters. So well done to them, Ogada and Mwangi of Kenya, 44.56. They won't be too worried about how far they are behind. They'll be impressed with themselves, or they should be very proud of themselves for competing here. When you think about perhaps the difference in facilities that they might have compared to some of the countries like Netherlands and France, who have been around, Great Britain for that matter. They've been around in paracycling a lot longer. But it's great to see the emerging nations taking part, Barney.
It is indeed, yeah. It's something I know the world governing body are keen to see. Different nations, nations you wouldn't expect to see necessarily cycling, but it's absolutely fantastic to see, and that breadth of and it will long continue.
He was desperate for a rest, wasn't he? Espinel, Alvarado Espinel at the back there. Desperate to get off the bike and just sit down, even though he's sitting on hard concrete. Nice thumbs up from his pilot, Perez Arango. Here are two pairs finishing within seconds of each other. The Korean duo, Yoonbin Kim and Sun Cho. Again, a long way down on the leaders. And I think that was the Malaysians, wasn't it? Coming across, the Malaysians, Mohammed and Amran. That's right, nearly 11 minutes down. But again, lots to build from. Just show improvement every time. Now these two are interesting. Fabio Colombo and Paolo Toto of Italy. And there are some training locations that are nicer than others, or sound nicer than others. These two train near Lake Como, which sounds pretty idyllic. And they need to put the brakes on. Goodness me. There are quite a lot of people down there at the back of the finish now, so everybody needs to be a bit careful. It's the French pair now, but not the French pair who are leading. The French pair who we thought might be leading, Loiter and Pijoulet, are actually quite a way back here. Good enough for third at the moment, but they won't hold on to that third position, I am sure. So it's Carvalho and Guichard who are the best French duo, not Loiter and Pijoulet. And sometimes when we see these these time trial times on the road, there is a disparity between the duo's performance on the track in the velodrome and on the road, and of course they're very, very different disciplines. That's why.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just as we see the Belgians coming to the line now in 8th position, 35.46. Decent ride by them. Yeah, you don't always see the positions identical from the track to the road. Reason being is the events are shorter on the track, and it's a different type of rider that performs the better on the track. And you see that with the British pairings today. Rode very well in the pursuit, but not quite there with the time trial today. And likewise with the Dutch, you know, the Dutch who are leading the intermediate 2 at the moment, France and Teixeira, they weren't quite there with the pursuit on the track, but they're absolutely doing a fantastic ride in the time trial today.
So I think we're about halfway through in terms of the number of pairs that have finished. Carvalho and Guichard still lead the way. So back out onto the road in the shady tree-lined area with Bangmer and Boss approaching 20 minutes of riding, flat out, but still looking incredibly smooth. And they were the quickest pair at the first intermediate time check. Looking good for the Netherlands when you look at that second intermediate check. Teixeira and Franson the quickest there. Bangmer and Boss haven't got that far yet.
No, this is a deceptive part of the course. It does rise quite well here, and a little kind of steep ramp at the top of this hill. Not that you notice with the speed they're going around. And then it just climbs up again before on the highest point of the course. So there's just a little bit more climbing now, and that's kind of the worst of the climb over.
So up and out of the saddle briefly there, just to generate a bit more power to help them up this little hill. And it won't be long before we get the second time check on these two, and then we really will know whether it's going to be a fight to the finish between the two Dutch pairs. This is a Spanish duo coming towards us, I would have thought, with the Cofidis team kit on. Sanso Riera and Garcia coming over in just the shade over 36 minutes.
Which proves what an incredible time the French pairing have achieved on the course today, who are currently leading.
These are the Canadians. Lowell Taylor and Ed Veal. 35.25, it's a decent time, but still a long way off Carvalho and Guichard. And we're getting into the business end of things here with some of the bigger name duos, the higher profile duos coming through shortly. And this will be interesting. Here is Teixeira and Franson. It looks like they're going to go into the lead here, the Dutch pair, but for how long? Powering to the finish line, Teixeira and Franson whiz past our commentary box window, and they take the lead. 11.47 up on the French pair, 32.55. And it feels like that is a time that will hold the lead for a while now, until Bangmer and Boss get towards the finish line. But Teixeira and Franson have done all that they could, the silver medalists at the Paralympics in Tokyo. The silver medalists at the World Champs last year as well. They tend to be runners-up because of Bangmer and Boss. But this is brilliant for Dutch paracycling. They've had quite a week already here in Dumfries. Yesterday was superb for the Netherlands. And today looks like it could be a similar story, Barney.
Indeed, yeah. You could see the strategy with their ride today. They were clearly kind of starting, not slowly by any means, but starting on a good pace and then building the speed towards the end of the time trial, perfectly paced, and then coming into the finish there, and you can see just how fatiguing that is.
So that information will be fed back to Bangmer and Boss, either electronically or on some kind of radio device. But Bangmer and Boss just going up the dips and the hills and hillocks of the route. They're about to overtake another pair. I think that's the Nigerians, the unmistakable Nigerians. I was about to look down at my notepad to work out who they were about to overtake, and then I saw the flash of the green and white.
Best kit in the race.
Absolutely. They should get a head start for that, for the kit alone, I would say. So Bangmer and Boss still with that incredibly smooth delivery of the pedal power.
Yeah, it's very impressive to watch.
Just no sense of any drama or anxiety or fatigue for that matter, and they've had a hectic schedule in the velodrome, but showing no signs of tiredness at the moment. Still some way to go though. They've got another 8 or so minutes.
One of the fastest points on the course now, as you can see the speed they're rocketing down here.
It's great, isn't it, when they're out in the country and we can really get up to these high speeds. It looks so impressive.
Going to be close to nearly 90 kilometres an hour down here, I think.
Oh, just at the end here, the Irish pair, the pilot at the front. Now, what's happened here, Barney?
We have a broken chain, so they've lost the chain. Oh no, the chain's jammed and come off between the stoker on the rear and the pilot on the front. So, depending where it happened, there wasn't an awful lot of point in them stopping. They would have lost more time stopping than carrying on like they did. So, apologies if you heard any of the language there. I just think that was pure frustration after that ride.
It was Verica and McLaughlin of Ireland, and it's Mitchell McLaughlin, the pilot on the front, who had the technical issue. That was the back set of pedals. I think it was the front set of pedals that was the issue. But either way, the Irish pair pretty frustrated with life. I think they came across 1:36 down.
Yeah, so that would have had a, depending on where it happened on the course, that would have undoubtedly had an effect on their final finish time.
Team mechanic just taking a bit of a look at that and working out. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, to see McLaughlin. They'll be back in the road race, and hopefully they'll get the bike sorted out. So as things stand, Teixeira Fransen of the Netherlands, 32.55, Carvalho and Guichard, who set that early time, 11 seconds back. And we'll have a wide range of times as we slide down the leaderboard, but we'll get back out onto the road. This is McDonald and Duggleby. You can see they're not going to beat Teixeira or Fransen, and they're going to come in fifth, the British pair. Difficult to know, Barney, how they'll feel about that. They're probably going to be nudged down a couple more positions as well by the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. I mean, obviously it's difficult us sitting here kind of trying to, we don't know the power figures or the heart rate they're kind of working towards in the race. But in terms of finish position, if you'd have said to them at the start of the day you're going to be 6th, 7th, they'd probably have been disappointed.
I think it's going to be the Italians, Federico Andreoli and Luca Chiesa, finishing next, probably in a couple of minutes. So we'll rejoin Bangmer and Boss out on the roads of Dumfries, and they're getting to a point of the circuit now where they're beginning to head back into town. So the roads might get just a bit narrower. There'll be pavements and road signs and roundabouts and traffic lights and all sorts of things like that for them to look out for.
Just waiting for that intermediate checkpoint time to come through. There we go. And
there it is.
Just
10 seconds ahead of their Dutch compatriots. So this is going to be tight. It's going to be exciting.
And we know that the other Dutch tandem started slightly slowly and then built built their tandem ride as they went through the race, whereas we know that Boss and Bagman started like a rocket.
And look at them go here. It is so impressive to watch, isn't it, when they're in perfect unison. But they'll be conscious of what they need to do between here and the finish. They can't ease up in any way. And in fact, I'd say they probably have to, not necessarily speed up, but they have to have a really strong finish. Because as Barney was saying, Teixeira and Franson, when you look at the intermediate timings, it feels like their best section of the race was the last one. So
it's going to be close. I think we know that for definite.
And we're not expecting these two to tire. They just seem to be relentlessly able to keep on going through the track events, through the road events. They've still got a perfect form there in terms of the shape they're creating on the bike. Absolutely textbook stuff from Bangma and Boss, but can they beat Teixeira and Franson? We will find out in the next 5 minutes, possibly even less than that, as they head back into the town of Dumfries. Stephen Bate and Chris Latham are also out there for Great Britain, but I'm not necessarily sure they're going to be able to challenge the two Dutch pairs. Weather on the finish line still absolutely gorgeous. It's still a bit cloudier out in the countryside. It's still very warm. 3 kilometres to go. So 32.55 was the leading time from Teixeira and Franson. So they've got just over 3 minutes. They've got around about 3 minutes 20 to cover these last 3 kilometres. So that is going to be tight. Really tight. When you consider that Teixeira and Franson have taken the best part of 33 minutes to cover 28 kilometres. You can imagine how long it might take to cover 3, but they are powering away here, Bangma and Boss. This could be an absolutely sensational finish in the men's B time trial. I can tell you the Italian pair, Andrioli and Chiesa, will be finishing soon, but they're well off the pace. Their clock is already running well beyond 34 minutes, so they're not going to trouble the podium. The Italians, I think there's a Polish duo still out there somewhere. Kolejiczuk and Podlaski. And Bate and Latham.
2K to go for this tandem. It's going to be very, very close. I can't believe how close this is going to be.
Well, this is exactly what we wanted. It's what we're here for, isn't it? As the Italian team of Andrioli and Chiesa come into view, and you can see they're 2 minutes off the pace. So no medals for the Italians. And not far behind, I think, will be the Polish team of Kolejiczuk and Podlaski. And they've been overtaken by the Italians. So there's no chance of these guys being on the podium either. 37.14, only good enough for 15. So it's going to be pretty clear cut here. We're going to have Stephen Bate and Chris Latham coming in next. But I don't think they're going to be challenging for medals. Looking at the intermediate times further down the course. And then the finish will be left empty for Bangma and Boss to try and get ahead of Teixeira and Franson, their Dutch compatriots. It feels certain that it's going to be a Dutch 1-2, but which way round is it going to be? This is Bate and Latham for Great Britain, and as we bring up their clock, you can see that they're a minute off the pace as well. So Bate and Latham crossing the line. They've been on the podium in all 3 World Cup time trials this season, but never on the top step. And they're not going to make the podium this time here in Dumfries, only good enough for 4th. And that will be a disappointment, especially to Steve Bate, the Scot, in front of his own supporters. And so we wait and we look and we hope to see Bangma and Boss coming into view very shortly. 32.55 is what they have got to beat, the Dutch pair. Here they come into the final bend. 32.35 now. They've only got 20 seconds to make the finish line. I think they're going to do it though. Bangma and Boss, can they beat Tesher and Franson? As we pick them up, coming to the finish line, the clock is ticking down on them, but they're going to make it, and they whiz past us and over the finish line. And they win by a margin of just 6.21 seconds. Bangma and Boss ahead of Tesher and Franson. It is double Dutch. Well.
Wow, what a race.
And these are not the first athletes we have heard just crying into the ether with the pain and effort of all of that. A margin of 6 seconds over 28 kilometres. So the two Dutch pairs, first and second, Carvalho and Guichard, by the way, from France, taking the bronze medal, and hats off to those two, because they started really early in this race. They were one of the first, I think they were about the 8th pair to go out, and to set that time right from the off with nothing really to aim at and take the bronze medal is an astonishing achievement from them. Carvalho, the 28-year-old Frenchman. There are still duos out on the course, so we do have some pairs to finish, but those pairs that are still out on the course are not going to be near the medal positions. So even though these results are provisional, it's definitely going to be Bangma and Boss who win, and Tesher and Franson who take the silver, and Carvalho and Guichard the bronze. These two are absolutely unstoppable, it would appear. So as I say, it says provisional, but that is only because there are duos still to finish. But those duos are not going to get ahead of any of those top 3, or probably not even any of the top 10 either, so it won't change the outcome. As you can see there, we've only had 24 of the 32 duos finish, but everybody out on the course has been overtaken, so they won't be posting any sort of medal winning time. So we will move on to the men's C5 individual time trial. This is for athletes with limb deficiency or mild impairments affecting one limb, or perhaps their coordination. So again, we're going to see a combination of athletes here who will have different disabilities to each other. So you might see amputees going up against athletes who have all 4 limbs, but the impairment might affect one or more of those limbs. So the classification process makes sure it's as fair as possible, and this men's C5 is a packed field of talent. It's one of the deepest races, if you like, in terms of quality. It feels like the winner could come anywhere from the 20 entrants.
I think it's similar to the men's H3. There are so many winners and medal winners across the whole category from throughout the whole year. It's really difficult to pick out a winner, and it will just come down to the fact that how well prepared and how well their form is for those that have ridden the track after the track as well, and how they transfer that to the road.
So we are joining straight away Daniel Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands. He was born in Eritrea, moved to the Netherlands in 2000. So very much a Dutchman these days, and can he be the Netherlands' latest success story after that 1-2 just a few moments ago? And Gebru is the world and Paralympic time trial champion in this event. While Gebru makes his way along the course, we'll just nip back to the finish line to see some of the later finishers in the men's B time trial. And here are the Nigerian pair, Tijani and Ajibade, coming across to a massive welcome in the centre of Dumfries. 49.02. And I dare say they're going to be happy with that time. So back out onto the road, rejoining the men's C5 race we will go. Gebru the favourite in the C5 race, as we were talking about, but there are 1 or 2 pretenders to his crown. The Nigerians have given it their all in the men's B race.
And still the best get out there.
It really is quite something, isn't it? And the shoes to
and
match
the shoes
as well.
To match as well. Genius.
And the socks as well. They've thought this through. They really have. Right, back out to Gebru in the C5. He also won the most recent World Cup time trial in Huntsville, Alabama, over in the States. But we've got the likes of Lauro Chamin of Brazil, Dorian Foulon of France as well. Could be a medal contender, but on paper at least, Gebru might get this his own way. Now, he's gone through the very first checkpoint, and he's less than a second ahead of Chaman, the Brazilian, Lauro Chaman. So that is close. That is really close at that first checkpoint. Behind Chaman was Foulon, William Bjergfeldt of Great Britain. He's kind of in the mix as well. Martin van der Poel. Yehor Dementchev is an interesting contender in this as well, from Ukraine, but he found himself nearly 39 seconds down on the first time check.
Yeah, I wonder if he's had a problem on that first point of the course. It's a long way down for him to be after the intermediate checkpoint. As we look at Abraham Gebru again, a surprising winner of the games in Rio, where he kind of first burst upon the scene, really. There was a collision between Donahoe, the Australian, and Dementiev, who were the leading two in the road race. They both crashed, and he went straight through and won the gold medal. No fault of his own, so he was just racing his own race. But yeah, he literally burst upon the scene in Rio in 2016 as a gold medalist.
They all count, as they say, don't they?
They do, yeah.
They all count. So Gebru was the last man to start this C5 race, and we're expecting this C5 to take, what, about 35 minutes, something like that. Some of the men's B finishers are still a fair way off reaching the finish line. So I dare say some of the early starters in this C5 race are going to be almost on the tail of some of the late finishers of the B race.
Yeah.
Gebru just going through a tree line section of the course, so occasionally the picture might break up a touch, but we'll get it back eventually. And Gebru making pretty serene progress. I wonder if he knows how close he is. He's
making the course look incredibly easy as well, just floating over every little rise downhill, making it look really easy. Now, it's a real indication sometimes, I think, how riders are going.
We'll just take a look at the standings whilst Gebru comes through that section where we've lost pictures from the motorbike. And as you can see, lots of blue sky over Dumfries right now, I'm pleased to say. And plenty of spectators out on the course. Yeah, just confirmation of the... I think the most interesting intermediate there is that first one, because everybody's gone through that. So Vermesse, Bjergfeldt, Foulon, Chaman, and then Abraham Gebru.
So Foulon has an interesting story as well.
Just to say, this is one of the late finishes in the men's B race. And
lost the chain again.
Yeah, weren't these the pair that were having the issues at the start, the Ghanaian duo? So they've had all sorts of issues with the bike all the way round, and that maybe explains why they're finishing nearly 22 minutes down on the winners. But full respect to them for keeping going and finishing the time trial. And the conditions in Dumfries pretty different to the conditions in Accra in Ghana, you would have thought. You can see there the chain dangling on the floor, so they've had all sorts of issues there, the Ghanaian pair, which is very unfortunate.
Wonderful sunshine for the afternoon.
We've got a clock on the finish line showing us that the first finisher in the men's C5 race might not be too far away. Joel Adams of Luxembourg his clock ticking round to 40 minutes. So he's going to set a marker, but I'm sure that 40 minutes will be blasted out of the water later. And we're back with Gebru in the men's C5 race. Let's take another look at the course. Well, Gebru gets into a bit better reception area, and Barney, I love the course actually. I think the course itself is very entertaining, but also very fair, which is important.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's no doubt giving you the strongest rider out of these races today. And yes, it's a really good course, really varied with the terrain as well before we head back into Dumfries. The hardest part being that southerly point of the course is Shawcross.
And just at the top of your screen there, before we leave this graphic, you can see that the profile of the route in terms of elevation. So you can see actually there's a pretty steady climb and then a big descent around what would be around about 22 kilometres there. We have seen that out on the course with the actual cyclists on the road, but it's interesting to see the profile of the route. And you don't want to see cyclists struggling on a time trial route, do you? You want to give them the opportunity to show their best, but equally you don't want it to be flat as a pancake either. So this is just about perfect.
Yeah, I think it's a really good time trial. There's a bit of everything in there, and it's a fast time trial. Even though the road surface is quite heavy, it's still a fast time trial as well by the times we've seen. So it's like with all these things, the best riders make these races look really easy, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far.
A word about Dorian Foulon, who's currently running third in this race. We'll come back to Foulon in a moment. This is Joel Adams of Luxembourg, who is going to be our first finisher in this men's C5. And Foulon with the red, white, blue of Luxembourg on 41.51.
Yes, our French rider Foulon, an interesting rider with a really interesting, a very short history at the moment, but he was the first para rider to compete at the Tour de l'Avenir, which has always traditionally been a warm-up race to the Tour de France. The younger riders give them the opportunities run by the same organisers of the Tour de France as well. So for a paracyclist to be competing at that level, you know, as you know, many others have done at kind of World Tour level with an able-bodied peloton, it's great to see, and you can see the standard how high it is in paracycling now.
It would be interesting to think of a para Tour de France, wouldn't it? We've seen obviously great success in the women's race. What would you think to a para Tour de France?
I think it's a great idea. I think.
Shall we work on it? We'll work on it this evening, and we'll put a plan together.
Might need something bigger than an A4 bit of paper there to come up with that plan.
We're back with Gebru now as he comes through this slightly narrower section. He's got such a smooth style, as Barney commented on earlier. Barney Story alongside me. And Sarah Story begins her women's C5 just after 4 o'clock local time, so we'll be keeping an eye on her later. But for the time being, it's the men's C5 race, and here's our second finisher, and it's Wermesser of Hungary. And he will be well ahead of Joel Adams' time. Jean-Paul Vermesser, 37.33, over 4 minutes quicker than Adams. That was Yavkachev coming over first of all into fourth. And was that Demenchev coming through as well? No, we're waiting for Demenchev to finish. It was the man from Uzbekistan here, and I think Vargas of Colombia also finished in that little flurry. So Vargas has gone into second, but he's 3 minutes down on Vermesser from Hungary. Demenchev of Ukraine looks like he's going to be the next man to finish. And we're pretty surprised to see Demenchev down the rankings. He was a silver medalist in this event at the Tokyo Paralympics, won gold at Rio. But I'm not sure there's going to be a medal for the Ukrainian today. We'll wait for Demenchev to come into the finish area. But this is back with Daniel Abraham Gebru of the Netherlands.
Just coming up to the main main climb of the time trial now. Just twist through the woods here and then up over the road top.
Just had to put the brakes on a bit to get around those two bends. And it's interesting, isn't it, when you see the Ghanaians and the Kenyans and the Nigerians. And Gebru was born in Eritrea and moved across to the Netherlands. And here he is riding in the World Championships for his adopted country. He's a Dutch citizen these days, Dutch passport, all of that. But it perhaps also does show the difference in the facilities and the budgets available to you when you move to a mainstream European country, for example.
Yeah, there's healthy funding for para teams and squads across the world now, and it just kind of shows the importance of the Paralympic Games and World Championships for nations, and ultimately the funding that comes with it as well.
Here comes the Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo, Dementchev, who we've been talking about, from Ukraine. He's not going to set the fastest time though, 14 seconds down on Vermesa, and only good enough for second. And he is not going to be second at the end of the afternoon, I'm afraid. So we don't know if something went awry for Dementchev, or it's just not his day.
Wij zijn samen met de Britten en de Belgen de enige die hier vaak staan.
His body language looks pretty frustrated, as you might imagine. So back out we go to Gebru. And we're right down low with him at road level, and look at the speed he's taking into this slight hill. Back up over the mound. Almost feels like he's pulling us along, doesn't it? It feels like we're in his slipstream, even though we're on a motorbike here with the camera. Very, very quick action. It's great to go up and down over all the bumps with Daniel Abraham Gebru, who must be approaching. No, he's still got a little way to go until the second time check. Foulon's gone through the second time check, the Frenchman, in just over 30 minutes. Ahead of Van der Poel and Tarlau. And actually, just as a guide, Foulon has gone through the second time check over a minute quicker than our current leader at the finish, Vermesa. So that gives you a sense that Foulon is going to smash Vermesa's time. Chaman's out there as well, the Brazilian. He's not gone through the second time check either yet. The Belgian coming towards us, and that is Vecher. He's quite some way down as well, Niels Verscheren. So it feels like a race that's going to burst to life in the closing 10 minutes or so, as we get Foulon towards the finish, and obviously Gebru as well, and Chaman is out there somewhere. He's in with a shout. Sharon can see the funny side. That was a wry grin from him. I think that's been a tough old time trial for the Belgian athlete. Streko of Slovakia is due in next. And it won't be long before we get towards the likes of Tarlau and Foulon and Bjergfeldt, the British athlete, also out there. He was fourth quickest, William Bjergfeldt, at intermediate 1. Don't think he's come through intermediate 2 yet. We'll rejoin Gebru in a minute, because we'll see Streko finish, the Slovakian. Bright red crash helmet on. 39.10 is good enough for third as things stand. So it's Vermesa, Dementchev, Streko. It's a huge gap between second and third currently. They've managed to clear out that area after the finish line a little bit. There was a lot of people and bikes in there earlier, but it's a little bit clearer now. as we go back to join another Belgian, Ken de Veter. He's going to be pretty close to taking third. In fact, he does. 38.42. It's really warm now. Beautiful sunshine. The temperature must be in the mid-20s or low 20s perhaps, but it's very warm. Mohammed of Malaysia crosses the line, 47.59, so he's broken the 48-minute mark. Wow, here we go, look.
Carlo, the Italian, coming in at the back here.
And this is Foulon, so this is crucial. Foulon has gone across in 36.18. He'd managed to catch up with a few of his rivals there. We managed to catch him just as he came over the finish line. Dorian Foulon of France, who has the Paris Paralympics to look forward to next year. As Barney was saying, he's taken part in non-disabled road races. Just very much a cyclist, an out-and-out cyclist. Loves being on the bike. And he won the silver medal in this event at the World Championships last year. He's put himself in the lead for the time being, but he's there to be hit at. He's there to be knocked down. Abedwawi Ahmed of the UAE is about to cross the finish line, missing part of his right arm there, as you can see. Impressive from Foulon, Barney.
Very impressive indeed. Yeah, you could see he absolutely flew along that course. Quickest at the intermediate too as well from the Dutchman Van der Poel. And bringing it home at the finish really well as well. So he just caught Andrea Talo, the Italian, just before the finish line as well.
He's very much built like a cyclist, isn't he, Foulon? He's all muscle. He's pretty tall, slender, and he's created a lot of speed there in that time trial to cross the line in first position. So the men's C4 race has started a while ago as well, so we're just going to take you to the C4. Don't forget, a couple of different races happening all at the same time out on track. So C4 riders, just in general slightly more impaired than the C5 riders. And Archie Atkinson of Great Britain is about to start. I believe Ronan Grimes of Ireland, also a big medal contender in this one. So this is the start gate for the men's C4. And Archie Atkinson, he's had 2 third-place finishes in the time trials at the World Cups this season. He won the scratch race on the track here in Scotland last week.
There were supporters in the background there, shouting for Archie.
And all goes quiet now into the 5-second countdown. So Atkinson starts the C4 as we switch back across the road to the finish of the C5, and it's Van der Poel of the Netherlands. He's going to put himself in a podium position here as things stand. Into second, 57 seconds down on the leader Foulon at the moment. Was Al Belushi crossing the line in the C5.
Famous name, Van der Poel in cycling. The elite men's world champion, Mathieu Van der Poel.
No relation?
No, slightly different spelling, but still a Van der Poel, so he must be good at bike racing.
Then across to the C4 start again for Ronan Grimes, the bronze medalist at the World Champs last year. One of the Irish team's big medal hopes this week here on the roads of Dumfries.
If you can clear the area, we've got other people coming in.
You see the white, yeah, you can see the white on his hands. That's chalk to give him a better grip. This can be more aerodynamic not having gloves on, so he's obviously opted for the no gloves and chalk on his hands. On your hands, that's the only trouble.
European champion, as you can see there, last year, Ronan Grimes. We've got Pizzicalo of Italy to come, Larusso of France, and Louis Klinker of Belgium. So some big names to come. And that is the 10-second beep. And away goes Grimes for Ireland. It's great the way this event is set up, with the start of the race heading one way and then the finish of the race coming back down the other. There's a big long strip here in Dumfries where spectators can see cyclists starting and finishing. You can see across the barrier, of course, you can see both sides of the road and cheer on the athletes. You can see there a rider coming around the final bend as Ronan Grimes starts out. And the man coming around the bend was this man, FJ Lasser of Austria. And Austria a minute 20 down on Foulon, but this is a good effort. Good enough for fifth, so that could well be a top 10 finish when everything pans out later. Franz Josef Lasser being urged to slow down before he gets to the barrier at the end. Bjergfeldt, the Briton, we don't think is too far away at the conclusion of the men's C5.
Yeah, Bjergfeldt has ridden well this year. Some medals in World Cups this year to his name. But yeah, he's going okay. We're just waiting to see. He'll more than likely be in the top 10 in this race.
Pizzicolo tends to dominate things back at home in Italy. Michele Pizzicolo.
More of a road race specialist than a time trial specialist is Pizzicolo.
52 years old. So up against some young guns in Archie Atkinson and Ronan Grimes. And these are the last few moments of concentration for the athletes as they prepare to get underway in this men's C4 time trial. Away he goes in the familiar blue of Italy. Somebody's managed to find a cowbell in Dumfries. So here we go with one cyclist starting out on the far side and another cyclist on this near side finishing. And the near side finisher is Bjergfeldt of Great Britain. He's got somebody very close to him behind, which must be Shaman, I would have thought, Laro Shaman. But we'll see Bjergfeldt across the line first of all. He's going to go into fifth, but Shaman, how's he going to do here, the Brazilian? He's into the lead, 37 seconds to the good, ahead of Dorian Foulon of Laro Shaman of Brazil. Well, Shaman was the first Brazilian cyclist ever to win a medal at the Paralympics when he won a bronze in the time trial at Rio 2016. And he's been a solid performer this season, so that is not a surprise in any way at all to see Shaman take the lead in the C5 race.
No, absolutely. He's a strong performer, been around a little while now, and yeah, using all of his experience and speed, and excellent performance from this year as well.
So it is going to come down to Gebru at the end of the C5 race. We'll just nip across to watch Getien Le Rousseau start the C4 race. He's won one World Cup time trial this season, runner-up in the other two, Le Rousseau. Well, we will let Le Rousseau go off because we need to switch over to see Abraham Gebru finish the C5 race. And the time is ticking, and he's over, and he's won. 35.01, he beats Shaman by just under 40 seconds. That's a huge margin to win by. And Abraham Gebru, 35.01.01.
Wow.
That is a stonking time. And again, like the previous race, we do still have finishers, I think, to come across the line, but they are not going to treble the podium, I don't think. Abraham Gebru, 35.01.01. Shaman, 39.66 off that pace. And then Foulon, nearly a minute 20 behind in third.
Wow, that's a huge winning margin for Abraham Gebru there. Absolutely amazing ride, and I mean, you can see him, he doesn't look at all fatigued after that ride. I think he'll be going around for lap 2.
And it's more Dutch glory. He is silky smooth, isn't he? It's just... it is ridiculous how sort of just... He's not even flustered, is he?
No.
He doesn't even look... He looks like he's just had a nice little training ride out in the country. It's quite astonishing. When you compare him to some of the riders, well, lots of the riders we've seen basically on the floor at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. This, like, area of tarmac has just been set aside for people lying down on the floor, dying after their efforts, and he just looks as fresh as a daisy, doesn't he? Amazing.
He'll be formidable in the road race, because if you take these margins and put them into the road race, then he'll be well down the road from the other riders, but of course lots of tactics come into it in the road race.
Yeah, they all know that, so I think he'll be very, very very easily marked, and I think the other teams will know that, so it'll be up to them to try and isolate him and make him chase everything.
Yeah, he'll be a marked man, definitely, Abraham Gebru. It's nice to see him being congratulated by, I think that's Shaman down there, isn't it, the Brazilian, congratulating him. So we will confirm the standings for you. Abraham Gebru really sort of blowing the field away, to be honest. Shaman almost 40 seconds down, and then Dorian Foulon, ahead of the Paris Paralympics next year, takes bronze in the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships. And then great to see a range of nationalities represented down here. The guys from UAE, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Colombia, Luxembourg, all featuring in that leaderboard. So we will be watching the last of the men's time trials. We've already seen a few of the starters, but everybody out on course now in this men's C4 race. So we'll remind you of who's taking part in this. Kevin Lecomte is one of the early starters, but he's somebody to look out for. Fantastic on the track. Let's see if he can match it on the road. CJ Howard is another non-starter from the USA team, so that points to a lot of illness in the American camp. And Louis Klinker is also a did not start, who was the favourite for Belgium, so that opens the way for the likes of Atkinson, Grimes, Piticolo, LaRusso.
Also Joseph Matauka, the Slovakian rider, second in the pursuit this year, an event he normally always wins, former champion in this as well, so I would expect to see a strong ride from the earlier starter, Joseph Matauka.
And we join Ronan Grimes out there 8 minutes into his C4 time trial. We talked about the Irish riders yesterday. This will be a very familiar kind of landscape to them, very familiar road surface as well. It's just like the Irish countryside, and that could be an advantage for the likes of Ronan Grimes. Here's this really awkward downhill left-hander, and he takes it safely. Quite a sensible line and a sensible pace to take it as well for Grimes. It's too early to see any really significant split times yet. The likes of Grimes and Atkinson only starting this time trial recently. Another slight downhill section here. Here Kevin Lecomte, who's been reclassified from C5. He was the silver medalist in the C5 time trial in Canada last year at the World Championships. Josef Metelka, who Barney mentioned, from Slovakia, the silver medalist at the Tokyo Paralympics. That was over a slightly longer distance, 32 kilometres. But there's a lot of variability in this class, I would say. It's pretty balanced.
Very much so. Yeah, I think it's very much open with those non-starters we're seeing as well within the event. It does open it up and make it a little bit more of a surprise who might be the front runners in the event.
And I'm sure some of you watched Jody Cundy in the men's C4 events in the velodrome, but Cundy not a road man anymore. He's not really ever. He's been pretty much a firm track man, hasn't he? For the best, certainly the best performances from Cundy have come on the track.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he rode the World Champs in 2011. I'll just look at Joseph Metalka coming in now, 37.07, our fastest time so far.
So he is one of the early starters, and he's overtaken a few to be the first finisher. You can see the prosthetic leg on the left-hand side there. Again, there'll be all different kinds of prosthetic legs and attachments and ways of seeing the prosthetic meet the pedal, if you like. There'll be all sorts of different ways of doing that. But Metalka, as you might imagine, very happy. 37.07 feels like that could be a decent target
really
to have set.
Yeah, really good time.
But yeah, sorry, back to Jody Cundy, because lots of people will have seen him last week on in the velodrome.
Yeah, he rode the Road World Championships in Denmark in 2011. He rode the time trial and the road race. And it came down to a bunch sprint in the road race, but didn't quite manage to get amongst the medals there. But strong performer, and I think with paracycling events now, there are so many more specialists within the events. He's obviously a specialist on the track with the sprint events as well. So you see much more kind of specialists within these events with the endurance and sprint profiles. So yeah, that's where you probably won't. He'd probably forgive me for saying this, but you definitely won't see him at a Road World Championships.
And he set himself a new challenge. British Television have signed Jody Cundy up for. I don't know what the programme will be called in all of the different nations you're watching from, but Strictly Come Dancing have signed up Jody Cundy in this country to do a bit of celebrity dancing in the autumn. So that will boost Jody Cundy's profile as if it needs boosting, but plenty of people will be seeing him in a completely different world. Looking at those intermediate times, Barney, obviously not all of the later starters have passed those intermediate timings yet, but LeCompte dominating the two timings so far.
Yep, absolutely, LeCompte, and I think we expected that as well from LeCompte to be up there and in those leading positions. So great to see him, and again another French rider who's coming into perfect form ahead of the games in Paris next year.
LeCompte, I believe, has been reclassified from C5 to C4. But Grimes making his way safely along so far. I've just been horrified to look over and see the drinks bottle that Barney is drinking from has the emblem of a football club that I'm not gonna mention, but that has put me right off now. We're not friends anymore.
It's a red team, if anyone would like to know. Are you the blue team?
No, I'm the other red team.
The other red team? Oh, right, even worse.
So a lovely day across Dumfries and the River Nith, looking lovely. So the next race to start off, and in fact some of them have already begun, is the women's B time trial. So we've already seen the men's B time trial earlier on. The vision impaired riders riding with a pilot in front of them. Well, this is the women's race in that event. We'll just show you LeCompte coming across the finish line, the Frenchman in this men's C4 race, and he whizzes by in the blink of an eye and over the line as we expected, taking the lead. 35.52, 47.2 average speed for LeCompte, the silver medalist last time. We'll show you Morales finishing for Mexico. He's well down, but that is a big statement from LeCompte, Barney.
Yeah, very impressive ride, and I'd be very interested to see who can get near him, because it's an amazing ride. To put that much time into Joseph Metalka from Slovakia is absolutely phenomenal. Metalka's a quality rider, and Lecomte has just made it look very easy.
So Lecomte 35.52, Metelka a minute and 14 behind, and then there's a big gap to Morales here, who is currently third, but won't be there for long, I'm afraid to say, for him. Vatnamar of Denmark is probably the next finisher in this men's C4 race.
Just gonna have to get some Mexican pictures, so.
Morales happy with his afternoon's work, posing for a few photos. So confirmation there, Lecomte for minute and 14 ahead of Metelka and Morales. Flores of Mexico, who we've just been seeing in third position. This is Vatnamar of Denmark with the one arm, as you can see. I'll ask you an impossible question, Barney. I mean, do you think actually from a balance point of view, missing one arm on the bike is a harder, a more difficult impairment than missing a leg?
I'd say yes, a below knee amputee, you're much more stable on a bike than in this situation he has here. You're much obviously you're safer and in more control, or more in control, I should say, with a prosthetic. So yeah, it's an incredibly difficult thing that this rider is doing.
Well, answers on a postcard. Was Vatnamar happy there or angry? I'm not so sure. Happy, we think, because he's in third currently, but Ramos Sanchez is going to get himself involved in the podium as things stand. He does. He takes third away from Vatnamar, Ramos Sanchez, but again, he's minute 33 down on Lecomte. A remarkable reaction from Vatnamar, the Dane. Pumped up. I'm afraid my Danish isn't very good, so I can't tell you whether he swore in Danish, but I'll apologise anyway, just in case. We'll get back to the women's B race for you now. We were explaining that it was the vision impaired race, so riders will have a pilot in front of them. And it's a really strong start list for this race. 17 entries in this one. And again, the likely medal contenders, those last four pairs, certainly the last three, maybe Elizabeth Jordan and Corinne Hill would argue with me as well, but Unwin and Hull for Great Britain have absolutely dominated things on the track. They're very handy on the road as well. And then you've got Katie George Dunlevy as well in there for Ireland. The French duo as well will be strong. So we've got used to this idea that the pairs will start a minute apart from each other, and there's a kind of seeding process, so the stronger pairs will usually be the later ones. But in some cases, and we'll see this with your wife later, Barney, some really strong riders will start early on in the list as well.
Yeah, that's right. So how the seeding works is based on the World Championships from last year, and then based on the ranking from this year as well. So it's based largely around that. So to give you an example, Sarah starts second in her category because she didn't compete at the World Championships last year because of an injury caused at the World Cup. So yeah, she's seeded fairly early on in the race. So it's not always necessarily where a rider will finish at the end, but it just depends on their seeding and their ranking within the event.
So this is a men's C4 finisher. That's Jaiko of Costa Rica, again with the, actually more like a running blade actually there, the prosthetic on the left hand side as we look on the pedal. Shaped much more like a running blade than some of the prosthetics we've seen. So it's Lecomte, Metelka, Ramos Sanchez, the current 1, 2, 3, and Lecomte's time of 35.52 is going to take some beating. I'm just leaning over to see the second intermediate timings. The likes of Atkinson haven't come through, I don't think, there yet. could be Blinko of New Zealand in the all black outfit. You can see it's not been his day in terms of the timings at least, or the position. He'll finish in 7th. Blinko comes across the line. 7 minutes 55 back from Lecomte. Back with Ronan Grimes of Ireland out on the road all by himself. So he's been racing now for 20 minutes, still going full pelt, the Irishman. Piticolo should be behind him. LaRusso of France should be behind Grimes as well. No Louis Klinker though. The Belgian did not start. This is good timing to get to the start of the women's B event. We'll just see a finisher in the men's C4 first of all. Bermeo of Spain. Bermeo Sanchez coming over the line right in front of us now. 39.14. Bermeo Sanchez finishing just there allows us to go back to the start gate. So this is the women's B time trial. And we are looking at the first of the British pairs. Elizabeth Jordan and Corinne Hall. 25 years old, Jordan. Corinne Hall, the pilot at the front, has been paired up with Laura Facchi in years gone by. Martinez of Mexico finishing in 47.05 in the men's C4 race. So Jordan and Hall, away they go.
Now, as you see, Corinne Hall with a different stoker in Lizzie Jordan. They've had a bit of a swap round since the track, so I think you remember Laura Facchi riding with Corinne Hall on the track. Laura's just come back from having a baby, so she's just ridden the track this time, and Corinne is now riding with Lizzie on the road events.
Corinne Hall from Mitcham in London, and she was invited to try out as a tandem pilot during her final year of university. And as we pull back, you can see the road that all of these time trial cyclists head out on. Once they've crossed the river, they turn right and away into the distance they go, and actually right into the distance towards the hills in the background there. So as things stand, it's Lecomte, Metelka, Ramos Sanchez, Bermeo Sanchez, the two Spaniards next to each other on the leaderboard. And we've got another finisher coming in now for Switzerland with Zemp. Timothy Zemp, fantastic name, 2.5 minutes down. And over he comes. That's good enough for fourth actually, 2.5 minutes down, but with some of the riders that are due to finish in the next few minutes, the timings are all going to tighten up. That's the Belgian Tierens. Tierens comes across the line as well, but not troubling the podium, I don't think. Still Lecomte, Metelka and Ramos Sanchez. Bouchefard of Morocco is going to be the next finisher in the men's C4 race as we bring you down on the drone here to see Tierens cooling down, taking the opportunity to get off the bike and just sit down flat on the ground and stretch his leg out there.
As you see the road just behind where the Belgian here is sat, this is actually part of the deviation route. So when the vehicles circle around, you see them deviating before the finish. They do a loop round and then back into the team pit area. so they can either pick up on the motos with the cameras for us or get their team cars back towards the pits.
And it is such a team effort, isn't it? I think particularly with the time trial, we're focusing on one rider or two riders in the case of the vision impaired B races, but it is a huge team effort behind the scenes.
Yeah, it is indeed. There are a lot of people involved in all of this. So obviously the team managers, the mechanics, probably the most important part in all of it, and also the coaches who are driving behind these riders, drive behind the rider with a coach and manager, and then usually with a mechanic in the car as well to sort out any problems.
Ronan Grimes, his clock has ticked over beyond 25 minutes, so Lecomp's leading time at the moment is 35 minutes, just a shade under 36 minutes in fact. So Grimes has got somewhere around 10 minutes of riding left. He will be approaching the second intermediate time shortly, Grimes. It's Lecomte was leading at that intermediate 2 split time with a time of 29.51, so Grimes not far away from that with 10 minutes to go in the time trial. There's a flurry of activity down here in the start-finish area as the final few pairs in the women's B race prepare themselves to go off. And this is Santis and Delzen of France. Delzen, the pilot at the front, Santis, the rider at the back, and Sophie Santis.
Delzen, a former professional on the road with a Belgium team, Lotto Soudal, so a wealth of experience on the front of the tandem as well.
And with the French duo off, that will only leave Katie George, Dunleavy and Sophie Unwin to go. The Irish pair and the British pair are sure to get big support all the way around the course. But briefly we'll go back to Ronan Grimes in the men's C4. So he is well out in the country now, Ronan Grimes. The rural areas around Dumfries. And it's still that kind of hazy sunshine through the clouds. Weather forecast for Saturday is interesting, shall I say. It's not that good, and the road race is changeable. Yes, very good, yes. Which could make it fun and games in the road races on Saturday, but we'll cross that bridge as we come back to Nom of Estonia coming over the line. These are some of the finishers still in the men's C4. You can see Nom a long way down. And the next man across was Kevin Tuya Kevin Tuya is out on the course still. Just trying to work out who that last rider was. This is Tuya of Norway coming across the line. 44.55. And the order of the riders has shifted quite a bit out there, with riders being overtaken by the quicker racers. I think it might have been Bertolin of Portugal, Bartolomé Bertolin, who we saw a few moments ago also crossing the line. Interesting to find out what's happened to Louis Klinker of Belgium, why he's not in this men's C4, because that does change the complexion of where the medals might go.
It does indeed. It's a huge loss for the race. So hopefully he's well enough to compete in the road events as well. Sorry, the road race as well.
He's actually posted. Louis Klinker has posted a message on social media. He had a crash. He had a crash, didn't he, earlier on in the week on the track.
Yes.
And perhaps that has something to do with it. He posted a message on social media today, which is written in Flemish, which I must admit is not my strongest suit. But ultimately, he's saying earlier than expected, but I have to say goodbye to the Cycling World Championships. That was 9 hours ago. So Bernasconi of Switzerland comes over in 8th position. We'll be seeing Cade of Italy as well shortly, but he's not in contention for medals either. And then we really will be into racers like Grimes here, who very much is in contention for medals. And Barney can be forgiven for getting a bit twitchy next to me as well, because we're approaching 2 minutes past 4 when his wife Sarah Story will be starting her time trial. But we'll get to Sarah shortly. Off go Unwin and Hull though in the women's B time trial, and Unwin and Hull had a hat-trick of titles on the track. They were world champions in Canada last year, but haven't been able to beat the Irish duo of Dunleavy and Kelly this season at the World Cup events.
I think it's going to be a real challenge for them as well. I know the Irish are very much up for this event, and they'll certainly, this is one of their favourite events, so it'll be interesting to see how that battle progresses.
Jenny Hull, the pilot for Sophie Unwin, is Scottish, so she's going to be getting plenty of support. Hull was a former Scottish national champion herself, switched to paracycling in 2021. Unwin actually only took up paracycling in 2021 as well, so they are a very interesting duo as we watch John Tyrrell from the USA with one arm there coming across the line in 39.12, so good enough for 6th. Top 3 in this race have been the same for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think Metalka would be very pleased to be holding this second place at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see how these final riders affect the outcome of the race.
And Tyrrell has put everything into that. Gets rid of the visor so he can wipe his face. Ronan Grimes, meanwhile, still out there approaching the last, well, what he'll hope will be about last 3 minutes of his time trial. Now look at that. On the split time, Ronan Grimes is 2 minutes down, I think that was. 2 minutes and 4 seconds down on Lecomte. So as we come back to the finish line and see Riccardo Cade of Italy crossing the line, 10 minutes down. This is looking good for Kevin Lecomte, it has to be said.
Very good.
At the second intermediate time check, Lecomte was a minute up on Metelka, 1 minute 20 up on Ramos Sanchez, and he's around about 2 minutes up on Atkinson and Grimes. So actually, the podium positions that we have right now in this men's C4 race might not change.
No, I don't think they will. If you look at that first checkpoint, then the last couple of riders that are due to come in were behind Kevin Lecomte from France, so it'll be very difficult for those riders to overturn that margin from intermediate 1 and 2 at the finish.
Because Pizzicolo is nowhere to be seen, and he would have, I'm sure, come through that second time trial time check a while ago, but it will all come out in the wash as we see the German Thomas Schaefer heading towards the finish of his time trial. And again, a different design and style of prosthetic leg there on the bike. Barney's got eyes everywhere at the moment. We can see,
multitasking.
We can see Sarah Story just in the start area, just waiting to go out. We're obviously watching this men's C4 race and the women's B race as well. And just confirmation that the women's C5 time trial is going to start shortly. And here we go. I think we all know who this is, regardless of where you're watching around the world. Sarah Story, Great Britain's most decorated Paralympian ever, multiple world champion, and Barney's wife, Sarah Story, is away in the women's C5 time trial, and her job as one of the first starters in this race is to set a time, as we saw 1 or 2 do in the earlier races. They set a time and they were still there in the top 3 at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's off fairly early in this due to a non-participation in the Road World Championships last year. due to a crash in the World Cup the previous week. So yeah, she's off one of the earlier starters, so yeah, it's down to her to kind of set that time that everyone else has to beat.
So Dame Sarah Story out on the road, and we will catch up with her later, because let's switch back to the women's B race, the tandem, the Irish duo here of Dunleavy and Kelly. Linda Kelly, the pilot at the front, Katie George, Dunleavy, the stoker at the back, stoking the engine, as Barney says. They won the Paralympic time trial in Tokyo, had to settle for silver at the World Champs last year. This is Oscar Galis of Latvia. Crossing the line, he's crossing the line in a fairly pedestrian fashion, but perhaps that has been a tough time trial for Galis, and maybe there's nothing left in the tank perhaps for the Latvian. So you will have spotted that there are basically 3 races on the go at once at the moment. The men's C4 is coming to an end, the women's B race very much kind of in the middle chunk of the race, and then the women's C5 race just starting with Sarah Story, an early starter. This is Archie Atkinson, who I think will be surprised but also a bit disappointed by this. He's over 2 minutes down from Lecomte, and that's not good enough for a place on the podium, even provisionally. He is over the line in 4th, Archie Atkinson, but he's a young man and he'll be back for many more of these.
He is indeed, yeah. He's a young rider, and competing, you know, for the first time at your Road World Championships, it's a really hard one to do. You know, you've ridden, you know, World Cups in preparation for this, but this is the World Championships. Everybody raises their level for the World Championships, and he can be proud of his efforts so far. You know, scratch race on the track, and he's still got the road race to come.
But none of that is any consolation. And Ronan Grimes, who we've been following for most of this time trial, ran the final bend. But it's not going to be Ronan Grimes' day. He's out of the saddle, giving the crowd a sprint finish to cheer. But I'm afraid to say it's not going to be enough for the Irishman. He comes across the line in 5th. 2 minutes 15 down, 38.07 for Ronan Grimes. Michele Pizzicolo must still be out there. And LaRusso of France. Louis Klinker, as we've been discussing, not starting this race today. He hasn't quite recovered from a crash he had the other day in the track events. Let's see Grimes' reaction. Physically, he is exhausted, as you can see. Unsurprisingly, I don't think he wants to talk to anyone.
Move through to the neat side.
It's just the effort of the events, isn't it? And then he crossed the line. Was it expected, the result that he got? Is he disappointed, or is he just absolutely exhausted?
Very hot, of course, as well. It's incredibly muggy out there. I'm sure well, I was about to say wind in the hair, but of course with the helmet on, you're not really getting the full benefit of the wind coming into your face. So Lecomte, Metelka, Ramos, Sanchez. We think that is going to be how they are going to finish in this men's C4 race. Piticolo's not really close, we don't think, and neither is LaRusso. So let's go ahead to the women's C5 race. Early stages, but this is Sarah Story. And just to put it in context, Sarah is going for a 17th road world title here and a 42nd world title overall. Hasn't competed a great deal this calendar year, but when she does compete, she's always out there trying to win. And the Paralympic C5 time trial champion from Tokyo. The most recent Paralympic title of a number of Paralympic titles over the years for Sarah Story. And what's her mood been like coming into this championships, Barney? You'll know better than anyone.
Yeah, she's been confident, and it's you know, something she's been, you know, working on all year to be in peak condition for these World Championships. As we go back to LaRusso coming in for France, he's going to be in second.
LaRusso actually closer than we were thinking. He's snuck in there onto the podium, not beating Lecomte, his compatriot. But LaRusso, the closest competitor, nearly 49 seconds down on Lecomte, but ahead of Metelka. So that knocks Ramos Sanchez off the podium. So two Frenchmen, 1 and 2.
Amazing result for the French there. Starting to get the split times through for the women's tandem at the first intermediate as well.
Well, that is good for French cycling, French paracycling, ahead of the Paralympic Games in Paris next year, with Lecomte and Russo 1 and 2.
And it's good news so far for the Irish tandem, as we're seeing on the screen. Dunleavy and George, I think it should be on the, is it Kelly, are actually leading at the first intermediate checkpoint. Sorry, Kelly, the pilot. And yeah, an amazing ride by them. 33 seconds into Elizabeth Jordan and Corinne Hall at that first point.
So a sizable lead for the Irish at the moment, but we're waiting for Colin Unwin to go through that time check. And we come back towards the start line, if you like, or closer to the start, to Sarah Story, who's been out there for about 8 minutes. And are you watching this kind of spotting things like a coach might spot, or are you watching this just as husband and willing her to do well as she approaches this dangerous bend?
Just ask me that after she's been around this corner. Right, good. So corner.
Barney, are you watching this?
I think that's using all of the road to her advantage. Yeah, I'm kind of watching in two ways, really. I think I can. I'm much easier when I've got a job to do when she's racing. So this is effectively a good thing for me to do, to talk about what's going on. Yeah, so she looks like she's in good shape at the minute, into her rhythm very quickly. Yeah, spinning that gear nicely. So it's yeah, looking good so far. And you can tell she's not really. You can see by her face, she's not really kind of in any sort of grimace at the moment. So it's a well-controlled part of the ride. And yeah, she just moved to the right of the road here. She goes around these bumps in the road. And yeah, going well so far.
Do the children watch the races?
Yeah, they just stood up there on the one of the podiums just before the finish line. So they'll be watching with anticipation of how Mum's going to get on. They're not there on their own, by the way. They're with my with my grandparents. Sorry, with their grandparents.
So we are watching Sarah Story approach 10 minutes of riding here in her C5 time trial. I think in the men's C4 race we've got one more significant finisher, who is Piticolo, but I can tell you he's a long way off the time of Lecomte. So that men's C4 result provisionally confirmed. Lecomte, Russo and Metelka. In fact, here comes Piticolo now in the C4. And the Italian Michele Piticolo will come across the line in around about 42.22, something like that. It's only good enough for 21st, so that is a big surprise from the Italian.
Yeah, and I think we'll see him feature more in the road races. All his medals this year from the World Cup have come from road races rather than the time trial. So yeah, he'll be focusing on that road race.
So provisional standings here, because there are still, I think, 1 or 2 riders to finish, but they're not going to trouble the top 10. So Lecomte, LaRusso and Metelka guaranteed to be the podium now. Ramos Sanchez, the man who was just knocked into 4th by the brilliant finish from Gaetien LaRusso, who caught everyone by surprise, not least us actually. He was well down at the second intermediate check, so he's had a brilliant finish to that time trial. And it's a French one too in that men's C4, so we can put that one to bed now until the medal ceremony later and rejoin the women's C5 race in Great Britain. Sarah Story here. 11.5 minutes gone in her time trial so far, and it'll be interesting to see what time she sets, and Barney will obviously be able to tell from her reaction immediately how pleased or otherwise she is with whatever time she produces. Watch the I think I'm right in saying, Barney, she was inspired as a child watching the 1984 Olympics, wasn't she, on TV, the Los Angeles Olympics, as a 6-year-old back then?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Sarah Hadcastle, who was I think she was a silver medal winner at that Games. And yeah, she watched her, and obviously being the age she was, the same name, that was her kind of inspiration to, to try and compete at the Games. So yeah, it's gone on quite a while, really, hasn't it?
And a former swimmer, of course, Paralympic swimmer before switching to cycling, and she was born without part of that left hand. And what kind of difference does that make to Sarah Story riding this bike compared to someone who might have 2 fully functioning hands, Barney?
Quite a bit of difference. So she's actually, her whole arm is shorter on her left side than the right as well. So being on the tri-bars, you can probably see there's a slight unevenness on her shoulders as well. So yeah, she's got no grip. So basically, yeah, the hand never developed when she was before she was born. So yeah, it is a challenge, particularly on courses like this where it's useful to have a grip on the bars. So yeah, she's making this look like a good race so far.
You can slightly disregard the time check that just came up on the screen, really, because that was really only comparing her to the rider, the only rider ahead of her on the track, who was Alana Forster of Australia. So don't read too much into the split time where Sarah Story was well ahead. This is Nicole Murray of New Zealand, 30 years old now, and a big contender for this women's C5 title. Won the time trial at the World Cup event in Huntsville, Alabama, just a couple of months ago. Runner-up at the World Championships last year. And after Murray, we will have Kirsten Brachtendorf of Germany, who is the reigning C5 time trial champion. So Murray and Brachtendorf, they'll be really wanting to know Sarah Story's time, won't they? As soon as Story finishes, they'll be gauging themselves against that, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the following vehicles with them will be giving them time checks with from the intermediate times, and Sarah's obviously already gone through that first time check in 12 minutes 36 seconds. So it's it's a good strong start from her. But yeah, they'll be getting the feedback, and they'll know they have to push a lot more. I mean, it's whether they can. That's the point. Like with all these time checks, if someone's going their maximum within a time trial, you can't really go any more. So yeah, everyone's riding to their maximum with these World Championships.
Nicole Murray, as it happens, was third in the 500-metre time trial in the Velodrome in Glasgow. She was second in the individual pursuit behind Heidi Gauguin. Claudia Creti featured quite heavily in those podiums on the track, but in terms of the road, it was Brachtendorf, Murray and Eleonora Mele who was the 1, 2, 3 at the World Champs last year.
Yeah, so Brachtendorf, just like Sarah Story, she's not ridden the track events, so she just comes straight into the road events, and that's been her kind of specialism for the last few years now. So yeah, it's a real kind of road focus for her rather than track. And Nicole Murray, as we can see on the screen, she's ridden pretty much everything. So yeah, she'll either transfer that across really well or be a little bit fatigued after the track competition.
Very stylish rider, Nicole Murray, would you say, Barney, just in terms of her form there and her technique?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's got really good. It comes from the track as well. I think if you're used to riding on the track, you almost have like two pistons below you, and you really kind of keep a still upper body, and that helps Nicole as well with her disability she has too. So that's an important part to that too.
So here is Kerstin Brachtendorf of Germany, reigning world champion. Only bronze in Tokyo, behind Sarah Story, but a very consistent performer. 51 years of age these days, Brachtendorf, but still right at the top of her game. Barney, are you communicating somehow? Obviously not with Sarah herself, but somebody following behind?
Yes. I'm keeping a close interest on what's going on in the team car behind. I just had a frightening message from repeated calls from the mechanic in the car, and he'd just pressed the wrong button on his phone, and it's just given me an absolute heart attack thinking there was some sort of problem when he just pressed the wrong button. So thanks very much, Alan.
So this is an early finisher in the women's B race. Marchuk and her pilot Bankowska of Poland cross the line, so they're the first finisher. 41.45 is the time they have set. So we'll now be jumping between this women's B race and the women's C5. Thankfully the B race will be the tandems and the C5 race will be straightforward two-wheel bicycles, so you'll be able to easily tell the difference as we flick between the two races that are out on course at the same time. And this is Dunleavy and Kelly, the Irish pair, who are, well, just over halfway through. If we base it on the Polish time that we've just seen of 41.45, you would have thought that Dunleavy and Kelly will be well inside that, somewhere maybe around 38, 39 minutes at the finish, if not perhaps even more. You see Dunleavy, lots of head movement from Dunleavy at the back. Up at the finish, Agostini of Italy, Gasparini, her pilot. Coming in a little bit short here, 10, 11, 12 seconds behind the Polish duo. 17 teams in this women's B race. So it's early days in terms of the finishers. They need to slow down. Thankfully the pilot puts the brakes on quite rapidly. No brakes applied out here from the Irish duo. Now let's see, they are going to pass. Well, that's is that the Thai duo? I think this is the Thai duo that they're going to pass, looking at the kit colours. Or is it the Colombians? We shall see. 68 are the Thai duo, Serlo and Nontakai. I should have backed myself there, Barney. I was just hovering over who they were, and then
you knew who it was, really, didn't you? So it's a fast bit of the course. We've seen already the men's tandems covering, and you can see the momentum on these little ups and downs that the tandem have got. A really kind of heavyweight bike, and once you get it up to speed, it doesn't slow down very easy. So the momentum of it is really key in keeping these tandems going really, really fast.
And they're going along well, that's for sure, at the moment. We are just getting a few more riders through the first time check in the women's C5, and Story has a pretty healthy lead over the first few to go through that check, but Brachtendorf and Nicole Murray haven't got there yet, so that will be the more useful comparison.
Yeah, I would expect to see Heidi Gongan from France being a little bit closer to Sarah Story at this point. She had a very successful track competition, winning the individual pursuit for the first time. And yeah, she's a very young rider as well, so experience does count for a lot in these competitions. Certainly the multi-event competitions where you have track and road. So yeah, she'll be you know, getting all this knowledge with her and for her in advance of the games in Paris next year.
And there is a big screen down here near the finish line, so the local spectators following our coverage. There are still riders starting the women's C4 time trial just opposite our commentary box here, so that will be the final race of the day. But we are watching here the C5s, Nicole Murray of New Zealand. The all-black outfit of New Zealand. And Nicole Murray obviously not as far into the time trial as Story. She is still in the early part of her race, this 28.2 kilometre time trial on this Thursday afternoon in Dumfries, just gone 20 past 4 local time. And here is one of these challenging sharp bends away to the right that Nicole Murray has to be careful about.
Yeah, that's right, this right-hander, it comes back on you as well, so it's a tricky one to navigate and get round, and then she needs to get back up to speed as soon as possible.
Did well, Murray. Back to the women's B race, Dunleavy and Kelly,
who were leading everyone at that first time check, so we're waiting to see how they get on the second time check. 20 seconds, I believe, ahead of the British tandem.
So a reminder, we've got 2 races going on at once, well 3 really, but 2 we're focusing on at the moment as Granados, Cosme and Corona Garcia of Mexico cross the line. 3 minutes down in the women's B race, the tandem race. I'm enjoying watching the volunteers try and slow the bikes down at the end. Loads of volunteers involved as always at one of these big sporting events, and well played for them. Jannering and Nielsen of Sweden. They're a little bit closer to Marchuk and Bankowska, but the Polish duo still in the lead, and Jannering and Nielsen come through in third for the time being.
Slow.
So the Swedes into third, 27.5 seconds down, and we're expecting much quicker times from some of the duos still to come. But the Swedes satisfied with their afternoon's work, and this is all part of the camaraderie, isn't it, between rider and pilot. You have to be not just guide in the physical, literal sense, but you have to be sort of friend, coach, psychologist, everything.
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes more than just the racing as well, because when you finish the race, you know, they're still reliant on you to get around the races, and it's about forming that team and making sure you have that open communication as well, because the last thing you need is, you know, you all need to be on the same, you know, the same team to win at these events, and any little thing can kind of throw pairings sometimes.
Now this is going to throw the cat among the pigeons, because Kuta and Kornashevich of Poland are going to set the new fastest time in this women's B time trial. They're going to come over in 39:37:59, so a huge 2 minutes and 7 seconds quicker than anything we've seen in this race so far.
And they've actually been riding quicker as the race has been going on, so they're just 2 seconds ahead of Hall and
Unwin.
Hall.
Oh, sorry, Hall and Jordan. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, forgive me for the name miss. Yeah, so 2 seconds in that, so that'll be a really close race for the finish when the British tandem get here.
So back out onto the road with Dunleavy and Kelly.
Yeah, this is that left-hander. Remember, we saw the Australians just sneak round.
They take that well. So yeah, we've got 2 British pairs left out there, Jordan and Hall, and then Unwin and Hull. Jenny Hull, the Scottish pilot, out there alongside Sophie Unwin, and then 2 Irish pairs as well. We've not seen much of Helian and McChrystal, but this is Dunleavy and Kelly for the Republic of Ireland, and we can rejoin Sarah Story in this uphill section, getting applause from the locals as she goes, and she's nearing 25 minutes into this time trial, the women's C5 time trial. She was the second rider to start, and she is catching up with the cyclist in front of her, who must be Alana Forster of Australia. She was the only cyclist to start before Story. Barney, you're shaking your head. What's going on?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I was getting confused with my own notes. Is that allowed?
You had me
just
worried
on this
there.
one race.
You had me worried there for a moment. But Story going along nicely, just making an adjustment somewhere and coming round this right and then quick left-hander. And she's got Forster in her sights, and presumably it helps when you get within vision range of the cyclist in front. Does that actually help you, Barney, to give you a target in terms of pacing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all as metronomic as we can be with pacing and power application. If you have someone just in front of you that you're chasing, it's always going to push you on that little bit more. And Forrester's actually doing a really good ride at the moment. At the intermediate split, she's in second. So obviously Sarah Story catching Forrester for a minute.
So back to the women's B time trial. A reminder, the current 1-2-3 in this race is, well, it's a Polish 1-2 at the moment. Kuta, and then Marchuk, and then Agostini from Italy. As we see Shibley of Canada approaching the finish line here with her pilot Brown. See, they're not going to trouble Kuta and Kornashevitz. Over the line they come. 5th position for the Canadian pair. But only for the time being. Plenty of duos to finish this women's B race. Again, just needing to get off the bike as quickly as possible and take some deep breaths. This is Quiroga of Argentina, piloted by Barroso. Just check for you, there's not many pairs left to finish here all of a sudden in the women's B race, so we are coming to the business end of things.
Is Hall and Jordan coming up to the line now?
So can they set the fastest time? They can, just by 4.63 seconds. Jordan and Hall go into the lead for the time being, 39, 32, 96. That was the Polish pair of Kyria and Wojciech, who I don't think have finished top 3 by the looks of the scoreboard there. So it's Jordan and Hall in the lead as things stand. Malaysian duo are well down on the timings. They come across in 10th place. So now we wait for Helena McChrystal, Sonti and Delsen, the French pair. We've not seen much of them. Dunleavy and Kelly, and then Unwin and Hull to come. These are the Malaysian riders who have been overtaken by a few of the other duos out there. And Team Malaysia come across in 46.25 in 10th place only for them.
Lizzie Jordan there.
That's exactly what they needed to do, isn't it, Barney?
Yep.
In terms of their position in the start list and where they are, they knew that they needed, with some of the big guns still to come after them, that they needed to set a mark.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that will hopefully be good enough for them for a bronze medal. But yeah, a super ride, and they overturned the Polish deficit at checkpoint 2, which is interesting. So they had a really strong finish to their ride as well.
Sonti and Delzen, the French duo, can't be far away, but we'll just nip back to Sarah Story in the women's C5. She's about to pass Alana Forster from Australia ahead of her, and that's a really good sign for Story's overall time and where she might finish. Story gradually catching up with Forster. She's not quite got her yet, but it won't take long for Story to pass Forster, and this will be demoralising for the Australian. I hope she knows Story is there. Sarah Story gives Forster a nice wide berth, and you can hear the beeps of the vehicles behind, just making sure that Forster knew that Sarah Story was there.
So it's interesting, everyone through that first time check now. So second place on the road is actually Alana Forrester from Australia, behind Sarah Story at the moment.
It's Dunleavy. and Kelly. They're not far from the finish, and neither are the French duo up the road from them. In fact, is that them in the distance that we just caught sight of, I wonder? And they are pushing. You can tell just there's something about the body language there. They are really pushing. There's no sign of them tiring here. Dunleavy and Kelly know they've got to pull something out of the bag here. It looks like they're certainly going to beat Jordan and Hall. I'm quite interested to know whether the French pair is the pair ahead of crossing the bridge as well, because if it is, Sonti and Delzem will also beat Jordan and Hall. And here they are. It is the French pair. This is Sonti and Delzem. They need to cross the line in the next 28 seconds, and they're going to do that easily. They're coming up to the last, 10 metres or so here. And the French pair are the new leaders, 39-12. So they go into the lead, and the Irish duo follow them in quick succession, and look at that margin.
Wow.
1 minute and 54 seconds quicker than Sonti and Delzem, who crossed the line just yards ahead of them. I was looking up the road to see where Dunleavy and Kelly were. I was expecting them to be coming around the final bend, not whizzing past the commentary box. There was like a green blur as Dunleavy and Kelly passed the finish line. And look what it's done to the two Irish ladies. They have given everything there, and what a performance, what a result, 37-18. And it is over to you, Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hull, to see whether the British pair can beat the Irish ladies, who have pulled out an incredible time, Barney.
Absolutely amazing. I'm flabbergasted with how fast they've ridden, and yeah, just the distance and the margin into amazing tandems that they've beaten. And even at intermediate checkpoint 2, they're still 55 seconds clear of Unwin and Hull.
Wow, it was like a green flash going past us there. As I say, I was literally looking up towards the final bend, thinking, well, they're going to have a good 200 metres left, but as it happened, they were about to cross the finish line. They were there. They were right in front of us. And well, I'm sure they're both going to be okay, but obviously at the moment, Dunleavy in particular, struggling. Well, she's sat up and looks a lot healthier now, does Dunleavy. And I hope they know what an incredible time they have set and what it means in terms of the positions in the race, because that will perk them up no end. So now we are going to be looking down the road for Unwin and Hull. Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hull of Great Britain, a hat-trick of titles on the track and the reigning world champions in this event. But they are going to have to pull out something quite sensational to beat Dunleavy and Kelly. I can tell you their time has appeared on the scoreboard up here at the finish line, Unwin and Hull, and it is already beyond the Irish duo.
Yeah, I think they're going to be over a minute behind them on the road. An amazing finish by the Irish. They just didn't slow down at all. Absolutely amazing ride.
So Dunleavy and Kelly's time 37.18. I can tell you that Unwin and Hull are already running at 37.52. So as Barney quite rightly says, Unwin and Hull now racing for the silver medal, and I can see the lights of the police bike coming round the final bend, which must mean that Unwin and Hull are within touching distance of the finish. They are giving it absolutely everything, but it's going to be for the silver medal here, not gold. Unwin and Hull dominant on the track, but they have been upstaged by Dunleavy and Kelly today in the time trial. A minute and a second down on the Irish pair. It's another World Championship medal for Unwin and Hull. But my word, Dunleavy and Kelly, 37.18 for 28 kilometres of time trial is an unbelievable time, and they thoroughly deserve the gold medal. And the little celebration there. Oh, look at the pride on the face now of Dunleavy. She can relax a little bit.
It's the realisation they've now won, and the relief, I think, for some riders as well, because they've been so dominant. I think the expectation was that they were going to win, and they certainly have by a long margin, big margin.
Fantastic. An Irish triumph here on the roads of Dumfries. Oh, she looks a lot better now, Dunleavy, than she did when she got off the bike, when they had given absolutely everything to that and were suffering because of it, but now they can celebrate and are celebrating. Fantastic, fantastic for the Irish pair and the Irish team as a whole. So that is the women's B time trial done and dusted. There are one or two finishers to come over the line, but well down in the rankings. Salo and Nontike of Thailand, 50-55 into 15th. Still a couple of teams out there, I think, in this women's B race. And everyone can take just a very brief breath. Provisional just because there are a couple of teams out there still, but the teams out there aren't going to trouble the top three. So Dunleavy and Kelly, 37.18. What an incredible time, and the margin of victory just over a minute. Santi and Delzenne, the French duo, taking the bronze. And in fact, Healy and McChrystal, the other Irish team, didn't start the race.
I heard you in the background.
Right, so back we go to Sarah Story now on the course with 2 kilometres to go. So this is the women's C5 time trial, the penultimate race of the day, the penultimate time trial of these World Championships, because we're into road races tomorrow and Saturday. Mixed team relay on Sunday, by the way, back in Glasgow. But we are focusing on Sarah Story right now. Barney, what are your feelings as you look at Sarah here?
Yeah, you can see her start to suffer a little bit now. The length of the time trial's now kind of taking its toll. And yeah, she's coming into the finish now. Still way ahead at intermediate 2 checkpoint at the moment. Alana Forrester is still in second place, and that's who she's already caught on the road. So yeah, a cracking piece of riding so far. So she's just winding her way through the town now, as we've seen other riders do, and she'll be approaching the 1 kilometre to go sign when she gets around this corner.
So Sarah Story with not very far to go at all now, as Barney rightly says, through the intermediate 1. She was 55 seconds up on Nicole Murray, for example, one of her biggest rivals today, and also 56 seconds up on Kirsten Brachtendorf. Wow. Well, this is something special from Sarah Story, and I can definitely say that. Barney will say it as well, but you can believe me when I say that this is a sensational ride so far from Story. Needs to get round these final few bends safely. I imagine that she'll know some of those split times, and being told that things are looking good here. So the British rider, one of the most famous and successful British Paralympians, British athletes, full stop, of all time, Sarah Story, looking for road world title number 17 here. And she's allowed the others in this classification to compete in the World Cups and squabble amongst themselves really for those World Cup titles, but Story is back here for the World Championship. And not far to go at all. We're going to have this left-hand bend round onto the bridge. So only one more corner to get round for Sarah Story, and we know that this is going to be an impressive time as the clock ticks over 39.5 minutes, around about 200 metres to go. And we can look to our left out of the commentary box and see Sarah Story coming towards us. Barney Story next to me, watching Sarah come towards the finish line. The determination, the look on her face from Sarah Story, 39.48.89, an average speed of 42.5 kilometres an hour over the 28 kilometre time trial route. And Sarah Story, who was the second starter, so she's very early on in this race, she has set a fantastic time there. She overtook Alana Forster, who we've just seen cross the finish line. So 1:14 better than Forster from Australia. And when we look at the split times further down the route, this is looking very good for Sarah Story. You're a happy man, Barney.
Yeah, amazing ride. Looking at intermediate 2 now, we've now had Heidi Gongan come through from France, the individual pursuit world champion from the track. 1 minute and 15 seconds down at intermediate 2. So Story continues that dominance throughout this ride, and yeah, an amazing time to finish with as well.
Talking to her team. So Nicole Murray out here for New Zealand has an awful lot to do. 55 seconds down on Story at the first time check. The second time check won't be too far away, and you never know, obviously, different sections of the track, different riders can pick up the pace and perhaps prosper in later sections of the route, but at the moment it's not looking good for Nicole Murray.
And you can see the speed difference with Sarah Story when she came round that corner there. She picked up speed immediately, and I think Nicole was obviously feeling the effects of all the track racing she's done. An amazing job with all the track racing and medals she's won. But yeah, it's obviously starting to feel it in her legs now.
I mean, Heidi Gauguin of France, who has 2 World Cup wins this season, is 1:15 down on Story at the second time check. Sarah Story blowing them all away here, it has to be said. Murray's going to have to attach an engine to that bike to make up that deficit, surely. Look at this is confirmation of what we're talking about. So, I mean, the interesting one there particularly is that second intermediate split. Gauguin 1:15 down on Story, about 2/3 of the way round the track. So Gauguin, well, needs to find something from somewhere to get even close to Sarah Story. And the rest, to be honest, are nowhere. Nicole Murray miles back. But she will keep going, there's no doubt about that. So Story at the finish, 39.48, and Forster 1:14 back. We were expecting that in a way, because we'd obviously seen Story overtake Forster on the road. But I have to say, we were not expecting the likes of Gauguin and Nicole Murray and Morgan Newbury, the other British rider, to be quite as far back from Story as they are right now. And if you're following the coverage, you can get all the latest news and updates on social media and use the hashtag as well there. You're very calm, Barney. You're very calm.
Yeah, well, in all honesty, the race is done now. Anything that could possibly go wrong can't go wrong now. And now it's down to, because the one thing you have to accept as a bike rider, if someone beats you because they're just better than you on the day, you just have to accept that and kind of get on with it, and try and improve for the next race you do. So getting through a race without any kind of mishaps or problems is a good start. And then it's a case of you've done your best, and it's just a case of waiting to see what your opponents can do next.
I mean, it shouldn't be any surprise, of course, because of Sarah Story's incredible record. But actually, even if that's nice, Nicole Murray goes past. And that's going to test my flag knowledge. Was that a New Zealand flag or an Australian flag? I think it was New Zealand flag. But anyway, just going back to Sarah Story, when you look at the Tokyo time trial, over 24 kilometres, she did beat Brackendorf, who finished 3rd, by over 2 minutes on that occasion. So actually, in a way, we've been wrong-footed, I suppose, by Story not taking part in the World Cup events, and you see all these other riders doing well in the World Cup events, and you think, okay, are they going to be closer to her? But it's not worked out like that at all.
No, I mean, the last time these riders rode against each other was the last World Cup in Canada last year, before the World Championship she was due to take part in. And Sarah Story won that event by well over a minute from Brackendorf, who was in 2nd, who then went on to win the World Championships the following week. So it's nice to think, what might have been, but ultimately that's just bike racing. Sometimes it doesn't always go your way in terms of crashes and what happens. So she'll be delighted. Sarah will be delighted to be back now and being able to really show what she can do on the course like this.
And I don't think we're far away from seeing Gauguin, the French rider, Heidi Gauguin. 2 World Cup wins this season, but Gauguin's not far away from the finish, and we will see just how, well, easily, really, it has to be said, Sarah Storey has beaten some of these other star names in this classification. We're watching Murray still out there with several kilometres to go, but Gauguin's clock has already counted beyond 40-45, so Gauguin already a minute down on Sarah Storey as Gauguin swings into view in the distance from our commentary box. Here she comes.
Yeah, she's in a fight to beat Forrester, the Australian, for second place here.
Well, this is absolutely remarkable cycling from Sarah Storey as Gauguin comes across the finish line. Minute and 21 down on the British rider. Gauguin goes into third. So that just tells you how dominant Storey has been today. We will still look out for Morgan Newberry and Nicole Murray and Kirsten Brachtendorf, of course. But if Gauguin's that far behind Storey, then the others are not going to be much closer.
And Gauguin herself has been riding for a professional team this year, Vizcaya Durango, a Spanish team. So she's been riding within professional races within the peloton after winning the Junior World Points Race title on the track last year and the Team Pursuit title on the track last year. Still only 18.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of Heidi Gauguin in the future, there's no doubt about that. So as we head towards the conclusion of the women's C5 time trial, as you will know by now, the women's C4 time trial is already out on the course. And the likes of Petra Kola and Mathilde Dorig, Sean Morelli, Samantha Bosco. Lots of really good riders, a high standard of rider right across this field, actually, in the women's C4 event. This is the final para time trial of the championships, the final race of the day. 13 entries in this one, and here is Samantha Bosco, 36 years old, from the USA, world champion over a shorter time trial distance than this. 2 World Cup wins this season, bronze at the Rio Paralympics as well. And we've not seen too much USA success, have we, in these road races, para time trials, I should say, on the road. And there is this illness issue that seems to be affecting some of the American riders. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure whether they're all staying together. You would assume they are, but Bosco can probably count herself lucky to have avoided illness and be out there at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's doing a really good ride here, and yeah, you can see. I think we expected her to be at the forefront of this field. Probably a little bit surprised that Petra Kola's so far down. You would see her as one of her kind of main competitors, really. But Samantha Bosco's got a huge amount of experience within cycling, within professional women's cycling as well. Competing in a lot of the same races as Sarah Storey in the professional peloton. So, yeah, the standard of these women's fields is very, very high.
Back to Nicole Murray in the C5 race, the race that Sarah Storey seems to have dominated this afternoon. Murray on this downhill section has got plenty of speed up, there's no doubt about that, but she's a long way behind. And as we said earlier, they're already going at full tilt, so there's not a great deal that Nicole Murray can do. It's not like she can just find an extra gear out of nowhere. Murray is about to overtake the Brazilian rider. That's Carolina Loiter Barras Navicius of Brazil. So actually Barras Navicius must be having a real struggle out there to have been overtaken by Murray, because Murray started a good 7 or 8 riders back, as there's a There's a few thumbs up, etc., being exchanged between Barney next to me on my right and Sarah Story, who we can see just waiting behind the finish line.
I think she's just asking how many more riders are left to go.
So Nicole Murray is one of these riders that Sarah is waiting for. And coming back into the town. Coming over the line now in this C5 race is Mari-Lise Yule of Estonia, so no bother to Story from her. I can tell you it's quite funny here in the commentary box at the moment, because the reason you haven't heard from Barney for a while is that Barney's actually speaking to Sarah on his phone with an earpiece in. Oh, he's on a walkie-talkie, even more flash. Barney's like James Bond here next to me. He's chatting away to Sarah on one line, and he's watching the TV coverage like the rest of us.
Right, I'm back now.
Oh, I was enjoying that. This is Zishan Ji of China, who again is pretty well down. You can see there 48 minutes, and then Elizabeth Neig of America in behind her. So two finishers in quick-fire fashion. So Neig actually good enough for fourth, but a long way behind Gogan in third. So it's Story, Forster, Gogan, just to repeat how things stand. Forster a minute and 14 behind Story. Gogan a minute and 21 behind Story. Delgado will be the next finisher from Argentina, but already she's a good 5 minutes down at the very least. So we're coming into the concluding stages of this women's C5 time trial. The women's C4 time trial out on the course, and we'll be back with Samantha Bosco later. So Delgado of Argentina coming in, a long way down on the timings. You can see there 5.5 minutes behind Story, so one by one the other women's C5 riders are finishing. And you can see Sarah Story there just to the right of the picture there, just right next to the finish line in the British kit.
She's just waving to the kids on the side of the track just before 25 metres to go.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a Story family celebration here, to be honest. We've got children to the left, husband to my immediate right, the person they're all congratulating, the woman herself opposite us out of the commentary box window. Do you want to go and see them briefly, Barney?
No, they're okay at the minute. They're making a lot of noise there. They'll make even more noise in a moment when they realise that she is ahead on every single intermediate time check.
Coming round the final corner now, by the way, is one of the finishers in the women's B time trial on the tandem. This is the Ghanaian duo, and I hope they're getting a big reception from the crowd. I'm sure they are. This is Fiator and Herodor. They're coming over the line in 1 hour 16, so finishing nearly 40 minutes behind Dunleavy and Kelly of Ireland, the winners of that women's B race. But we've spoken about it a few times, haven't we? The Gulf in funding and facilities, and that's a learning experience for the Ghanaian duo. Here is Morgan Newbury of Great Britain. She's over 3 minutes behind Sarah Story, but she will keep going to the finish line. And Morgan Newbury does enough to be fourth. Just under 40 kilometres an hour average, and it means that we only really have Nicole Murray and Kirsten Brachtendorf to finish in any of the significant positions. This is Åsa Velosa, who is just trying to be in the top 10 if she possibly can. Åsa Velosa over in 6th actually, so she'll be pretty pleased with that.
And she's really good in the road race as well, so we'll see a different rider to the one we've seen in the time trial today in the road race in 2 days' time.
Here's Sarah watching intently from the finish line. She just doesn't believe us, I don't think, that she's got a huge margin in hand here. She's still looking quite concerned, I think, isn't she? But
yeah, she's still asking me if she's anywhere near winning yet, so hopefully she'll find out in a few minutes' time when the riders come through.
There's nothing to worry about, Sarah. There really isn't. The margin is huge, and one of her closest rivals on paper before this race, Nicole Murray, is already, look at the clock there, 42.30. So really, way beyond Story's time.
This is really poor by this vehicle now. They should be moving out of the way. Or has she been caught by Brachtendorf?
That's interesting. Is that
sorry,
Brachtendorf?
This is
caught?
Brachtendorf, yeah, and this is the car. It's probably moved into the gap a little bit too soon following Brachtendorf.
So Brachtendorf,
to give riders room to race.
Brachtendorf has got past Murray, which sort of tells its own story, really. That's why Murray's time is so disappointing. So our focus switches to Brachtendorf, but her time is already well beyond Sarah Story's as well. 41.04 is Brachtendorf's clock. So the German swings into the final bend with Murray behind her. So Murray at the back here, 3.5 minutes down on Story, but ahead of her on the road is Brachtendorf, the German rider. Here she comes. Such a consistent performer, but the reigning world champion is not going to be the new world champion. Brachtendorf, 1 minute and 46 down on Sarah Story. She only goes fourth as Brachtendorf. And Nicole Murray has had a torrid time, only good enough for sixth.
Of course, the greatest para-athlete there is.
So the top three will stay, as was Sarah Story, 39.48, wins another world title. Forster, 1 minute 14 down. Gogan, 1 minute 21 down. Story has won by a huge margin. And you can smile, Sarah, you really can celebrate now. Because there's nobody out there who can beat you anymore. There are a couple of finishers, but they are well down. Well, that is a remarkable performance from the British athlete. And is she just going to keep going and going, Barney, would you say? Obviously Paris Paralympics next year and World Championships in Zurich shortly afterwards.
Yeah, obviously the games in Paris are the main focus. Yeah, and we'll see what happens after that. I have no plans to influence any decision she makes, so it's completely up to her what she does.
And of course the road race to come at the weekend as well for Sarah Story. Getting a photo with the 42-time world champion. That's right, 42.
These are a lot of the drivers of the official vehicles who are popping in for a quick sneaky photo with Sarah before she heads over to her pits and then the medal ceremony area.
So Sarah Story doing the respectable thing and waiting for every single rider to finish, but there is nobody who can get close to Sarah Story this afternoon in this women's C5 time trial. So we will see You've got to interview her. I've just remembered you've got to interview her, haven't you, after the medal ceremony?
My biggest relief is she's English speaking, because it's the most difficult trying to interview different languages with the limited language skills I have. So I'm quite relieved I'm interviewing a rider from Great Britain.
Oh, that's going to be fantastic when Barney interviews Sarah later. But let's move ahead to the final time trial of the day. It's the women's C4 race. This is, very briefly, a finisher in the C5 race as well. This is the Brazilian who we saw being overtaken earlier on, coming in almost 20 minutes behind the winner. Just trying to work out if that is now everybody finished. There were 13 entries. So the Brazilian goes into 12th, so there is one more rider to finish in that C5 classification. It's the lady from the UAE, Al-Qatari. So we'll head back to the C4 race, where we can join Samantha Bosco, who is catching up the rider ahead of her, and that is Meg Lemon. Wow, okay, Bosco has already caught up Meg Lemon, the Australian, who started a minute ahead of her. So Bosco is flying along here.
This was at a similar point that Sarah Story caught her Australian in front of her as well, if you remember, just coming off the main climb and onto the descent.
I love it when you have to refer to a Sarah Story to be professional. I'm sat here thinking, if I had to be talking about my wife using her full name here, that would be difficult. So you're doing very well, Barney. But Samantha Bosco has Meg Lemon in her sights. Keely Shaw will be the next rider up along the road from Canada, dark horse for a podium spot. Sean Morelli, the Paralympic champion in Tokyo from the USA as well, will be further up the road. Just take a quick check on the first intermediate time check that was a while ago. At that intermediate 1, top of that graphic, Bosco was leading by 22 seconds from Keely Shaw, and then Petricola of Australia was third. So we'll see how those timings work when some of those riders reach the intermediate 2. I can tell you a funny thing about Emily Petricola. She was interviewed before coming to Scotland, and she said, I've never raced in the UK, let alone Scotland. The main thing I've heard is that it might not be warm outside. That was the Australian Petricola talking.
I think it's quite warm today.
I think it's very warm.
Not by Australia kind of bush standards, but yeah. Oh, nice shot there.
Nice seeing the children enjoying the paracycling. And there's going to be a bit of a sinking feeling here for Meg Lemon in a few moments' time. Look at that, the difference. Bosco staying in the saddle. Meg Lemon having to briefly get out of the saddle to reach the top of that peak. 10Ks to go for Bosco, and it looks like she is bossing this race.
I think when you see 10 kilometres to go as well, it's one or two feelings. You think, right, I've got another 10 kilometres to go really fast, or you've got another 10 kilometres to get through to get to the end of the race. So two very different approaches probably from these two riders at the moment.
So Bosco goes past Lemon. So this is the first finisher in the C4 race that we're watching Samantha Bosco in. So this is Vanessa Laws of Germany. And Laws crosses the line in 44.56. So that is the bar set. Hannah Moore of Great Britain will follow shortly. Zhao Wei Li of China. Final 4 riders in this event are Sean Morelli, Keely Shaw, Meg Lemon and Samantha Bosco. So you would feel as though the winner might come from 3 of that last 4. We rejoin Bosco.
Yeah, Bosco's looking really good at the moment. You can see she's still maintaining her time trial position and keeping that tuck and keeping a good cadence and really on top of the speed at the moment. Excellent riding. Emily Petricola coming into the finish now for Australia. And wow, big margin ahead of Vanessa Laws at the moment. Coming up to the line, and she'll hit the line in just under 42 minutes.
So as it turns out, the conditions in Scotland suiting Emily Petricola, 41.57. But when we go back to some of those split times, that might not be enough in the final shakedown. But for now, she is, as I said earlier, the leader in the clubhouse, as we would say in golf. Petricola, 2:58 advantage over Vanessa Laws of Germany, as we head back out to Bosco, who just makes it all look so ridiculously easy. And if we look at the track results from the velodrome in this classification, it was a real mixed bag. This is the classification that Britain's Kadina Cox won the time trial in, but all sorts of different winners in the velodrome. Petricola won the individual pursuit, but it was Erin Normoyle who took the Omnium. Xiao Wei Li took the scratch race, and in fact on the track, Bosco was only good enough for 2 bronze medals in Glasgow earlier this week. So very much a road specialist and showing off her skills here, no doubt about that. Still waiting for Bosco to come through intermediate 2, but that won't be far away, I wouldn't have thought. This is Sal Kateri of the UAE, and it's nice to see her across the line. She is going to be the final finisher in the women's C5 race, and giving it everything all the way to the end. She's going to finish 24 minutes down on Sarah Story, but that won't matter a jot really. Comes in just over an hour. And it's good to see her smiling as well. That will have been a very unique and enjoyable experience for her. So that does complete the standings in that C5 race. We knew this anyway, but Sarah Story confirmed as world champion. We switch back to C4. This is Mathilde Doric of Switzerland, who is down on Petricola, as you can see. Mathilde Doric, another one of those who I think prefers the track to the road. 1 minute 40 down on Petricola in the end. So this C4 race coming towards its conclusion.
Comes Hannah Moore now into the finish. Going to be quite a long way behind, but a good experience for her at these World Championships.
Yeah, Hannah Moore with the prosthetic leg on the right leg comes across 48.05, 6 minutes down into 4th place. Almost takes the barrier out, and Hannah Moore, another one of those who has nothing left. Xiao Wei Li of China. You can see there missing both hands really, the majority of both hands kind of looking round the handlebars, and comes across in 4th place. So this is opening up for Bosco, there's no doubt about that. We're still await Bosco passing the intermediate 2 time check. Moment at that point it was Petricola short and then Mathilde Doric. But Bosco can't be far away. And is she passing somebody else?
Yeah, she's indeed, looks like a rider from Mexico.
Yeah, Leon Moncada of Mexico, who wasn't really a medal contender anyway, so perhaps no surprise to see Bosco fly by. And when I say fly by, look at the speed differential between the two. Now there is the second time check that we were waiting for, and 53 seconds up on Petricola is Sam Bosco. And there is the confirmation you need that, barring some sort of mechanical issue or puncture or accident, Sam Bosco is surely going to win this C4 time trial, because she was 22 seconds up on her nearest challenger at intermediate 1 and now 53 seconds up at the second split time. Not quite sure what happened to Keely Shaw in between intermediate 1 and 2, because Shaw dropped back a bit, even in comparison to Petricola.
I think that second section, as with the other categories and the slightly different course, I think it's a really hard point between intermediate 1 and intermediate 2. You've not only got that really hard climb, but you've then got the descent as well. So there's a whole different types of aspects of riding and racing that they have to contend with in that space of time. And also, whilst they're fatiguing as well, they're going to get, more and more fatigued as the racing goes on as well. So it's a real challenge, this course, and it's showing us already that the strongest riders are winning these races.
And that is how it should be at a World Championships. You want the cream to rise to the top. Bosco can really afford to just make serene progress to the finish line. Her advantage is so good. There's always an expectant air down the finish line at this time of day. We're waiting for the conclusion of the final race, but also people will be waiting to see the medal ceremonies, and especially because we have a British winner in Sarah Story who will be on the top step of the podium. So there's still plenty of spectators down here. Anna Grace Taylor of New Zealand may well be the next finisher in this C4 time trial. Then it will be Catel Alençon of France, and then we'll be into Morelli Shaw. And it will be Bosco, won't it, finishing next, because Meg Lemon is already well behind Bosco.
Great shots from our TV motor here, aren't they?
They really are. They give you the real sense of the speed that these riders are going at, and also some of the road conditions they're dealing with. This is a really smooth bit of road at the moment, so this almost feels like the velodrome track, I imagine, but they'll be back onto some of the more uneven bits here now. I guess on these open roads as well, you have to be careful about things like cat's eyes and the painted lines on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does make a big difference when racing in the UK. The cat's eyes being always the thing that riders from abroad don't really like on the race circuit, but there aren't any here, so we're okay.
Anna Grace Taylor comes over the line. 47, just under 47.50. So 5th place for Taylor. And actually this is Keely Shaw of Canada coming round the final bend next, so she's overtaken a couple of riders. She must have overtaken Morelli actually out there, who was the Paralympic champion in Tokyo, so not sure what's happened to Sean Morelli. But Keely Shaw comes across 29 seconds shy of Emily Petricola. That is no surprise really, given the intermediate time checks we've been looking at. And here comes Morelli, who, wow, has she had some sort of problem out there, I wonder, because this is not in the script at all. Nearly 3 minutes down and been overtaken by Shaw.
Wow, that is a surprise.
Still on the road, but expected.
I mean, the other possibility, of course, is we're hearing about illness in the USA camp. It might be that she's well enough to have a go, but not well enough to compete. We'll find out, I'm sure, in the inquest afterwards. So that's Alençon coming across for France. And I think that means it will be Bosco that we see next. So here she is, Sam Bosco, in the last kilometre or so, maybe less, coming to this roundabout that we've become very familiar with. This is the last time trial we'll be watching here in Dumfries. We move just up the road, only about a mile or two up the road, for the road races tomorrow and Saturday. And Bosco just needs to stay on the bike now. She has got such a huge advantage. You can see there, 41.57 the time she needs to beat. She is going to be well under that time. And the American flying towards a world title here, defending her world title. So Bosco with the stars and stripes on that USA jersey. Only needs to navigate these last two bends. I mean, she could slow right down if she wanted to make absolutely sure, but these aren't particularly dangerous bends. She comes up off the handlebars and takes it steadily round, no problem at all. And same again round this right hand bend into the finish straight. So into the finish straight comes Samantha Bosco. The reigning world champion is going to defend her title in the women's C4 time trial. And she is going to beat the runner-up Emily Petricola by nearly a minute. A huge win for Samantha Bosco, the American. 59.58 seconds to the good. And a finishing time of 40.57.70. For a 28-kilometre time trial. That is absolutely brilliant from Samantha Bosco. And she slumps over the handlebars slightly, but she looks a lot fresher than some cyclists we've seen coming over that finish line. She is going to just take a bit of a rest. And my word, she deserves it, because that was a stunning performance to finish the day. Bosco from Petricola. And then Keely Shaw will finish third, because Meg Lemon will be the next finisher from Australia, but she is a long way back, and Meg Lemon can't even get a spot on the podium here today. Gritting the teeth as Meg Lemon comes over the finish line into fifth.
I can do that for you.
So I think there are one or two slower riders still out there who we've seen being overtaken earlier, but the result is clear.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Keeping it pretty controlled, isn't she? You can tell she's very tired, but very composed at the same time.
She's still very polite when she's just finished a race as well. Thanking someone for lifting her bike off her is very polite. I'm not sure I'd be able to summon the words thank you after putting a performance in like that.
You might have heard that she said, I want to find my husband. And it's such an illustration of how hard these races are. Who has now recovered a little bit, and she will be in the road race again in a couple of days. Good to throw in a hi mum and dad as well from Samantha Bosco for her family and friends watching back home in the States, or perhaps even here in Dumfries. But that was a brilliant performance from the American, one of the best performances of the day. One off, definitely.
Right.
There you go, Bosco, Petricola, Shaw, and then a big gap to Matilde Doring, Meg Lemon, Sean Morelli. Yeah, I just wonder about Morelli, whether she's not 100%.
Again, it's hard after all the track competition as well, isn't it? Trying to keep that momentum going for these road events as well.
So we will have medal ceremonies for you shortly, and Barney has to go and interview his wife after her gold medal winning performance, but that will be to come later on. Confirmation of all of the results from this afternoon. It feels a long time ago, this one actually. Bangma and Boss absolutely dominating the men's B tandem race. How good were Bangma and Boss, Barney? And how good are they? How good could they be? I mean, they're just dominant, aren't they?
They are. They're absolute trailblazers at the moment in men's tandem, endurance tandem. And, you know, they were the first tandem to take the individual pursuit underneath 4 minutes for the pursuit on the track. And their dominance is continuing on the road as well. Just amazing performance today.
And talking of amazing performances from Dutch riders, here was another one. Daniel Abraham Gebru, who was just smooth as silk to win this men's C5. That was Foulon coming across the line, the Frenchman. An impressive performance from him, particularly with the Paris Paralympics ahead, and then Abraham Gebru doing more than enough and barely looking out of breath at the end. As we said at the time, just compare how he looked to how some of the other winners have looked as they crossed the line today. It's quite remarkable. It was a French one too in the men's C4, Kevin Lecomte, who was reclassified from C5 to C4. Winning ahead of his French teammate. Louis Klinker not able to start that race. It's also a race where one of the American riders couldn't take part as well. Some illness in the American camp. This was sensational from Dunleavy and Kelly. Look at that, winning by a minute from Unwin and Hull. And when you consider the week that Unwin and Hull have had in the velodrome and how confident they must have been feeling coming into this, it's a stunning performance from Dunleavy and Kelly. Putting your wife aside temporarily, Barney, was this the performance of the day from Dunleavy and Kelly?
Yeah, I think it was something we perhaps expected in some way, but in terms of the margin at which they won by, that was probably the biggest surprise of the day.
And they were in bits at the end, particularly Dunleavy, but they recovered to celebrate. And then this was the one with the personal connection here in the commentary box with Barney Story alongside me. Sarah Story winning the C5 individual time trial by a huge margin, and the writing was on the wall for the rest of these competitors right from the off, because Sarah Story was the second starter, and at every single time check nobody could get close to her. We were wondering how the likes of Gauguin here and Newbury and Nicole Murray would get on, but nobody could come close to Sarah Story. Here she is crossing the finish line. And at that point, we were telling her, quite literally telling her, Barney was telling her via the phone that she had won, and she didn't quite believe it, but a huge margin of victory in the end. And finally, we've just seen Sam Bosco take the C4 title, again by a massive winning margin. Nearly a minute over Emily Petricola, and Keely Shaw of Canada taking third. So that rounds up the results from today. We can take a moment to look at the paracycling medal table now. This is an overall medal table combining the track and the road results so far. So Great Britain way out front, predominantly because of their track performance, of course, and then the Netherlands, who have been superb here in Dumfries, in second because of their 10 gold medals. So it's been another cracking day of time trials. Tomorrow we will move on to the road races up the road, just about a mile away from the centre of Dumfries. But don't go too far, because the medal ceremonies are coming up, and Barney is going to be interviewing the winners, including his own wife. Don't miss that.
Championships. For the first ever trial takes place with all
as long as you're not towing at the other end wherever you go. If you're towing at some point during your working day, really, you need to have a target. If you're not towing, and then you are towing.
So your attention, all athletes, to the podium are requested in the preparation area. Medal ceremony are expected to start at 6. Alors on demande à tous les athlètes médaillés de se présenter à l'heure de préparation des médailles. Nous débuterons la présentation des cérémonies protocolaires à 18h. Merci.
Natural charm. I'll get you a coon.
You need to be inside the parrot. Okay, where's Owen? Otherwise, the press may move you out. And when she did it yesterday, she did something else. It took this thing up. Don't want to upset us. Yeah, no, you have to wait. One of the volunteers, yeah, we have Brazil, Mexico, Morocco, Iran, Colombia, Canada, and I think Latin America. Well, I'm Essex, so it makes me your amateur. Yeah. All the athletes should be down here before the ceremony starts. And then, yeah, basically, as they start the ceremony, you can see the thing, so you can stand here, don't, the coaches will want to jump in and take a photograph. And if they really want to take a photograph, that's the big no-no that is the best one. You will locate here with Logan, I'll go down to the ceremony. Yeah, this is the ceremony. That's one of the biggest as far as they can, and that will be fine. Oh, not you. By the time the racing is done, presentations are done, follow that. Have you sorted out a fast parking car? Make sure when you go to check out tonight, talk about it. Problem is, when they play that national anthem, I'm going to have to stand up. I can't let the shoulders down.
That lady that side of the yeah, you can yeah, Brazil, Colombia, yeah. Of course, Colombia.
Let's get it out. He's always late. He's on his bike, always late.
Did you have a flag at also? We were watching the race and look at the flag at No, sorry. Oh, no, there were a couple of two voices, white and a couple of bodies out. And you could tell that they were long. One of the things that you yeah. Oh yeah. exatamente isso que eles vieram fazer. Daqui a pouco vem. Vou até virar de costas e vou de novo aqui. Almost ready. Probably there for a muscle, yeah? I want just in case these guys get there again.
Yeah, okay. Just ask maybe later. Huh? Oh.
Don't take the wrong one. Otherwise I can't. My medicine is in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships, Men Elite Tandem Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre homme élite en tandem.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par M. Mohamed Ben El Mahi, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place, and winners of the bronze medal, representing France.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant la France, Élie de Carvalho et son pilote Mike-Michael Guichard.
In second place, and winners of the silver medal, representing the Netherlands.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant les Pays-Bas, Vincent Terschur et son pilote Timo Fransen.
And in first place, UCI World Champions and winners of the gold medal, representing the Netherlands.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant les Pays-Bas, Tristan Bangma et son pilote Patrick Boss.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair Communities Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la commission des communautés, conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
Les montres Tissot seront présentées par M. Mohamed Ben El Mahi, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champions, we present the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de nos nouveaux champions du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Élie de Carvalho, Michael Guichard, Vincent Terschur, Timo Franzen, Tristan Bangma et Patrick Boss.
each of you. Background.
Once we're done, let's go on yesterday. Okay, over here for a quick interview. You can leave your stuff here if you want. Yep.
Guys, many congratulations on your win in the time trial. Were you aware how close it was with your Dutch teammates?
Yeah, it was crazy. We heard during the time trial it was 8 seconds. So, yeah, we pushed all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I had communication in my ear. Tristan didn't have it. So I knew first intermediate was 8 seconds. Second intermediate was 10 seconds. And then it's like only 5K to go to the finish. So I knew, yeah, that's nothing. So I have to push. And in the end it was 6 seconds. It was just enough. So that was a really great feeling.
Just say something in Dutch.
Ja, het was super spannend. Onderweg hoorde ik dat het nog 8 seconden was. En ja, echt tot de finish alles gegeven. En ja, zo blij dat het gelukt is.
Ja, het was bij de eerste tussenpunt 8 seconden. Tweede tussenpunt 10 seconden. En dan is nog maar 5 kilometer te gaan tot de finish. Dus ik wist, we moeten nu alles geven. En dat hebben we gedaan. En het is uiteindelijk 6 seconden op de finish. Dus ja, dat was echt een heel mooi gevoel.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ja.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Award ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Men Elite C5 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre homme élite C5.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing France.
En troisième position et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant la France, Dorian Foulon.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Brazil.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant le Brésil, Lauro Chaman.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing the Netherlands.
À la première place, champion du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant les Pays-Bas, Daniel Abraham Gebrou.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair, Communities Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la Commission des communautés du Conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Dorian Foulon, Lauro Chaman et Daniel Abraham Gebrou.
Daniel, many congratulations on your World Championship win. You look so fresh after your race. Did everything go to plan today?
Yeah, of course, always. If you win, then you recover quick and you're happy. So, yeah, it was really a tough course, but yeah, I'm happy still.
And in Dutch for me?
Ja, het was gewoon zware koers. De wegen waren ze niet zo echt super, maar uiteindelijk ja, het is wel gelukt om nu de concurrentie gewoon op afstand te houden. Dat was super leuk.
Thank you, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job, Oliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Men Elite C4 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre homme élite C4.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par M. Mohamed Ben El Mahi, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Slovakia.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant la Slovaquie, Joseph Metelka.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing France.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant la France, Gatien Le Rousseau.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing France.
À la première place et champion du monde UCI, gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant la France, Kevin Lecomf.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair Communities Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la commission des communautés du Conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par M. Mohamed Ben El Mahi, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause from medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Joseph Metelka, Gatien Le Rousseau, Kevin Lecomte.
French signature.
Kevin, many congratulations on becoming world champion. Can you tell us what it feels like to become world champion?
Je suis très content, j'avais déjà réussi la piste et mais voilà, mon objectif principal c'était la route, contre la montre et course sur route. Donc voilà, ça montre que j'ai répondu présent à l'événement principal.
And a little answer in English for how it feels to be world champion?
I'm very happy to this victory, and my friend is the second. It's very beautiful.
Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Félicitations.
Merci.
Au revoir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Women Elite Tandem Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre femme élite en tandem.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles seront remises par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winners of the bronze medal representing France.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant la France, Anne-Sophie Sentis et sa pilote Elise Delzen.
In second place and winners of the silver medal representing Great Britain.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Sophie Unwin and the pilot Jenny Hall.
And in first place, UCI World Champions and winners of the gold medal representing Ireland.
À la première place et championne du monde UCI, gagnante de la médaille d'or, représentant l'Irlande, Katie George Dunleavy et le pilote Linda Kelly.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair, Communities Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la Commission des communautés du Conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watches will be presented by.
Les montres Tissot seront présentées par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champions, we present the national anthem of Ireland.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de nos nouvelles championnes du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de l'Irlande.
gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause from medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés. Anne-Sophie Sentis, Elise Delzen, Sophie Unwin, Jenny Hall, Katie George Dunleavy, and Linda Kelly.
Sorry. Right, we'll just wait for the cue from the director. Many congratulations on your win in the blind women's tandem event today. It was such a large winning margin. Were you expecting that?
No, you know, with the Sophie and Jenny were our biggest rivals really going into it, and with their wins last week on the track, and with it kind of being a home games for them, we knew it was up against, you know, it was going to be tight. So we didn't actually I didn't have any idea where we were. Linda probably had an idea, but yeah, we're delighted with that.
Many congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
No, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 à Glasgow et à travers l'Écosse.
Awards ceremony of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships Women Elite C5 Time Trial.
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023 contre la montre femme élite C5.
The medals will be presented by.
Les médailles sont remises par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing France.
À la 3e place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant la France, Heidi Gauguin.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Australia.
À la 2e place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant l'Australie, Alana Forster.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain.
À la première place, championne du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Sarah Storey!
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la commission des communautés du conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
The Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par M. Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee Member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause from medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés, Heidi Gauguin, Alana Forster et Sarah Storey.
Many congratulations, Sarah. I think everyone always expects you to win these rainbow jerseys and world titles. Can you try and put into words how difficult it is to deal with that pressure and expectation?
Well, I think you can see from the way I came here early to prepare on the course. I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything out there to chance. I wanted to know every nook and cranny of what was going to be this circuit. And I really felt that that preparation paid off. When I was out there taking the corners in a closed road, I knew what to expect, and it didn't come as any kind of shock. I knew where all the bumps were, I knew where all the rough surface was, I knew where the change of surface was, and I was so pleased that I'd taken that, you know, come here early, basically. I feel like I've lived in Dumfries for a lot longer than I have, but it's been a really good thing to do.
Many congratulations.
Standing on top of the world and I'm singing 'cause you gave me confidence. Healing on healing, I had to reveal it 'cause you gave me confidence. I'm shining on top of the world, yes I'm winning 'cause you gave me confidence.
UCI. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Canada.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant le Canada, Keely Shaw.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Australia.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, représentant l'Australie, Émilie Petricola.
And in first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing the USA.
À la première place, championne du monde UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or, représentant les États-Unis, Samantha Bosco.
The gifts will be presented by.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Councillor Ian Blake, Chair, Communities Committee, Dumfries and Galloway Council, président de la Commission des communautés du Conseil de Dumfries et Galloway.
the Tissot watch will be presented by.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Monsieur Mohamed Ben Elmaï, UCI Management Committee member, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honour of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of the USA.
Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouvelle championne du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national des États-Unis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your applause from medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés, Keely Shaw, Emily Petricola et Samantha Basco.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up a 12 today in Dumfries
in Dumfries and Galloway for UCI Cycling World Championships. But we are back tomorrow for more phenomenal action on the roads around this area. Please join us at Brighton for tomorrow's road races, and we'll see you there. There will be plenty of entertainment on the road, the venue, and of course, more world champion swimmers. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hi.
Sam, many congratulations on you winning the time trial. A really big margin in the end. Were you expecting that winning margin today?
Yes and no. I was kind of hoping that there would be a margin so that the climb didn't feel as bad. But I knew that it was going to be a hard course. I was really excited that there were people watching and cheering throughout the whole course, which is something that we're not typically used to. So to have that was extra motivation to just push as hard as I could to the top and just try to keep that momentum coming down. So I didn't really know what the margin was. So to hear that it was quite a bit of one was icing on the cake, I guess.
Many congratulations. Great ride.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.